All right, good morning, El Dorado County. It's 8 a.m. It's early, and I'd like to call to order the February 21st, 2023 regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. And with that, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 31 through 33 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 31 through 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wonderful 8 o'clock. This is Leo Bennett, Cochon, Single Springs. My comment is item 33. I hope you're able to figure a solution out. I don't know all the ins and outs because it's not just you, it's also your sheriff's department, and I still haven't figured out your relationship in terms of checks and balances, but you've solved so many complicated problems, and so I wish you good luck in solving this complicated problem in terms of the will of the public in having some sort of well-regulated but still thriving cannabis sector for our agricultural community. And then just in terms of process, I went on, I looked at the details, I have the case number, lots of information out there. And as a member of the public going forward in terms of transparency and good governance, I would have appreciated some of the links and some of the data so I didn't have to spend quite so much time on documents I'm assuming you already have all arranged. So enjoy your early morning session. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo. Appreciate your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll be back and see you at 9.
And she lived.
Good morning,
strong.
El Dorado County. It is 9:05 and we are back from closed session. It's nice to see a large contingency, the audience today. And so I will reconvene into open session. And County Council, do we have any closed session reports?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard item number 31, and there is no action to report out.
All right, thank you. And today is a bittersweet day. It is our CAO Dawn Ashton's last official board meeting. So that's, I think that's really weird for all of us. And I think we all have a lot of mixed emotions today. And we are also recognizing Carolyn Brooks today soon. So also mixed emotions, a happy celebration, but a weird day. So anyway, Pastor Cook, we are so delighted you were with us today to help walk us through this momentous day.
There you go. I saw that was red. So I'd asked that I would be able to pray today, so that a prayer over Dawn, and because short term we're here. I was trying to think about how to honor him, because I appreciate his leadership so much. A couple 3 years ago, when I was coming to pray, I tried to give a coffee gift card to one of the landscape crew who was cleaning, because he's doing such a great job, and he said, I can't take that because it's a violation, ethics violation. So which tells you the quality of the people that we have working in the county. So I had actually intended to give Dawn today a condo in the Bahamas. But I remembered that story. So I do have a coffee card that I'm going to give to you, Madam Chair, that on Friday when he leaves, next Friday, just hand it to him. So there's no ethics investigation for Dawn in the last 2 weeks.
I would be proud to do that,
Yeah.
Pastor Cook.
A cup of coffee for you. And you lost out on a condo in the Bahamas. So now if we could pray, please. Dear Heavenly Father, this world that we live in is full of imperfect people seeking to do their best for the best, who are oftentimes holding back imperfect people who are living at their worst, threatening to bring the worst. And the Bible tells us that you're a God of order that has created structures and systems and laws and placed people in positions of authority to bless the righteous and to punish those who are not. And all of this is done imperfectly by imperfect people. It's for this reason that we are also people in desperate need of grace and mercy. We're people in need of wisdom greater than ourselves, because we all want our best ultimately. Thank you for a country and a state, a county of freedom and order. Imperfect in so many ways. First of all, the people who lead us, of which I'm one of the most imperfect, and yet extraordinarily blessed. Thank you for giving us your grace and mercy every day, allowing us to pursue the ideals of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And I thank you for these leaders here in this room, and each of those that you have strategically placed around our county in government, in business, in law enforcement, in education, in healthcare, in philanthropy, not-for-profit, and religion. Give them the moral conviction to live with integrity, pursuing a greater good for all of the citizens of this county. Give them the courage to make decisions that will lead us forward. Give them the discernment to know the difference between good and evil. Give them the protection to guard their minds and their hearts and their bodies from the attacks of those who would seek to harm them and to harm the peace of our community. And Heavenly Father, I pray particularly for our law enforcement community tasked to protect us in times of increasing violence in our nation, where the scourge of death and destruction is increasingly seen against innocents. And Heavenly Father, protect us and protect the women and the men who protect us. And we pray for peace in our world, where we see increased aggression by kingdom building world leaders who are threatening the stability of peace around our world. Protect those who are serving in our military around the world to protect our freedoms and the freedoms of our allies. Bring them home safely and quickly. And Heavenly Father, I pray a particular blessing over Dawn and Ann Ashton as they head into a new season. Thank you for Don's integrity, for his perseverance, for his hard work and sacrificial leadership. This provided stability and guidance and wisdom through so many major crises in our county over the years. Thank you for his service. And may this be a season of blessing and rest for all of the heavy labor that he has endured through the years. I pray over Don and Ann the blessing that Aaron in the Bible was commanded to pray over his people. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And may we all find the way to live under this blessing and be this blessing in the world. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. That was beautiful. And at this time, I'm going to make an executive decision, momentary executive decision. And Supervisor Parlin, if you don't mind, I'd like Dawn to lead us in Pledge of Allegiance today.
Nice. Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So with that, we have the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. Are there any changes from fellow board members or comments?
No changes.
No changes. No changes.
Supervisor Lane?
One comment.
Absolutely.
First of all, congratulations to Supervisor Parlin for consent item number 3 with the chili bar.
Yes.
I know that that's something that meant a lot to you.
Thank you.
So it's neat to see that come to fruition. And I also want to comment on consent item number 6, which is the appointment of the Measure S Oversight Committee for District 5. And I think it's a really well-balanced committee that we've put together, and I look forward to watching them and do their hard work. So thank you on both of those.
Thank you for being a part of that.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And I have 2 comments. Item number 17, I'd like to give kudos to our Department of Transportation for their quick and diligent and ongoing response to the storms. They've worked so hard to restore our county roadways. And I know that work is ongoing, but they've done an amazing job responding to that huge challenge. And also I'd like to comment on item number 19. We appreciate the work and the oversight of the grand jury. And I know there's a couple of members with us this morning today and look forward to their comments during comments on the consent calendar. Appreciate their work. So with that, Kim.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning.
Good morning. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Number 9. It's Supervisor Thomas recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing March as Civil Grand Jury Awareness Month. So I came up to the podium to make us aware of number 9. As we know, our grand jury is extremely important, and the notoriety about grand jury is across the nation. In different places, grand juries are meeting today or any day to be able to make sure on an oversight basis that government's working effectively. I assume that by you putting this on today, that you thought, as I do, that it was extremely important to also recognize those volunteers that do volunteer for being on the grand jury. It's quite a commitment to do that. There's a lot of research that has to go on, and they have to be from the moment that they decide to. I think they swear them in. I've never been on a grand jury, but I believe they get sworn in, and from that moment on, they're expected to complete their work, and that work sometimes takes a while. So, with that in mind, Chair. Thank you for recognizing and for me for coming up here to recognize the grand jury. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the consent calendar in the boardroom? All right. Let's go online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for the adoption of the agenda and the approval of consent calendar.
I want to make one comment before we approve it.
All right.
You know, I sat on the grand jury in 2015. And it's a great organization, it really is. And they donate a lot of their time for all the research that they do. And there's a lot of research that goes in, especially some of the issues and the items that we, so I was a privilege, and I encourage everybody to at least serve one term on the grand jury.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Do I have a motion?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with no changes.
Thank you, Kim.
Move to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you. All right, at this point, we will move on to our 9 o'clock time allocation. Our library director proclamation. Don.
Item number 27 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, recognize Carolyn Brooks, El Dorado County Director of Library Services, on her retirement from the county after a career spanning almost 4 decades, and approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation.
Thank you, Kim. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to read the proclamation.
Please, and actually, I'd like to invite Carolyn to come up to the podium so we can celebrate her in front and center. Good morning. Welcome, Carolyn.
Thank you.
All right, here we go. So whereas Carolyn Brooks launched her career almost 4 decades in education and library services in 1984 in San Jose, California, where she taught every grade from pre-K through 12th. And whereas Carolyn's tenure in El Dorado County began in 2007, when she was appointed Youth Services Librarian at the El Dorado Hills Branch Library, where she developed an outreach program serving 45 childcare and preschool facilities and implemented new projects, including Homework Center, Teen Council, and Pirates at the Library. And whereas through successive promotions in El Dorado County, Carolyn has served the library system as branch manager, library services manager, and community/school liaison, finally being appointed the county's Director of Library Services in January 2020. And whereas Carolyn has fostered collaboration and developed partnerships with the California State Library, the El Dorado County Office of Education, the county's Health and Human Services Agency, Community Services Districts, First 5 El Dorado, and local businesses. And whereas Carolyn has devoted countless hours of her own time to improving her community through volunteer work on the Board of Directors of Motherlode Rehabilitation Enterprises, where she has served on its Human Resources, Public Relations, and Fund Development Committees. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does, with appreciation and gratitude, recognize Carolyn Brooks for her long and significant contributions to the county and for a career throughout which she has exemplified the gold standard of public service. Upon approval by the board, this will have been passed and adopted effective the 21st day of February, 2023.
Thank you, Don. Welcome, Carolyn. We're just delighted to honor you today. And I know the board will have a few words, but if you'd like to say something at this time, I invite you to do so.
I would love to just say a few things. You can see a lot of my family is here. Our family's Hispanic, and my grandmother, Mary, was the leader of our clan, and she taught all of us that we could be and do anything we wanted to achieve, and that it was our responsibility to be members of society, members of our communities that helped and supported. And I think that, you know, as I look back for 4 decades of work in the community, I'd like to think today she's looking down saying, yep, Carolyn, you did it. And I just also want to say what an honor it has been to work for El Dorado County. I think our county is very special. The way that we work together, the way that from everyone, from the CIO's office to the board, to my incredible staff, the other departments, everyone is always focused on what's best for our community members. And we never lose sight of that. There's never this nonsense happening about, well, but I did this and I did that. You don't see that here. It's how do we come together? How do we work together? How do we achieve the most with what we have? And so many of us do not have a lot in our county, yet we achieve more in our county with collaboration and cooperation than I see across the state and other agencies that have gobs of money. So I just really want to share what an honor and privilege it has been to work for this county and for all of you over these years. And know that as I move forward into my retirement with all of my family and fun things that are going to happen, I will still keep my fingers in. There are still projects I'll be working on. The R gene, the responsibility gene runs strong in my family, and it's what gives us joy. And I thank you for the proclamation today.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn. I know the board has a few words, and Supervisor Turnbull, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to talk because Carolyn, you know, you've been very, very special for this county. I want to say that. And we worked a lot, especially getting those little small refrigerators, especially for the children, the nutrition that they need when they get out of school. They have a place to go, you know, to the library, and then they have good nutritional food there, and working with the El Dorado County Food Bank. So thank you for that, working with me, and we got this thing done. Also, we're still going to work on that coffee shop.
are.
Remember that.
Yes, we are.
So anyway, thank you for everything you've done, especially the community hubs and everything else you've done. You're very, very special to this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member?
I'd like to wait till after public comment, please.
All right, great. Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, I think we will we will bring it back to the board. Thank you for reminding me, Supervisor Parlin.
Well, I like us to wrap it up.
Yes, to wrap it up. So we will do that. So at this point, we'll invite you to sit, take a seat and invite other members in the community to come up. So Carolyn, or I'm sorry, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. I'm always so impressed by Kim that she can do that over and over and over
Right.
again. Good morning. I'm Kathy Guerrero, and I am the Executive Director with First 5 El Dorado Children and Families Commission. We have been the leader for collective impact on your work for community hubs. And I'm here today because I'm really going to miss Carolyn. I first met Carolyn in 2007 when the library came calling, and we had Lakeshore gift bucks, and we were trying to figure out how we could do something different. And I remember her lined up with Jeannie, and we were handing out these going, what do you think? What do you think? And from there, the most amazing thing happened. There was a chemistry, there was an innovation, there was a way of seeing public services done differently. And I know that both Dawn has touched on it in the resolution and Carolyn said it as well. And actually, even from your board, the amount of innovation that has been started with Jeannie and Carolyn and led by Carolyn, actually in the back of planes and cars, has transformed the way that we work with our community. It is transformed. It's created safe spaces in our community where anyone can walk in. And as a parent of a child with special needs in the early days, I would have never taken them to a library. But let me tell you, and Jeannie started it and Carolyn continued it. Libraries are noisy. They're a welcoming place. And who knew that just by opening our doors to families with young children, we would then embark on this journey that grew, and it grew into youth, it grew into seniors, it grew into veterans through our Community Hub project. And not only has she led this here, she's led this across the state. So Carolyn's time at the library has created community hubs as a model across the state that folks can apply and replicate locally. She's spoken at national conferences about the work that we have done and about how we rethink the four walls that we have in each community and the way that we leverage the resources and do things differently. She's written a tremendous amount of grants. I think we should go collect them, that brought in and augmented the work that we've done. And she's taken what was a library that was certainly celebrated by their community and lifted it up to be a gold standard for public service in our community. She's brought such incredible vision to the work that we've done, and it's really going to be hard to not have her in that role anymore. I'm very appreciative of the bar that's been set by the work that we do in the community. And I'm very excited for her in this next chapter and hope to join her there someday out, on vacation and swimming, and just wanted to honor her today and say these words. So thank you.
Well said, Kathy. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak at this time? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. Who would like to start us off?
I'll go.
All right, Supervisor Parker.
So Carolyn, when Jeannie Amos announced her retirement, we were all terrified, I think, because those were really large shoes to fill. And you not only filled them, I think you stuffed them. It's been amazing. And the proclamation said it so well. Collaboration. We are learning that throughout the county on everything we do, bringing in all the departments together to serve our residents. It has been, I'm just so proud and pleased and supportive of that. So I just wish you the best. And I know you're going to be keeping in touch. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, and I just want to echo all of the contributions you made in terms of grant writing. Without your efforts and knowing where to tap into those resources, we wouldn't have had the limited funds to get to where we are. So the community hubs are fantastic, the growing responsibility, the mobility programs in terms of bringing services to the hubs for people. All those things are fantastic examples of the gold standard that's been set. So you're leaving a bigger pair of shoes to fill for your successor than what Jeannie did, but that's the way it should be, right? Every different leader should be expanding the programs and making them better within the resources they have available. In your case, you were able to bring in resources beyond our expectations, and that was an incredible feat. So hopefully we'll be able to continue in that light and bring more resources in and continue to expand the programs. But thank you from the deepest part of my heart.
Well said. Thank you. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, we work really good together. I'm going to miss you a lot, I'll tell you. So thank you for all your input and all your help.
And I think my colleagues have, talked about so many of your highlights and your accomplishments. I think all I can add is Grandma Mary would be incredibly proud. Well done, thou good and faithful servant. And you have been your servant's heart has just shown in everything you've done, which has allowed you to be a tremendous blessing and allowing your gifts to flow through you for the good of our community. And I also would like to acknowledge your incredible leadership during COVID. As Kathy articulated, your intent to serve and bless and your creative spirit, as well as your depth of resources and knowledge of the resources of our state and your connections at that level allowed you to rethink those four walls of our libraries and pivot to meet the unknown needs of our community. None of us knew what our community needed at that time, that everything was changing and disrupted. And yet you were a calm and steady presence with your incredible library support to be the calm in the storm and allow our libraries to be those really havens of support for our community. And just so proud of that work. And that was articulated throughout our county staff. And you helped lead the way and inspire other departments to rethink and to pivot and to meet our community's ever-changing needs. So may this next chapter of your life be a tremendous blessing. And just please know you leave an ongoing legacy. And we're very grateful for your service to El Dorado County, and you will be missed. So
I would love to move that we approve this item.
I'll second it.
all right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And at this point, we'd like to have you come on down and present you with a proclamation. And Tiffany, if I can get you to take a picture, we'd like
Photo
to.
op, photo op.
Photo op, yes, absolutely commemorate this occasion. So come on down, board.
We love our photo ops.
Oh, no, darn. Oh, no.
Yeah, no way. Do you know how many photos you're gonna be in today?
Lost your
So
mouth today, Don,
many.
so we're gonna do that.
So many.
So Carol, it's just a privilege to present this to you. Thank you so much. All right. Come on in.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. Turn her around.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're not the oldest. That's the thing. Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yep. Changing of the guard.
Man, I tell you, when she told me she was going to retire, it just kind of
It just
took the
sucks. The-
sails out of it.
Absolutely. That just
Broke
sucks
my
life
heart.
out.
Well, that was a really nice way to start our day.
I prefer to be on that side. I don't like when you.
We got so many things going on.
We'll give a few minutes for the,
Yeah, we can knock a couple things
all
out,
right,
right?
yes. All right. So with that, Kim, I think we'd like to start with item number 22.
Item number 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board approve a step increase from step 1 to step 4 for Olivia Bryan Cooper, Interim Director of Health and Human Services Agency.
Thank you, Kim. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're bringing this item forward to you today for consideration, and I recognize this is not the norm for giving step increases to interim department heads. But there's a little story, a reason behind why I'm bringing this recommendation to you. It's been about a year since the board approved a conceptual direction to restructure Health and Human Services. I think most people that I talk to, both internal to HHSA and external, feel the organization is too large to be able to be effectively managed in El Dorado County. And the board gave direction to staff to do that reorganization, but quite frankly, we simply haven't had time or the resources to do it. And with Olivia in the seat, she's gotten off to an incredible start, quite frankly. She has implemented some new programs. Most recently, her leadership with her staff, the Navigation Center. But more importantly than that to me is she's developed very strong relationships with partner departments in the county, specifically with the Sheriff's Office, the Auditor Controller's Office, those that Health and Human Services works with so closely. And so we really had two options. We asked Olivia to stay in an interim role because she is not interested in the permanent position for an organization that size. Have her stay in an interim role, or we do another recruitment and hire someone else likely from external from the county to come into the organization. And I don't think that's the way to go right now. I think that would be disruptive to the organization. And we want to give some time to do this restructuring, and Olivia is willing to help lead those efforts if we can get the resources in. So with that context, I'm recommending a step increase to step 4, because we'll be asking her to lead this organization for an indefinite period of time. I would estimate at least a year to get through all that. And then staff will be bringing a contract back to the board to hire a consultant with a background in health and human services to help with the restructuring of that effort. And that should be coming within the next few weeks. We've already been in conversations with that. So that's the reason for the item before you today. It is increase from step 1, which is our normal protocol, to step 4 from 16,196 to 18,749 per month effective February 2023. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. We can go from there.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Are there any questions at this point on this board item? Supervisor Turnbull.
I just want to say, there was a big disconnect with HHSA and the Sheriff's Department and our auditor controller. And with Olivia there, they really love her. They do. And she has brought those two departments, together now, where there was a big disconnect for a long time. So I want to, tell her, and I appreciate all you've done, especially healing the distance between the two departments. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Any other questions or comments at this point? No? All right, I think we're ready for public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, I'm speaking in behalf of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. This is unusual to go from 1 to 4. I respect our, you're still the CAO, right? I just want to make sure. I respect our CAO because he worked in HHSA. And so more than anyone, he knows what it takes to be successful. And he identifies with the people that he's met that can be successful. In this case, I think his explanation is all that needs to be said, though I always have comments to make. The one thing I would add is in terms of our salaries and our benefits, I know it's critically important to have the right people, but El Dorado County can only afford a certain amount of money. And there is a point in time when I'm saying to you, you're going to have to say no. In this case, HHSA gets so much funding, grants and outside funding. It's not general fund. And I think that's an important part of also this particular item. But I'm wondering when, it has being a former county employee, I'm wondering when that time will come when we just can't afford it anymore. And that means that on a California basis too, other jurisdictions. So in that regard, though, I do support this item. Thank you, CAO, for explaining the backstory. Thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom? We're ready for online comments, Kim.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
I will bring this back to the board for Supervisor.
Madam Chair, I'm going to move the item for approval.
Yes, and I just want to extend a huge thank you to Olivia for stepping into this role and for already making significant changes to bring folks together. Again,
Right.
kind of what we talked about with Carolyn, that collaboration, that is how we get things done. And we're seeing it again here. So thank you, Olivia. I just wanted that said. So thank
Perfect.
you.
I'll second Supervisor Heidel's motion.
We have a motion and a second. And before we take a final vote, I do have a final comment and like to second my colleagues' comments. Olivia, I'm sure you're watching, but we deeply appreciate your willingness to step into this role. And already you are making a marked difference in bringing that department together and bringing our other departments in our community together in order to best serve the immense amount of constituents that Health and Human Services serves. And really look forward to your leadership and your insights as we, potentially move forward with a consultant to remake and rethink HHSA and move it forward in a positive direction. So I'm really, we've had a lot of turmoil and a lot of stops and starts this last year in terms of how we were going to move forward with the leadership of Health and Human Services. And I'm really excited at where we've landed and feel really optimistic about the future of being able to work together as an organization to really best serve our residents. So really excited by this. And with that, let's go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So congratulations, Olivia, and thank you. All right. We are on another fun item, number 23.
Item number 23 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, assign Tiffany Schmidt into acting status for Chief Executive Administrative Officer at Step 2 of the salary range effective February 25th, 2023, and 2, appoint Tiffany Schmidt as interim Chief Administrative Officer at Step 3 of the salary range effective March 25th of 2023.
Good morning, Joey. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good morning, board. Joey Carrasco, Human Resources. This item is for the board to consider appointing Tiffany as the CAO. You'll notice there's 2 different salary steps and it's a technical issue, but while Dawn is still the current CAO, the rules don't allow for there to be an interim. So you'll see that item number 1 on this item is to appoint Tiffany in acting status. That's so there can be an overlap between her and Dawn. And then after Dawn leaves later in March, Tiffany would become, the interim CAO at that point. So that's the item. So there is one other thing, the salary differences. Take into account the fact that Don Ashton, as CAO, received a 3% differential that was part of his employment contract. When Don leaves, that 3% differential kind of goes with him. It's gone too. So we needed to factor in the fact that the salaries technically on our salary chart will go down by 3%, hence the higher step for Tiffany so that she's not taking a pay cut. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Great. Thank you for that explanation,
Sure.
Joey, in this slightly unorthodox.
Yeah,
it is.
It's kind of confusing.
A little confusing.
Any other questions from the board at this point? All right, well, let's take public comment on this and then bring it back to the board for action. Thank you, Joey.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'd like to acknowledge that Chris gave a thumbs up from the back, so thank you for that, Chris. That's perfect. All right, let's go online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I think I'm on a roll here.
Yeah.
So again, in the spirit of transition and change and folks really stepping up to help us through this, thank you, Tiffany. I've already seen you start getting more engaged the last, I don't know, several months, maybe. I don't know. Time is a blur right now with so much going on, but I really appreciate taking this on and seeing how it fits. And I think we're all very excited and I look forward to working with you. So thank you.
Well said, Supervisor Parlin. Thank you. Any other comments?
Can I move to approve them?
Actually, I have one more comment,
there you go.
then
Yeah.
I'll come back to you. So I think Mike Supervisor Parlin said it very well, and my comments to Olivia also are a direct reflection on you. I feel just very proud and grateful that you have stepped up, recognizing that with this position as well, the board has had a lot of stops and starts, and we haven't found the right fit. And I am also a firm believer that sometimes we just need to not force things, and that the right things come to surface in the right time. And I feel that way about you, Tiffany. You're ready for this, and we've got your back. We appreciate you stepping into this role, recognizing what immense shoes you are filling. And I think you have the full confidence of the board that we are moving in the right direction for the good of our county and the residents that we also diligently serve. And really excited to work with you in this capacity. And so welcome. Really excited about it. So do you have any comments before we vote?
I know, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Just thank you. Honestly, I have a lot of humility, so it's just hard to understand that I'm even here, right? I grew up in the county. So I appreciate the confidence, and it's so hard to come behind the guy that's sitting down there, Don Ashton, because he's just done such an amazing job, but I will do my best to serve you and the county.
We have every confidence, and you're not done. And we need Tiffany right now. And we
That's
look forward to that. So with that, I hear a motion at the end, Supervisor Parlin?
Thank you. Yes.
Do I have a second? Actually, I will second it.
There you go.
So
Thank
all
you.
those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So welcome, Tiffany, and thank you. Okay, we are on a roll.
Thomas,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, we've already had public comment on this item?
Oh, we have.
Yes, we
Okay.
have.
That's
So
what I was waiting
thank
for.
you. I'm so sorry.
All right.
All right, so we have 15 minutes. Which one do we suggest? At number 24? Yeah, let's go to 24. That looks like a quick one. Yeah, so Kim, go ahead and read it.
Item number 24 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution, one, adopting a new salary scale for the alternate public defender, district attorney, public defender, sheriff, coroner, public administrator, county council, and chief administrative officer classifications, and two, authorizing the compensation of employees in the alternate public defender, district attorney, public defender, sheriff, coroner, public administrator, county council, and chief administrative officer classifications for back pay resulting from the delay in implementation of the required salary increases.
That was a mouthful.
It was Joey Carrasco again, Human Resources, and I'm going to try to really simplify this if I can. So on January 3rd of this year, the board approved a resolution that resulted in the salary changes for those classifications that are linked to Charter 504. And the board also approved a cumulative 10% increase to the CAO classification. It also happened that this past December, typically we do Charter 504 adjustments towards the end of the year, November, December, but things were delayed because Amador County was considering changing one of their classifications, and it ended up happening, but that resulted in us being late to the game to implement our Charter 504 changes. With all of that, there was an error in the calculations, and I'll take full responsibility for that. It started with how the sheriff is linked to the undersheriff salary. It was a very slight error. However, that kind of created a domino effect where the sheriff's salary was slightly understated. I'm talking maybe 70 cents an hour. And that also resulted in the DA, the public defender, the alternate public defender, and so on. So we had to go back and correct that. We've done that. This board is requesting your authorization for us to work with payroll to get these salaries corrected. And it also speaks to the CAO salary that was also miscalculated. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's kind of an overview. We discovered it during an audit internally, and we realized that it was miscalculated slightly.
Right, that was an effective explanation. Thank you so much. Any further questions from the board? Great. We'll take public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning. Carol Lewis, President of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. I'm breaking the kumbaya moment here. The Board of Supervisors reference agenda 230417 and resolution 038-2023. The Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County believes in transparency of our government's decision-making process. I am addressing the board in regarding to agenda item 24, this date of February 21, 2023. This item has not met our transparency level for the general public, neither by timing or the ability of the general public to view agenda item 24 without digging deeper into what this item truly means to the taxpayer. The Taxpayers Association has diligently reviewed the county charter over the last few months, and we see attempted connection of 504 to other salaries and benefit packages in resolution 038-2023. Charter 504 directly states the employee comparable class of position shall mean a group of positions substantially similar in respect to qualities and or duties or responsibilities stated in the charter. Resolution 038-2023 does not meet that definition. Our question to you is, why are you continuing to tie other employee and elected classifications to Charter 504 and law enforcement? By inserting the sheriff, coroner, public administrator, you are tying your hands to negotiate salaries for these other positions. You are beginning to set a policy, as you did on January 3rd, 2023, by giving county council 1% over the sheriff's salary. I hope you have also considered the 2% pay increase into perpetuity for all county employees for inflation on August of 2022. On January 30th, 2023, the CAO Don Ashton spoke before the Taxpayers Association and the general public on Zoom. In that presentation, the CAO admitted on questioning that you, the Board of Supervisors, are building a house of cards by tying other employee classifications than elected to 504 and county charter. The state Supreme Court has ruled if any city or county goes bankrupt, they will not be exempt from their CalPERS obligations. That means the taxpayer must pay regardless of your decision to approve this agenda item 230417. But this approval will only put a higher burden on the taxpayer. As more and more money is committed to CalPERS and higher salaries, there will be less and less services to our communities. You will be forced to raise fees, fines, penalties, reassessments, and permit fees to fill the cash void. This could also mean laying off county employees. And the Taxpayers Association is asking you to stop using Charter Item 504 to boost salaries and pensions and losing control of your negotiating ability. You are clouding the intent of 504. This is an abuse of a power against the residents of Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else in the boardroom?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, I will bring that back to the board for action. And comment.
Since this is Don Ashton's last meeting.
Yes.
with the board in the county, and he was specifically called out in this comment by Taxpayers Association, and I did watch it on Zoom. I'm just gonna give him an opportunity if he wants, doesn't have to say something.
Great,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. A few years ago, when Charter 504 resulted in the undersheriff making more than the sheriff, we had this conversation with the board, and I believe I advised the board at that time of the policy risks of making the sheriff the highest paid person, which is not required in 504. It stops at the undersheriff. The counter argument to that, and I still agree with that. I don't think Charter 504 is good public policy.
It isn't.
But it's creating internal compensation conflicts that we all have to wrestle with. And while the board back when we put the sheriff to be a certain percentage above the undersheriff, it's not good public policy to have the sheriff be paid less than the undersheriff either. So you're left with two bad policy decisions you have to make. And then we talked about it at that time. Other department heads will come with similar arguments to be paid more because you're creating an internal compensation conflict. So then you have the sheriff and the DA, and quite frankly, you have the undersheriff and I think even a captain being compensated more than your CAO and your county council, which is unprecedented throughout the state of California. So you're, because of 504 that the voters approved however many years, long time ago, you're stuck with two bad policy decisions you have to try to navigate. And your board could be criticized for either one of those policy decisions you have to make, but you have to make it. And that's what you were elected to do. I do agree. And I believe I did say that if we were to tie every employee in the county to this 504, we couldn't afford it. It's not sustainable. And someday we're going to have to stop, or 504 is going to have to go away. It is compounding, but where you are today, you have a very difficult choice to make in navigating that, because if you don't compensate your people fairly and consistently with other counties, good talent will choose not to apply here. So then you're stuck with less talent trying to come because they'll get less compensation. And the reality is when you look at the hierarchy of any organization, the people who are paid the most are typically with the most authority and responsibility. And if you pay your CAO, your county council, or go down the list, less than the undersheriff and the captains, that's a discrepancy that doesn't make sense organizationally. So while Ms. Lewis was correct, I don't think it's sustainable. I don't know what other options you have with the parameters that you have to work within at this time.
Thank you so much for that, Don. And I think you've articulated beautifully, as you know, Carol, that this is a very challenging and complex situation. And as this board continues to struggle with hiring, department heads and other leadership positions, our hands are tied with our salary schedules, and we have to work within those realities. And until we get to the point, and our citizens get to the point to understand our charter, which is a heavy, heavy lift, and are willing to undo it, we are stuck within this reality. And I don't think we're quite there yet, but there will, as you say, there will come a time where our charter is no longer sustainable, and we're going to have to really engage with the citizens of El Dorado County to undo that, which is a really heavy lift. So
Agreed.
with
And
that, yes.
just back to this item specifically, this was just to correct a decision, the calculations for a decision we made back in January, but it is an opportunity to talk about it. So
Right.
thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Carol. And with that, I'll go ahead and move the item if everybody's, are we done with comments?
I just want to make one comment and stuff. We need to get a handle on this, because somewhere along the line, somewhere down the road, if we don't, we're going to be in a world of hurt. So that's something that this board needs to address in the future. So
Thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to basically reiterate what's been said, but on January 3rd, nothing personal, I did vote against that motion because I understood the ramifications that we just keep tacking onto it, and it's not making the matter any better. The item before us today is clearing up a calculation error. So I will vote in favor of this cleanup, but I would really like to have charter review. I think they would be the logical ones to take a look at. Well, it's got to start somewhere. The charter, it's in our charter. So having the charter review committee start it might be a first step. It might not be the last step, but it might be a first. But something's got to be done. And I also think that having the California Highway Patrol as part of the calculation, part of the comparisons, they are a very expensive agency. And for us to base our salaries on them, I know it works well for the law enforcement. And I step aside from that and say, again, we have to make it sustainable for our county. And this is not sustainable and we're adding to it. So I would implore that something needs to be done sooner than later.
Does it need to be done that soon, do you think, CEO? Are we at that point? Because maybe we need to bring an item back to create an ad hoc or something really thoughtful.
That's a hard question, the timing of it. I mean,
Yeah.
if, my opinion, even if you were to start those conversations today, it ultimately has to go to a vote of the people. So you're
Right.
looking at a special election or 2 years out. It's going to take,
Oh, yeah,
it's
it's
going to
gonna
be a
take a while.
lengthy process. So I'm not to be here, so it's easy for me to say this. The sooner you can start, the better. But you have to balance that with your other priorities and things. And that is going to be, as Supervisor Thomas said, a huge lift
It is.
to get the public to understand
Yeah.
the complexities of it and the challenges it creates.
Right.
And our charter review committee is currently underway, and
Mhm.
we're reviewing that. We haven't, seen the outcome of their deliberations, but they are currently working on their recommendations, just for the public's knowledge. Supervisor Heidel.
No, I just want to echo that. I think the Charter Review Committee is where that discussion should start in terms of socializing the activities. It doesn't necessarily define where the board should go with a proposal to the voters to change 504. But if it doesn't happen there as a starting point, we're going to go another 2 years without any new starting point. So I think that discussion has been had at some low level at the Charter Review Committee meetings. I don't think they've gotten much public response to it, which is the unfortunate part of this. Why have a Charter Review Committee if we're not going to get sufficient public inputs to know what the public interests are relative to proposed changes to the charter? So it's kind of a difficult thing to deal with. We've got a committee focused on doing it, but yet they don't seem to be able to communicate with the public because the public doesn't have an interest, isn't responding, whatever it is, which generally means people think things are okay the way it is. And yet we hear about this situation that isn't sustainable, but the public doesn't seem to care.
Right.
So that's what I have a quandary with. Why is it that the public doesn't care more to get involved with discussions at that level of the Charter Review Committee's at? So,
And yet it's the public, they're the only people that can change it.
Well, right.
well, they can make proposals. They really can't change it,
Well,
but they can
by a
make
vote of the people,
proposals.
by the vote of the
Right,
people is
right,
what I'm
right,
talking
right.
about.
Which again is why I really think that if we're going to do this, we need to have a chit chat with our CAO about the right way to pursue this. And it may be an ad hoc, honestly.
I see the CAO's button pushed.
And thank you. Supervisor Heidel got to it before I could, but just to let the board and the public know that the Charter Review Committee is discussing 504 at their next meeting. But recognizing that it takes perhaps that discussion and some leadership from the board.
Exactly.
If, at some point the board would like, we could convene an ad hoc committee. I've actually found those very, very useful with this particular board. So we can tackle some of those difficult issues.
Thank you so much,
I
Tiffany.
just-
Really appreciate
When they
that.
have the charter review meetings and stuff here, right here in the chambers and stuff, it's just disappointing that there's no public here. Because I've been in here, went by and there's just not very many people. It needs to get out there more so you can get the people more involved. So that's all I have to say.
I do believe we have a motion on the table from Supervisor Parlin. Do we have a second for this item?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you for the good discussion, and obviously there will be more to come on this item. All right, so with that, we can convene the 10 o'clock item. Kim?
Item number 28 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file the attached report relative to the Community Economic Development Advisory Committee and provide direction to staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. I'll be taking the lead on this item as well. So the board may recall on January 3rd, we had the first meeting of the year. We typically do all the board appointments to commissions and committees. There was at least one, maybe two appointments for CDAC on that item. And the board decided to hold off on making any of those appointments until we could have a review of CDAC and its structure. And you directed the CIO's office to come back within 90 days. I felt it was important to try to get this done before the change in the administration, simply because of the history I had with it, and also the level of independence. Instead of having staff from the Economic Development Division do the review. So Kim, can you pull up the presentation, please? There is a memo and the report is attached. I'm not going to go through the whole report, but I did pull out highlights of it for this PowerPoint slide deck to kind of walk us through where I believe what the recommendations are, and the board can discuss how you want to move forward with that. So the first, and I think the most important finding that we need to keep in mind is that we have an economic development element of our strategic plan. And first, that is not a mandated element. The county chose to add that element to the general plan, not the strategic plan, the general plan. But now that it is in the general plan, it carries the full force of any mandated element of the general plan. We have to comply with it. And a statement in the general plan, it says it requires a collaborative approach that utilizes the economic development providers network or other board of supervisors policies to advise and recommend to the board policies and course of action that will facilitate the county's economic vitality. I will share at this time that the general plan does not define what that economic development providers network is. So I'm making the assumption that's CDAC because that's the only body that's out there, although there could be other ways to meet the intent of that general plan, but that's where we are right now.
Yeah, can I ask a question
Yes,
just to clarify that though? The general plan was adopted, what, 2004 finally?
2004. Yeah.
CDAC wasn't created till 2006. So, I mean, would it be safe to say that the board created CDAC in a way to try to implement the general plan or something? I mean,
Yes, Supervisor Parlin, that's why I believe CDAC or EDAC, whatever it's been called, multiple names. The timing of that coming in after the adoption of the general plan makes me believe that the intent of the board was to have that body serve as the providers network.
it really would have helped if they had called what it was in the general plan the same to make that clear, because I've scratched my head about this element in the general plan since I started looking at the general plan and it's never made any sense. So, okay, thank you.
So perhaps we rename it?
Well, I'm not really sure if we're fulfilling the intent that was in the general plan, to be honest. It seems like, anyway,
Yeah.
there's
as we move
more.
forward. Okay.
There's more. And I want to note, these aren't all the findings that are included in the report, but I think they're the most relevant ones to the decision-making process you have before you. Next finding, CDAC does not have approved bylaws in place, but instead solely relies on Resolution 177-2017. I'll get to why I believe that's an important finding later. A review of the 2022 meeting minutes identified that CDAC did not have a full slate of members present for the meeting. And what I mean by that is of the 9 members of CDAC that should be filled, they never had all 9 people there. Variety of different reasons. Sometimes some was because perhaps a vacancy from a board member of the 5 board appointees, vacancies of the at-large members or members not showing up. But I found it relevant that of the makeup of the committee, not once during 2022 were all 9 members present. And it's important to note there was one member who should have been removed from the committee based on based on the resolution, but that action never took place because of the member's failure to show up, in which then inhibits the work the committee's trying to do. So the resolution that's in place right now states CDAC shall operate at the direction of the Board of Supervisors and in collaboration with the County Economic Development Division. And I want to note, in conversations I've had with members of CDAC, both current and past members, as well as staff in Economic Development Division, and quite frankly, my office, there's a fundamental disagreement on how this should be applied. From staff's perspective, it's beat into us. You take direction from the board and you don't do anything until you have that direction from the board. And that's how staff interpret this section. CDAC members' interpretation is that the directives from the board will be a priority within its work plan but that CDAC could add to its work plan if the item met the responsibilities listed within the resolution. I quite frankly don't feel that's an inappropriate interpretation of it. I can see how they would get there. The last time, it was in 2022, CDAC brought their work plan to the board. And I walked out of that meeting, the board meeting, thinking this is what they're going to be working on that year. And there were a couple examples where the CDAC talked about some different issues. They're identified in the report. When I asked them how they got there, why didn't they get board direction to pursue those items? The answer was, I thought it was a very valid answer. They said, well, how do we get it to the board without talking about it as a committee first to then see if we want to bring it to the board? Because a single CDAC member can't bring it to the board. So you have to get a majority of CDAC to say, we want to add this to our work plan. They have to talk about it in some level. Now, perhaps they went too far, perhaps they didn't, but I can see how that those differences in opinions of staff and CDAC could cause some, not conflict, that's way too strong of a word, but some consternation about how to move forward. And I can see how CDAC feels, well, how do we get new ideas to the board to talk about without talking about them first? So I hope that makes sense.
In the absence of bylaws.
In the absence of bylaws makes it hard, absolutely.
But
Yes.
I'm just going to add, I wholeheartedly agree with you. After we had that meeting and we set a work plan, I thought that's what they were going to be working on. And I did have a committee member check in with me that said they were going to be doing something else. And I said, well, wait a minute, that's not on the work plan. Let me check in with staff. Next thing I know, they're already talking about it. So that's where I'm having angst is that the work plan to me is a work plan, not negotiable, especially when it says, yeah, anyway, I'm very troubled by this.
Next one, based on discussions with county staff and CDAC members, there's agreement that CDAC historically has not received clear direction from the Board of Supervisors regarding the structure of adding items to the work plan. I think that's a fair finding in the context of what we're talking about. County staff and current members of CDAC agree that CDAC could be more effective if structured appropriately. And that one was really relevant to me because no one's saying we should get rid of CDAC or throw everything out, but everyone, all the relevant stakeholders are saying some changes need to be made to make it a more effective committee. What you will notice is this report does not go into what those changes should be. I drew the line there simply from time purposes, but also because you would need to incorporate a lot more stakeholders than just the opinion of the CAO's office to talk about changes and restructuring that committee. The next one, at this time, there are 3 policy and/or priority setting documents relative to the economic development in El Dorado County. We have our general plan, we have a strategic plan, and we have this resolution with CDAC. And there's a potential that those sometimes contradict each other or at a minimum are not consistent with each other, which could also create some confusion. All right, so then we get into some of my conclusions. Kind of talked about these already, but in order to comply with the county's general plan, we're required to have the providers network, which I believe at this time is CDAC, but it is undefined. CDAC has used staff time to discuss items that were not directed by the Board of Supervisors, but instead were added based on CDAC's list of responsibilities within the resolution, resulting in a diversion of staff time from other board directed priorities. Number 3, historically, CDAC has not received clear direction regarding the process for adding items to their work plan from the Board of Supervisors, which results in confusion and frustration for county staff as well as CDAC members. And then the existing resolution provides a process for removing committee members, but this process was not followed in 2022. And number 5, as I said, during 2022, CDAC did not have a full attendance at any of their regular meetings. They had to cancel their regular meeting in November due to a lack of a quorum, and they had to adjourn their December 2022 meeting early due to losing a quorum. I think they're 30, 45 minutes, maybe an hour in, and someone had to leave. They lost the quorum. That I can see why it'd be frustrating for members of CDAC who were there, staff who took the time to plan the meeting, do all that, only to have to end early. And if memory serves, those two meetings are primarily why CDAC isn't ready to bring their annual report to the board this year, because they haven't had a quorum to be able to meet. So. Conclusion number 6, with 3 non-mandated policy priority setting documents, it's difficult to establish a consistent short, medium, and long-term economic development strategy. Because again, they're not all consistent with each other. So the first recommendation is to direct CDAC to discontinue all existing work from the work plan, any other tasks they were working to address. That sounds strong, but I believe it's important, because we'll get to what I believe they should be tasked with doing for as much time as it takes this year to kind of hit the reset button. And that is that the board should appoint, each board member should appoint their member to CDAC to fill those 5 seats, and then ensure the at-large vacancies are filled. So you meet, where's the resolution right now that calls for 9 members of CDAC. And direct CDAC in collaboration with county staff to review similar committees, commissions, and other jurisdictions, including Placer County, and use that information to develop a set of bylaws for consideration and approval by the Board of Supervisors. I looked at about 4 or 5 other jurisdictions. They have similar committees or commissions set up. 2 were counties, 2 were cities. The city ones I felt didn't really fit with what the county's trying to do. And then one of the other counties we looked at, it was old, and it was really focused on CDBG block grants and things like that, which aren't relevant to us right now. Placer County seemed to be the most relevant. I'm not saying we just adopt theirs, but it's a different model. They meet quarterly. They have all their members are very business centric focused from different industries. So I thought that would be a good one to look at and see if that would serve El Dorado County well. But what I do think they should establish is a set of bylaws. And those bylaws should include, at a minimum, the membership and makeup of CDAC, guiding principles for CDAC, focusing on long-term economic development strategies. I will say that statement, which I agree with, came from the individual that is being, or was planning on being nominated by Supervisor Lane. I don't think that's changed when it comes back to the board.
That has not changed.
But I really appreciate his comments. He said, focus on where the county wants to be 10 years from now and start having those conversations now. And it's something we struggle with. Every organization struggles with, but really take that approach. The bylaws should include a meeting schedule, identifying the minimum number of meetings each year, a method to remove members for failure to attend CDAC meetings, and ensure that is followed. And then governance processes and expectations, including how items should be added to CDAC agendas and the board approved work plan. And then last recommendation, direct CDAC in collaboration with county staff to review the county's economic element of the general plan and the economic development goal of the strategic plan, to identify any inconsistencies or redundancies, and provide a recommendation to the board as to whether those should be eliminated, consolidated, or continue to be 2 separate documents. Before I turn it back over to the board for questions or comments, I do want to express my appreciation to Kyle Zimmelman and Karen Garner for the time they spent talking to me. I didn't pull the 4 bylaws from the other jurisdictions. It was Kyle that did that. So I appreciate his time in that. And I also want to express my appreciation to Gina Posey and Tamara Johnson, who met with me twice, I believe, for extended periods of time, and also took some time to review the initial draft of the report. They didn't really appreciate or like some of the comments in my initial draft. That's why we share the draft, because sometimes when you write it, you don't know that you're sending a message that you perhaps didn't mean to send. So but they provided some very good comments to it without, I believe, influencing or changing the recommendations or or the conclusions of the report. So thank you both for your time in those efforts. So I'll end there and answer any questions you have or see where you want to take this.
Thank you so much, Don. I really appreciate your work on this presentation and working with our staff and CDAC members in the community. This is a conversation that we needed to have, and I really appreciate you setting us up for that discussion. Supervisor Tidal.
Yes, I went back and looked at the charter relative to this Economic Development Providers Network. And it's kind of a curiosity to me because I don't remember back 20 years ago what was in place in terms of organizations and stuff, but the terms associated with objective 10.1.1 cooperative approach says utilize the Economic Development Providers Network or other Board of Supervisors recognized economic development organizations to advise and recommend. It goes on in subsequent policies to say that the Economic Development Providers Network will provide an annual report to the Board of Supervisors. It furthermore says the county shall be a representative and actively participate in the Economic Development Providers Network. So my read of that is at that point in time in 2004, there was an organization referred to as the Economic Development Providers Network. I don't know how you could come up with that kind of a title any other way.
Did anyone ever find that though? Because I searched,
I couldn't
nobody could
find it
find
either.
it. That's what's so
No,
weird.
I-
And you're right, it does sound like the county should participate in it, but there wasn't such a thing that we
So-
can find.
So I'm trying to uncover the pieces of the puzzle, but it seems like the board then decided that EDAC was going to be their representative group because for whatever reason, this Economic Development Providers Network never matured into being what they thought it was going to be, didn't have the right leadership, refused to make annual reports, whatever. So the charter is open from the standpoint of other groups. So I think given that history, that looking at where EDAC was and then the community part was added to EDAC to make it CDAC. And in my view, that was an important part of it because you don't just look at economic development in and of itself. You look at what are the community impacts of economic development. What are the mitigations that need to happen with certain types of economic development, right? So to me, putting the C was really important to understand it's a more holistic view of things. You got to look at community with the economic development. You can't separate the two. So I was very pleased with that. The fact that there was never a set of bylaws created is kind of confusing because a lot of the organizations that were formed by the board at some point in time have bylaws, but not all. And it kind of raises the question of if it isn't real clear in the resolution what that role is, why wouldn't we have a set of bylaws for every one of our commissions and committees that we're appointing people to? Because it's a lower level guidance document, in my opinion. It defines how you do your work at that committee or commission level. So my understanding and my belief is that we have been remiss as a board, as a county in not requiring a set of bylaws to be established with CDAC. And if we're successful in getting that done, I think we're going to be on a much clearer path in terms of having common purpose and seeing the end in sight and getting out there 7 to 10 years. What do we want to be in the future? I also took substantial time to look at Placer County's approach to it. My objective opinion is way too large a group. I think they have 22 members or something like that. I just don't see that as being workable in El Dorado County. In fact, I wonder how it's workable in Placer County.
Oh, can I ask, were they mostly industry folks though, representatives, or were they?
There's a
just-
wide groupings. There's like 4 or 5 major groupings of participants in that council. When I went through and looked at it, my assessment was, I don't think we need this one, but we definitely need this one. This one, I'm not so sure. So I actually went through and tried to do a mental thing. Who would we want in this committee? But I think it begs the question, do we want to have each supervisor appoint an individual, which is the way CDAC has operated? And then in addition to that, identify people in businesses, certain types of industrial pursuits, whatever it is, to also participate and essentially eliminate the at-large type of designation. Define people that we feel need to be participants in that lower level discussion of where are we going in 5 to 7 years? What are we going to be when El Dorado County expands and we see some major employers come into the county, like 2000, and all of a sudden these things they become the largest employer in El Dorado County, marginally with the basically county government. If an organization like that came in, that's significant change. So all of those things reflecting back on where we were, I think CDAC has a future. I think we can mold it and shape it to be something that we all feel is constructive.
But I want to make sure staff gives us the input on that in terms of, do they see it the same way the board sees it? Because they have to play an integral role in helping shape what this is. Because none of us are close enough to know the day-to-day things, the calls, the inquiries, the projects that are just starting, the ones that never got off the ground, as much as our economic development organization does. So I want to make sure that's an integral part of the discussion. So, yeah, please, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle Zolman, Economic Development. I do agree. I think hearing from those industry voices in one spot in one location would be beneficial. I'm doing that, here and there throughout meetings in the community, but to hear from, commercial real estate, medical, education, whatever those, agriculture, whatever those industries are, I think would be beneficial. And I think, like we said, like Don said, I think everybody knows there could be a better way to set this up to be more effective. And I think if we put that thought into really organizing this group to actually have those inputs and look at the long range plan, I think it could be beneficial. Yeah.
So do you think an ad hoc committee where we got together and looked at placer counties and how do we proceed from here? I guess maybe I'm jumping the gun, but
Well, no,
at
I
some
think
point we have to have a
it's
plan.
good to talk about that. How
Right.
are we going to get to where we want to go? And maybe we do need to vet out a little bit more about where we want to go, though.
Yes, yeah, agreed. So maybe I'm jumping the gun to go to that.
I will, if I could follow up, I've been a member, not a member. I was asked by Supervisor Briggs back in the day to start attending the CDAC meetings. So, and it was EDAC back then. And I'll be honest with you, I actually fought, there's recordings of me here saying, do not add the C to CDAC, because in my mind, CDAC has always kind of operated in a little bubble of its own. It doesn't have community meetings, doesn't reach out beyond the community, remember, I'm a community person that I had 200 or 300 people at my community meeting. So I have high expectations, I guess. And so to ask a group to reach out to the community, they really need to do it. And I do remember one iteration, and I will say iteration because CDAC has evolved so many times over the last couple decades. If you notice, there's 8 resolutions since it was created, in 2006. I think the board honestly has struggled with how to shape it and guide it, honestly, and to make it the most useful for staff. And I think the county keeps changing too, which is another reason why we keep having a hard time with knowing how to do this. One iteration did have a lot of industry members. I remember going to those meetings. I would just go as a member of the public. I would say from talking to some of those folks, and they're no longer around, so I can say this, they were very frustrated. They felt that even though they were there to represent industry and that forward thinking, the group always got stuck in the issue of the moment and the quagmire. And it never really took off to what it could have been. And a lot of those folks would just stop coming. And then I think that's probably why we got another resolution, another iteration. So I will also add that, I've met with Karen Garner and Kyle Zimmerman about this last fall. I really think that we needed to completely, I think it needs a complete overhaul. I really do. And to figure out what will meet the county's needs now. Because remember, we didn't have an economic development division, and we do now. And Kyle, I've got to give you props. You've really connected out there. I know that you're also, he's on the, what is it, Golden Sierra Job Training Agency, because I'm a board member on the governing board. He's a member of the workforce board, I believe it is. So, the more that we plug into existing entities, kind of in a weird way, as the general plan in my mind anticipated that we would plug into other, things in the area. I think the needs keep changing. And that's why I honestly have felt for many years that economic development element needs to come out of the general plan, because the world changes so rapidly. And it shouldn't be stuck in a document that really, we still don't, to this day, do not know what they were talking about. So that should come out of there. I do know that we've had some great conversations when we've done our big strategic planning meetings at the county. I think I've participated in 2 or 3 now. And economic development is like the hot topic that everybody wants to keep talking about, and we get great ideas. And so when I did talk to Karen and Kyle last fall, there was, a thought that maybe it would be better to pull it out. Get rid of the charter element, pull it out of the general plan, strategic plan, sorry, we have too many documents. Strategic plan, because that has become so large in there, and make it its own strategic planning document for economic development. Now that we have this well-established division, I just think that things keep changing so much, and that's why we keep struggling. And I said it earlier, I was really disappointed, or I was dissatisfied perhaps at the fact that someone did reach out to me and ask me what I said. And I was like, no, that wasn't on the work plan. Why are you pursuing this? I don't understand. And the next thing I know, before I could get back to anyone, it was on their agenda. And I went, that's not working for me. That to me is not collaborative, honestly. And I'm very concerned about staff's time. We have some very large projects. And yes, I get it. We have room for improvement everywhere we go. CDAC has always said that since I can remember, always. But I feel that by supporting staff, by having those check-ins of what we can do differently and improve things, that's where we need to go. So there's a lot there, but I think it's very clear by all these resolutions that the board has always struggled with how to make this successful. And I think we need to chill out and do a deeper dive and really figure out what's going to work for our county. And it might not look much like this at all. I don't know. I'll sign up for the ad hoc.
All right, thank you, Supervisor
Can I
Carlin.
kind of add to that? And
Sure,
it
you
is
can add to
short.
that, then Supervisor Turnbull has
Okay.
his button pushed.
So I did go back and look at the El Dorado County Economic Development's draft strategy in 2007. Sam Diggers
Yes.
Yeah.
proposed this. And if you look at what they were trying to define, who was involved with it, it seemed like it was the right approach to get that organization structured. But we all know the history of it, right? We know it was not successful. So I think the key element that we need to keep in mind is why wasn't it successful then to get the right participation, to get things off the ground? And maybe it does require a complete revisit of how that's structured. So I'm open to that. But I think we always want to look at what were our successes and what were our challenges, failures, whatever, and fully recognize that the things that were being done at that point just didn't get off the ground. And I think a lot of it was because it took a commitment by the Board of Supervisors at that point to provide funding to get things going, which never really happened. So we don't want to forget that part of it. You got to have staff, you got to have resources. And I think we're in a better situation now than we were early after the general plan approval, but we need to look at it in today's light. So I
can
totally
add
agree
more
with you.
history if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Because
No,
then,
sure, okay, sure.
then we had Jim Claybaugh come on board and also try to launch. I was a huge part of that effort.
Yeah.
As a member of the public that was very engaged to try to update that strategic plan, the one that we had from Sam Driggers.
Yeah.
And it became a political, and I mean political nightmare. And I'm sad that Carol Lewis left because she and I actually worked on a draft of it together with Jim Claybaugh. And we thought we had great input from everybody. We thought we had everybody kind of on board, and it tanked hard. So I've said it before too, I think at some meeting somewhere, strategic planning perhaps, we don't even have a definition of what economic development is in our county. I mean, I think that's part of our problem too, is we flounder because we haven't even defined some fundamental things. And the strategic plan, in my mind, is the closest thing we've come to doing that so far. And which is why I like that all those things are in there. Of course, we pushed to get the biomass in there. So, but without the fundamental understanding of where we want to go, we're going to keep floundering. So again, really need to take a deep dive. And we did try to do that with Jim Claybaugh, and we couldn't get it off the ground for politics, quite honestly.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to say that way back when I first started running, we used to, each one of the candidates would meet with CDAC and what their ideas was and what input that we could do to help the county. So it was really great. And I remember there was like 15 to 16 of the members at that time. It was a large group. And the thing on that is like I was talking about Sam Diggers, not Diggers.
It says Diggers on the report though, but I thought it was Driggers.
It's Driggers.
Yes,
It was Driggers. I agree with you.
And Sam did a great job. He was working with businesses, what ideas, what they could, help the businesses thrive. And it was really going good, but it got too political. Like you said, Lori.
Well, you just said it.
I know.
CDAC was interviewing candidates.
Yeah,
Totally
it got too political. I
Inappropriate.
totally understand where you're coming from. And that's one of the things that happened. But like on this one particular thing you got here, direct CDAC to discontinue all existing work and their work plan. And, there's been a lot of good things that they have done, and they have some really good work that they've done. And I just hate to see that taken out. So I'll leave it at that.
Let me just make one. This document that Sam Driggers wrote also says, should the Economic Development Providers Network cease to exist, another cooperative private public. So it did exist at some point in time, but nobody seems to understand who they were or what they did.
Google doesn't know it either, what it did.
I agree. I looked.
All right, so
Yeah.
many mysteries.
Mysteries.
All right. Hence, that's why one of the reasons why we're here today having this discussion. See, is there any comments that I want to make before we go to public comment? I just appreciate the recommendations or the insights that the CAO articulated. And I agree that the board has not been clear with our direction. You've all articulated a lot of the complexities and the ambiguities that everyone's been operating under, which is really unfair to our volunteers on CDAC, as well as our staff, as well as the community, as well as the board. So that's what we're here today to do, to kind of work within that framework and remake it. So we can have a good foundation for going forward. Because I think a lot of challenges have been articulated. And as has been mentioned, CDAC has wrestled with a lot of important issues. There's so many important issues in El Dorado County and in economic development. And yet recognizing that our staff is so limited in their time, and our board has defined priorities with which our staff then operates. And so it's important that the work of our committees is aligned with the majority direction of the board. So our staff is not caught in the crosshairs of that, because that's not fair to our staff. So I will reserve my other comments after public comments. I want to hear what the public has to say about this and members of CDAC. So
Now taking public comment on number 28, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Tamara Johnston. I'm the current chair of CDAC. I've been chair since, I believe, February of 2022. So the last year, that is the year that we've been discussing the most. I'm also a small business owner. I have a 20-year consulting business working with nonprofits, dealing with lots of government regulations and agencies. And I also am developing a retreat center in Kelsey, which I've been working on for the last several years. So I have firsthand experience with the challenges of developing a business in El Dorado County, as you can imagine. So first of all, I just wanted to speak to Supervisor Turnbow's point. I do think that pausing CDAC has a cost. There are important things we were working on that continue to be major challenges, and I would urge the board to allow us to continue working on our work plan. Housing is an ongoing issue, and the housing element annual report is being supposed to be going to the board, I believe, in April. CDAC should be commenting at the very least on that housing element in April. So that's one of the things that I think we would need to continue to work on. We've been working on the Cameron Park Shingle Springs Economic Development Plan, and that's the one that's in contentious with Supervisor Parlin. I do want to kind of address that to a certain extent, adding things to the work plan throughout the year. We're all volunteers. We all really care about our county, and we're doing this because we, want to make things better. I mean, I really believe people do not have a major hidden agenda. They might have their perspectives, but we're coming at it from a place of wanting to make the county better. When people come onto the committee throughout the year, as happens, people leave, people come on, to only be able to add things to the work plan once a year is really not motivating for new members either. So we need to figure out a way to add things throughout the year and have more of a dialogue with Board of Supervisors. But I do think there needs to be some give and take in that throughout the year. I also just want to point out that county government is, in terms of whether CDAC should even continue or not, county government is not designed to analyze its own blind spots and barriers. It's not designed to pivot and take advantage of opportunities. And the county has historically been reactive rather than proactive and forward thinking. So a citizens committee can help the county do that in a way that staff maybe isn't able to. We also can provide perspective on regulations and county processes from the user's perspective rather, than from the staff perspective. So there's a lot of value in continuing CDAC.
Tamara,
Thank you.
appreciate your comments. Good morning.
What an exciting day. This is my first time speaking in front of the esteemed board.
Well, welcome.
I hope I do okay.
You're knocking it out of the park so far.
So I joined CDAC a year ago. And when I was being interviewed, I remember making a very strong point that I needed to be on committees that get things done. Being from Chicago, I just can't just do nothing. I need to accomplish things. And it has been very eye-opening working on the CDAC committee. The Shingle Springs Cameron Park Economic Plan came from an idea that I had. We had Moonraker coming in as a anchor tenant in Cameron Park, and I saw so much activity going toward El Dorado Hills, South Lake Tahoe, and Placerville, and felt that Cameron Park and Shingle Springs, while their economic plans would clearly be very different, they were being tributaries to the other areas of the county. And so really thought this was an opportunity for us to try to get ahead of all that was going on, but really in an unfocused, uncoordinated way. We were offered an intern from Kyle's group, which was fabulous. And that intern working with CDAC did a complete macroeconomic view of the territory. And we were just about to present our report in December when the positions were not filled and we didn't make quorum, and we didn't make quorum again. So sadly, that report has been sitting there, and I would really hate to see that be work that is set aside for the months it's going to take. I think we would be happy to say that we will guarantee you we won't use any county resources for that plan to go forward and continue that work. I think it's very important to continue that work on behalf of the residents and the businesses of Cameron Park, Shingle Springs. And I would just want to encourage all of you to consider allowing CDAC, not just for the housing, but for the one project that's very near and dear to us. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, former CDAC member. As you know, I had to leave CDAC because I got on the planning commission, and that I've stayed away from. I think I've done a pretty good job most recently in keeping the county council smiling. But this agenda item is not good. This agenda item is not complete. This agenda item, and I'm speaking about Legistar body discussion, is to the point of the discussion right now, but it has nothing in there related to the resolution that's in place that drives CDAC, makes CDAC know what they need to do. You talk about bylaws, you don't need bylaws, you have a resolution. Just go to your resolution. I'm just saying, we're volunteers at the time. I volunteered, and I thought it was enough. I didn't need to have a bylaw. Remember, this is a committee, not a commission. And they're advisory to your Board of Supervisors. Brooke, District 5 has always been a real problem because they didn't want to drive all the way down. And now with Pollock Pines and the way that you're broader, a lot easier to find people that are close at hand. And I look to your board to do something more than what's being proposed here. How good CDAC is dependent upon your board. Each and every one of you has a person that you're responsible to tell them what you want them to work on. And then we had the at-large, I believe 4, that makes the 9. And that made sense. They did get a little off kilter at times in our history. They were too involved with regulatory reform, too involved with LUPU and the changes that were being made to county government, in a sense, the policies and procedures which land development is based on. But I'm saying I'm looking to you right now because of the comments that you have of your 2 volunteers that are currently on, to think about it in a different way. Please, if you have to do something, bring it back with the full explanation of why these changes in resolution were made, because they were pertinent to the time. Remember, it's not you 5, it's all those boards of supervisors in the past that made the decision. It wasn't you 5, you guys are infants in the knowledge, except for one. But I want you to do what's right, and what I hear here is not right. Thank you.
Anyone else in the boardroom? All right, ready to go online, Kim.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Good morning. Yeah, my Wi-Fi is a little wonky this morning, so I hope it doesn't freeze up. But I've really enjoyed listening to this conversation. So respectful. Everyone has been so respectful, so thorough. I've enjoyed hearing the research into history that various supervisors have made. This is the way it should be when all commissions, committees, etc., are being reviewed. This type of thoughtful review, and I give kudos to everyone. Yeah, it's hard to have the history. I know I worked for the county in the 90s, so I do remember economic development divisions before that have come and gone. So a lot of things come and go. And when committees, commissions, etc., boards, they're always going to change with new people, because people can't help but to impose their interests, their personality, their character. So you'll see that they will move into different areas that happen to interest those people. And I do understand about a work plan, but I really like what the speaker had to say, who is the chair of this commission, who said, we need to find a way more than once a year to talk to you about new items we'd like to address, because it's not a static situation, it's dynamic. And I don't think that boards should be chastised because something comes up that they feel is important. They should be able to run it past you and get approval. So thank you again for this very thoughtful conversation. And I hope that there's a solution in which this commission can continue and also implement some of your good ideas about better defining things and streamlining the operation. I don't think that could hurt. I am really surprised that there aren't bylaws, although what Chris said, that this is advisory, meaning that they don't have a voting power. So that is different than your planning commission and others that have the autonomous powers. This is advisory, but still I think bylaws are a good idea. All right, thank you. I hope you come to a good collaborative conclusion. Thank you.
Me too, Ruth. Thank you so much.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Bretbaum.
Good morning, Laurel.
Good morning, supervisors. The C in CDAC came from Dr. Vicky Barber, because she was very supportive of the Arts Council, and the Arts Council was EDAC, and there was a lot of confusion between the Economic Development Advisory Committee and the Arts Council. So with her considerable influence, the C was added to EDAC. So that's I don't know that the intent was ever for word community to be and the emphasis for the committee to work from. I appreciate Mr. Ashton's efforts this morning in his report and the content, and I think it's very valuable. I think it's a great opportunity right now for us, for government to look at the reorganization and new vision, or there's a lot of opportunity in a lot of different ways this could be structured to be productive. So that's our comments from the county chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now taking public comment from Lexi Boger.
Good morning.
Good morning, board. I will be short and sweet. I'm a former CDAC member, the most recent vice chair. And aside from that being one of my favorite committees ever that I was on, the conversations you guys are having are great. The future here is bright. I think with your efforts to restructure, this committee has a lot of potential to be helpful, to be good, to be insightful for economic development in the county. So I would just like to focus on three things. Number one, to accept the CAO's recommendation. It's thoughtful, and I think they'll be very effective. Number two, to appoint the district representatives as soon as possible. I believe at the last meeting when we talked about this, several of you used the term rock star for the people you have waiting to go on. And I've met a few of them, and they truly are. I think there's a lot of brain power waiting to get on and to serve the county. So that's exciting. And then I would also dovetail with what Supervisor Turnbull said, and that is to allow them to, while they work with staff on this redefining and structure work, to continue things that are on their work plan that they're working on. And I understand that staff time is a consideration, and I think a very simple solution is that the committee can work independently from taking staff time on things. So just to be clear, that staff should only work when it's recommended by the board to work on one of those items. But these committees work in subcommittees that they can still pursue what they're working on without being sensitive to staff time. Anyways, really appreciate your guys' conversation, and I have total trust that you will be able to reorganize this so that it's extremely effective for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexi.
Now taking public comment from Colleen.
Good morning, Colleen.
Good morning, board. I first want to say that I agree with the CAO on his plan, with one exception. I think that the CDAC should continue their work. They've reached out to us, the chamber, and other community groups within the Cameron Park Shingle Springs area, and have just been really diligent and proactive in their work in engaging people who are interested, actively engaged in their communities, making improvements, responsible growth and change. So often we kick the can down the road, but let these folks work. They're volunteers. They're doing great work. They're representing their work well. And we appreciate those and the experience of those who came before all of us, who are, engaging on a level that we may not have expected when we moved to the county. But those experiences should not stifle the progress of people who are working on these things now. That being said, I know there's a lot of history in the county, and I think we all respect that. But these people are demonstrating that they're willing to step up. They're willing to do the right thing. They're talking to the right people, and they're willing to follow the rules. So I would ask that you follow CAO Ashton's recommendation, with the exception of allowing them to continue their work. Please allow them to continue their work. We really appreciate the work they've done so far, and thank you all.
Colleen.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Hi, this is Lael Bennett Koshan. Again, thank you for the process you're demonstrating. Most of my comments have already been stated, so I just would like to reinforce what the prior commenter stated, which I think it's important to keep the work going as you do this transition. And then also the comment from Chris is to please center the hardworking volunteers. I'm reviewing your handbook for commission, and one of it talks about having a positive culture. And, you know, you're dealing with some really hard questions, but I think centering their hard work and their feelings going forward is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Carl Rubio.
Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Carl Rubato. I am the prospective District 5 appointee. And so I do appreciate the opportunity to hear this very, very important historical perspective and discussion. And I come to you as a bit of an outsider because I am not on the committee and I live in South Lake Tahoe. So I'm a little bit on the other side of the wall. But there's a couple observations I have had. And one of them in particular, excuse me, is El Dorado County as a county really needs to get strategic in a very fast way when looking at economic development. The future arrives every single day. And if we don't take the time to contemplate through scenario planning and new ways of looking at change and managing change dynamics, it comes at us fast and we're not prepared. Secondly, we need to rethink organizations from not just the top down, but the bottom up. You know, I would think that the board wants the benefit of harnessing the creativity of this broad county and community and new ideas, new innovative approaches, and new ways to look at and redefine economic development as we go. These are not fixed points. We need to be able to be resilient and we need to be able to move quickly. I live in South Lake Tahoe. We're the canary in the coal mine of if you don't look ahead. The impacts we see today are coming right your way, whether it's employee housing, whether it's diversified economies, whether it's wages and salaries and so forth. So I urge the board to move ahead, accept Don Ashton's recommendations. I look forward to being a part if approved. And I think there's a tremendous future for El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Thank you all for your insightful comments. We really appreciate it. And I will bring it back to board for further discussion. Supervisor Heidel.
I just want to explain what I see as the benefits of bylaws versus a resolution. Bylaws can be changed by the committee, making a presentation to the board approves it. That's the way I think you refocus activities. A resolution that was done 20 years ago with all the best intent doesn't necessarily define how you need to pivot, how you need to change, how you need to be more strategic. Those are the things we discover in the actual day-to-day activities. So a set of bylaws allows us as a board to reshape, redirect, help the committee understand what we think their most important goals are in this time frame, as opposed to what they might have been 20. Takes away the interpretation, provides clarification. So that's the benefit I see.
Thank you for that helpful clarification. Supervisor Parlin.
There is a lot here. I really appreciated Carl Robato's comments, Supervisor Lane. That is the direction I think we need to go. And that's not where we're at right now, for sure. And we need to be strategic and forward thinking. And right now we are, and I hate to say it, Tamara, but your illustration actually solidified my thoughts, because what you said was when new people come on, they want to do something different than what we're being tasked to do. And if we're being tasked to be strategic and forward thinking, we should kind of have a plan and a thought around it. And new members shouldn't be able to hijack that and go off in a different direction and divert staff's time. So I really think that's where we're struggling right now. And Gina, you illustrated one of my points, I think, is that you said that you're doing the Shingle Springs Cameron Park. Look, I live in Shingle Springs. I haven't heard anything that you've reached out to anyone in Shingle Springs. And there's a great heart there and community So if you're moving forward with looking at Shingle Springs and you haven't reached out to that community, and I'm not talking about the chamber, I'm talking about the community, then again, the C in CDAC is false, which Laura Brentbaum kind of illustrated. So I really would like to follow the CEO's recommendation, number one, and discontinue everything so that we're not being spread in all these different directions. We really need a focused look, truly focused and strategic. And we can't do that if we still have CDAC working on things that may or may not be in their work plan. And then as far as recommendation number two, I'm hesitant to say I support that because I'm not really sure what skill set we're going to require from each of the people that are appointed. I feel that Carl Roboto has that skill set of the strategic thinking, the big picture, but I'm not sure if everybody else will. And I think that's what we need. So I'm not sure how to get there, for that bigger picture look at where we need to go. So that's my only hesitancy about number two. How do we go about that? And I'm not sure that we need more than the 5 appointees. Do we need an ad hoc instead? An ad hoc could reach out to people like Carl, that we don't actually have to have a CDAC to do this look. So that's where I'm struggling with this. And then what was the rest of the recommendation?
Actually, can I jump in and have a question for you, Supervisor
Sure.
Carlin, since we're along this line?
Yeah.
I appreciate everything you're saying because I think we're wanting to set a really solid foundation for CDAC going forward.
Yeah.
I think it's really important perhaps though that we do have members from each of our districts seated and appointed to CDAC in order to be a part of this reorg, kind of like we're doing with HHSA. And recognizing that strategic thinking and the ability to dig in and to wrestle with all of the complexities that have been identified and then create a set of bylaws per the CAO's recommendation going forward to provide that foundational support will be important. I know that District 5 and District 3 are currently vacant, open.
Mine's
seats.
vacant
Oh,
too.
yours is open
Mine's
too?
District
Yeah.
one.
So it's okay. So I
Yours
know.
is too, right? Is yours vacant?
No, I just appointed somebody, so.
Okay,
Okay.
so I know that for District 3, I have an appointee who is also a rock star, along with Carl, from what I've heard, that will be very beneficial to this effort. And so perhaps my recommendation would be on this item would be to, move forward with appointing members to CDAC. And maybe we'd want 2 board members as an ad hoc to work with them and staff to help bring that board voice in the foundational element of CDAC. That is just, I'll have other comments, but that's just a point
Sure.
for conversation.
I think that maybe on this go round, if we're going to do that, we need to take a closer look at the applications. I think a lot of times we just go, oh,
right.
We don't really look at them carefully. And we just assume that the supervisors really, vetted it. But a lot of times I feel like we just fill seats, which is why I've left mine vacant, to be honest.
I don't want to lose the ability for those of us that have candidates that we feel are very solid to this effort. I don't want to lose them.
Right.
So I'd want the ability for us to
Sure.
appoint.
My point was though, that were you appointing somebody to do this big overhaul look or just somebody to keep going along? See, there's a difference.
Right. Right.
So that's why I haven't chosen an appointee because I didn't know what direction the board was going to go.
Sure, that makes sense.
So that is a big deal. You did appoint someone, Supervisor Turnbull? I didn't win.
Well, it's coming up and we'll be voting on it on March.
So you
6th.
haven't appointed.
So you have
anybody.
not-
Well, I've already
You have
got
a candidate you've
Yeah, I got a
selected.
candidate I selected.
Okay.
and
But
it
we
will be
haven't
coming
officially
up.
done that.
Right.
There, thank you. And will that person fit the big picture
Yes,
strategic
definitely.
and not
Most
just come in?
definitely.
Mine will too, by the way. So I think we've
There,
all got a
okay.
newer focus on where
Right.
we need to go.
So that
More
helps.
strategic orientation.
Then do we need the at-large members also then? If we're looking at 5 big strategic thinkers, do we need that many?
I think based on our CAO's recommendation that perhaps moving to, rather than to at-large members, moving to industry sectors might be a better way to go. Although maybe that the committee, the 5 CDAC appointees plus the ad hoc should determine what
There
they
we-
need.
there we are.
I don't want to make that decision right now. I'd rather have the committee and the ad hoc make that decision with our staff. That's
But
a
that-
suggestion.
exactly, that's what I'm thinking is instead of appointing more, having at-large as part of this reorganization,
Yes.
it'd be 5 and perhaps 2 board members for the ad hoc
Yes.
to take a look at this. Okay, I'm liking this path.
Okay, good. So I didn't want to interrupt you, but I wanted to throw
No,
that out
it's
there.
totally
So-
on.
So go ahead and finish your.
No, I think
recommendations.
that was it, because what was the third recommendation, blah, blah, blah. It's kind of to look at all those, the three the documents that we have. We have the strategic plan, we have the county's charter, and then we also have something else, but are they working together? Do any of them need to be merged or gotten rid of? So that's what this new group could do, I think, is look at that too.
Right. Okay. Supervisor Lane.
I enjoyed listening to this conversation, and I'm learning that ignorance is not bliss. It's been a steep learning curve. There's a lot that you talk about that you don't give specifics. You kind of give innuendos that something may have happened that people didn't like, and it's just kind of weird from my perspective. But I will say, I want to thank the members that are here and that have served on CDAC. You are right, you are voluntary, you give of your time, you do it out of love for your county and the desire to make things better, and it's really much appreciated. I don't want to be accusatory. I mean, it seems like the committee tried to do what they thought was best, and there was a disconnect with the board, and that's our fault. That's on us. So I appreciate your openness to wanting to get things back on track, and I think we do as well. I would like to see our appointments move forward on the March 7th meeting, because I do think that that's important, and I agree that I think maybe an ad hoc from CDAC, an ad hoc couple people to work with a couple of the board members and staff to try to get this back going would be good. Economic development is a core function. It's not optional. So I think getting some rock stars that have vision and are looking down the road, along with the experience of the people that are currently serving, is just a great mix. And I'd like to see this happen sooner than later.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on something you said, Supervisor Lane? I just want clarity on that. When I was suggesting an ad hoc, I meant ad hoc from the board.
Yeah, and I just meant
members.
ad hoc from the board to work with an ad hoc from CDAC to work with staff. So you're not maybe involving the whole board. If you want the entire CDAC involved in that process, that's fine too. I was just trying to make it.
So, okay, so
more
I think where
streamlined.
Supervisor Thomas and I were going were the 5 supervisorial appointees.
Right.
And then 2 members of the board and that would be 7 to work with staff and whatever community groups. That's, I think, where we were headed.
It's on the foundation of,
Mhm.
yeah.
And looking and taking the deep look at where we need to go, where we, these documents and all that.
That's probably a much better approach.
Okay,
I would
just
support that for sure.
looking for clarification.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And part of that, I think the wisdom and perhaps bringing the board is because we've been unfair to the committee in our lack of clarity, as you articulated. And on recommendation 2E, where it talks about that the bylaws should include governance process and expectations, including how items are added to the agenda in the work plan. I also think it's really going to be important that we clarify and coordinate with the board to make it clear how we are going to be interfacing with CDAC in our foundational documents, our board handbook. For example, I should have looked before this, but where we clarify in our documents that we're going to perhaps, work with CDAC to set direction each year. We're not clear on our end either. So I think we need to, whatever the direction CDAC and perhaps the potential ad hoc comes to, need to make sure that all of our documents are aligned. So there's clarity.
Absolutely.
And Supervisor Lane, I really appreciate you. And you went where I was going to go. Really, this discussion today is in no wise meant to be a criticism of CDAC members. And, please don't take it that way. Just so many things have come to light that aren't clear, that are unfair to everyone involved. And so we're working today to undo those and to clarify so we can move forward with economic development for the good of our communities. And we just so appreciate all the work that has gone before. And through the years, but as these last years as our appointees and in working with our staff. So your work is appreciated, and we look forward on building on that as we clarify a stronger, clearer process forward. Supervisor Heidel.
As recognizing that CDAC has had issues with getting a quorum in the past, I'm a little concerned about where this is going. Because is this an informal discussion? The board ad hoc is going to participate with somebody, or is this the full CDAC commission? Is CDAC going to have the ability to continue to present things to the board? We heard about a couple of ongoing things that they would like to have the opportunity to present to the board. I would like to give them that opportunity. So I think we need to be cautious that with the resolution of membership and stuff, we don't end up with just 5 members that from the quorum standpoint may not be able to officially do business, because you lose one and I think you're out, right? You don't have a quorum anymore if you lose one of those 5 people. So we have to be cautious of that. And what is the role of the ad hoc committee working with CDAC? How do we properly conduct that? And what's the public's involvement with it? That's the other part of it. So I just want to make sure that we have, and we're not going to make a decision today, but I want to make sure we have a very clear definition of how this ad hoc interaction with CDAC and CDAC's continuation to do something, present to the board their final works from the previous efforts, et cetera, that those are clearly defined.
I think that's a fair discussion. Absolutely. Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I think we need to address some of the concerns, especially that's going on here, but I would like to still see the 5 board members and then 4 at large to keep that, because John was just hitting on that a little bit, because if we lose one of that, they ain't going to have a quorum to be able to discuss things. So, and also I would recommend that we let them keep working on what they're doing, because they've done a great job. They really have. And there's a lot of things that are going on right now, and they have, and it's really, I'm really sorry that you guys didn't have a quorum to be able to bring that in front of us. So keep up the good work, and that's what I would recommend. So.
Well, I like the idea of giving them the opportunity to present. If that report is ready to go, it would, I make sense for us to hear that.
I'm not going to support that. I really have not. We inherited this. CDAC members inherited this. We inherited this. And I've been asking for change for quite some time. And the fact that I think that in my mind, we had a work plan, and that group decided to work outside of that work plan. And even when I was asked about it, and I said, no, I think we should stick with the work plan, and I was completely ignored. That's concerning to me. And again, there wasn't enough in my mind, let's say enough public input, community input. So I really think that we should just discontinue right now. There's nothing that is that pressing. And if it was off to a great start, it'll be brought back. But I'm not really sure it fits into the bigger picture of where we're trying to go and be strategic. And we got to stop getting stuck in the quagmire. That's where CDAC has struggled for as long as I can remember. And I've been participating, I think, since 2010 or 11. It just keeps getting stuck in the quagmire instead of looking at the big picture strategic as a whole. And that's why I really appreciate what Carl Roboto said. That's where we need to go.
And getting back to the 4 additional members, I think the thought is to perhaps keep it to 5 appointees right now with an ad hoc, but then have them work and bring back a recommendation to expand the committee, perhaps to industry sectors, but to let that initial committee do its work and then bring that back to, for the right mix. So I think at this point, if we want to throw it out to our CAO or Kyle for any thoughts following this robust discussion.
So from my perspective, then I'll let ask Kyle to speak. The reason I recommended the 5 board appointees and the at-large members was specifically the concern that Supervisor Heidel raised. Is you have a resolution in place right now that calls out 9 members. And if you only have 5 operating and one doesn't show up, you've lost the quorum.
Yeah.
So that could delay work. One thing that's interesting, you have three of the at-large members, I believe 3 of the at-large members are currently filled. The 5 board members, well, they're vacant partly because the board didn't take action on January 3rd.
Right.
So with the 3 at-large members already there, I felt it was important to allow them to continue to have a voice in this process. So that's the context behind my recommendation. For process standpoint, if the idea of an ad hoc committee, I like that a lot, to work with CDAC. That would have to come back to the board. So my suggestion would be, when the board decides to agendize the appointments for your members, to also have an item on that day to appoint 2 members from the Board of Supervisors to serve as on the ad hoc committee.
Right.
Kyle, did you have anything else?
I think that was, yeah, Kyle's on economic development. I think regarding the economic impact study that's been done too, I know Econ Dev has been directed to Apple Hill and Coloma Lotus. And I still think we could capture that information if the board directs us to, look at that area as well. So I don't think it'll be a lost effort completely, as long as we, get direction from the board that we want to look at that area. And then as far as that's what I was thinking too, is just if it is 5 and we still have this resolution in place, we have to ensure all 5 people need to be there
Makes sense.
to make a meeting
Well,
happen.
And along those lines, I'm just going to ask, does this have to be done with a CDAC? Can we do something completely different?
You could, absolutely. You could. Depending what that looked like, I may suggest you would need to consider rescinding that resolution, because, and I might look to council for some advice on that, but that is the governing document that the board approved for this body. So that's where I get a little uncertainty.
Yeah, I would agree with the CAO. I think that would be the appropriate procedural step if you were looking to have another body perform this function. Frankly, that if you're considering some form of a reorganization, I suppose you have a body, you have CDAC that can at least start those conversations. If you want some other body to conduct it, of course, that's the process to establish that may take some time.
Okay.
I think we have enough recommendations on the table to be able to productively move forward within the framework that we have, remaking what we have, rather than just starting from scratch, recognizing that we're at a
Well,
time
no,
of
what I was
extreme
trying to get
transition.
at, and I know this is government, and I get it, Brown Act and all that. So what I was wondering is if we could actually do something outside of CDAC in a formal committee to look at the committee. It's like we're creating a committee to look at itself, kind of thing, which could be a little awkward. So is there a way to just have the ad hoc, because the ad hocs reach out to folks all the time. That's what ad hocs are for, and they pull in whomever they want to talk to without it being a formal body. Could we do that, county council?
So if the board were to create an ad hoc of this board, again, that would be what amounts to a subcommittee of this board composed of solely of less than a quorum of the board. So 2 members of this board.
Right.
That is not subject to the Brown Act, that those 2 members can bring in staff and conduct meetings as they see fit. If the prior proposal that would have that particular ad hoc meet and work directly with CDAC as a body, well, that meeting of CDAC, that's a Brown Act meeting.
Correct, which is why I'm asking if we cannot do that.
Right. So if that's the case, certainly then you could only meet with CDAC as a body, with CDAC meeting in accordance with the Brown Act. Perhaps the better course of action, with the item to come back, the board will establish its ad hoc. The direction to that ad hoc could be to meet with the community stakeholders that particular ad hoc feels is appropriate, including but not limited to CDAC. So this way you could seek input from CDAC, but also not be so limited in scope that you couldn't meet independently of CDAC if that was the desire. So I think that could be done and perhaps achieve your goal, Supervisor Parlin, of allowing for broader discussions, beyond what the limitations of the Brown Act provide.
I guess my question to you, Supervisor Parlin, is looking at the CAO's recommendations before us today, do you see any challenges with it? Is there something that you're wanting to add other than the CAO's recommendation?
Yeah, I really don't want to have at-large members that, are appointed, because we've just appointed folks. We haven't had a lot of structure to CDAC for a long time. And I think that, like I said, I was going to ask if we did appoint people that we made sure they had special skills of that higher level and not be folks that are, quite honestly, we've had a lot of people get on CDAC because they have a special interest, you know, instead of looking at that bigger strategic picture. We need to get bigger and strategic. And so I would like to go there, and instead maybe an ad hoc of 2 board members and just reach out to countywide stakeholders. And therefore it's less formal, just to get some foundational discussions going with our stakeholders. That way they don't have to be appointed. We can reach out. We have our chambers. We have a lot of folks that will have thoughts on this. And then the ad hoc can do that and then bring something back to the board to see where, you know, we've kind of come up with what our next steps. But I don't want to get stuck with this appointed committee that's going to kind of limit where we go with things.
My concern is time. My concern is time with that approach. I mean, I understand where you're going with that, but there's so much that we are working through in this time of transition, that to start from scratch, I think we're going to lose momentum. And I think perhaps the CAO's recommendation, especially with adding 2 members from the board as an ad hoc to be that liaison, can help move CDAC forward even more strategically. I think we can work within the framework of the CAO's recommendation to get there. So other thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with you there, Wendy. I think we need to consider, you know, Don brought this forward. I think it's a good recommendation. But the only thing I would change on that recommendation is let the committee work on the plan that they have moving forward right now, because they've been doing some good work. So
I think I hear you. I think my concern with that is that we're wanting to build a strong foundation and remake CDAC for clarity's sake. And I think that's going to require the entire focus of the committee, and to have them be working on their current trajectory as well as this, that's going to be incompatible. That's my concern with that. So
yeah, I agree. Because if we're going to follow this recommendation, then it completely stop their existing work to focus 100% on this. That's kind of what it is.
Once the CDAC and the ad hoc clarifies its foundation documents and its bylaws and its work plan as aligned with our strategic plan, then anything that they were working on that fits within that framework, you know, you can revisit. But we have to know where they're going. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so one of the things that Don mentioned is he would like to see a discussion to follow up, to make a decision on how this is going to go, whether we're going to form an ad at the same time as the nominations, the candidates for the seats come forward. And I've been targeting March 7th because I would like to fill the positions as soon as possible and then move on. Because again, timeliness of this, I think, is important. So if there were agreement that March 7th is doable from the standpoint of staff putting together the kind of the more complete set of recommendations, the more detailed set of recommendations as to how do we procedurally follow that, how we get to the point where we can make a decision on the restructuring, whatever it may be. If that can be done within 2 weeks, then I'm good with this. If it isn't, then we ought to define when can it be done. So as part of whatever direction we provide to staff, I think there needs to be a date defined that we're all comfortable with, right? Don't move it so fast that it's not going to be good, but keep it moving, so to speak. So is March 7th an acceptable date from staff's position?
Well, just for the nominations, or?
No, I think he's going beyond just the nominations of how to look at what process is going to be used. And I think Supervisor Heidel, my reaction to that is it'd be difficult for staff to present those to you if knowing the board is likely going to set up an ad hoc committee of 2 of you and some combination of CDAC, you guys would be the ones driving that process. So I hate to say this, but I push that back onto the ad hoc committee to help define that with staff.
Right.
Versus staff coming up on our own.
Right. But if we move forward with the recommendation to seat the 5 districts, or however many supervisors feel comfortable to seat their district, as well as compile an ad hoc, then that committee can move forward with restructuring it. And recognizing today, this is just a receive and file and provide direction. So
And as far as getting the appointments made and the ad hoc item on the agenda, that's the easy stuff. So that
Yeah,
could easily hit
March
March
7th.
Okay.
Can I put our interim assistant, what, acting all your hats on the spot, only because you're gonna, again, inherit what we do today. Do you have any thoughts? I've been watching your gears go over there.
I do have thoughts. I would prefer that we not try to build in staff recommendations as where Supervisor Hydall was going. I think that we do need the board's input on the kind of the foundational element of this committee. So I like where the board was going and following CAO's recommendation, bring back with the appointment item, the formation of an ad hoc committee so that we can dig into it from that perspective.
Okay.
That's kind of limits the amount of work that's put on staff at this time. And I think that we can move it along more quickly that way.
very good.
All right.
Great. Thank you very much for clarifying. All right. So with that, are we ready for
Just because I know Supervisor Parlin has wished that the direction be included
Yes.
with the items so things don't fall off. So what I'm kind of taking away is that for the number 2, for the CO's recommendation is that we'll go ahead and appoint a representative from each district. Then we'll establish an ad hoc committee with 2 board members. Are we removing the at-large members?
It sounded like we wanted to keep
I think we
it.
needed to keep them in, especially for a quorum and
Quorum
to,
purposes.
yeah. and to-
So you'll then go with the CAO's recommendation of our appointing the vacancies for the at-large members.
That's the question. Do
How
we fill
many
vacancies?
vacancies? How many vacancies are at large?
So we have 3 out of 4 at-large members currently on.
Okay, so
We
there's
have
one
all 5
vacancy.
appointees are vacant.
Okay,
So we would have 8 when we have all 5 appointees.
so we wouldn't have to fill the at-large
There's 1 vacant
vacancy.
at-large right now, yeah.
Right. Okay, so we don't need to move forward with that vacancy, but just
That
the
would be my
5
recommendation.
supervisorial.
Leave that vacant because we're still going to be able
Yes.
to get our
Right.
quorum in all likelihood, right?
I
So-
think that makes
But
sense.
it's still out there and it's still vacant. So if somebody applies and they qualify, I mean, it's still, there's still, you know what I mean? The resolution says, we're keeping the resolution. So it is a position that somebody could apply for.
Although we could provide direction not to fill that vacancy at this point.
I
Could
guess we could.
So that might make
I think that's
sense.
part of the direction. Don't you have applications already for the vacant at-large positions? Yes.
But I agree with you. We need to know where we're going in order to, yeah.
Yeah, we gotta have really clear here today.
Okay. All right, Kim, sorry to interrupt you.
So I'm sorry. So we are going to leave vacant the 1 at-large vacancy.
Yes.
Yes,
So,
for the
okay, so
time
then-
being at least, yes.
Okay. So I have it. Thank you.
All right, great. So
And then,
so that's the only question on this. All right. So are we ready for a motion?
It's receive and file.
no, there's board direction.
No, but it's.
Okay, Chris,
Direction to
we're not doing
staff.
this.
Direction to
Chris,
staff.
we're not going
So
back and
then,
forth.
I guess what I'm trying to understand though, is in the number 2 recommendation, it says, and use that information to develop a set of bylaws and blah, 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 blah. Do we really want to develop a set of bylaws or do we want to come back and make a recommendation as to the structure of where we, you know what I mean? Is that really all we're wanting is bylaws from this group? Or we
We
want
could-
them to make a recommendation of the future structure or all that?
The future structure, including bylaws, perhaps, not just leave it to bylaws.
Yeah, what were you?
That's fine. I was going to suggest you just leave the motion to direct staff to return on March 7th with an item to appoint the board's ad hoc committee
Mhm.
and appoint board members, appointees. And then transfer everything over to them, to that group to decide how to move this forward. Because
Okay.
again, these were just my ideas. That's not a
Okay.
So
comprehensive
we'll leave
list.
that bit out of it. All that other stuff that you put in here, we'll leave it out and leave it up to this committee to come up with their.
Right, and you get, as the ad hoc committee, you can further discuss the recommendation to discontinue the work of CDAC. You don't have to decide that today. It might benefit the board's ad hoc committee to hear from CDAC members directly.
That makes a
on
lot of
that
sense.
Before
So-
making that decision.
So you're saying we don't have to discontinue the work?
You
we
don't
can-
have to do anything I ask you to do.
All right, sounds good.
But we can appoint new members by district on March 7th, the way you're
Absolutely.
proposing.
Right.
Okay.
All right, so do
We'll
I
hold the
have,
phone. We can't leave it vague though if we're, so I think actually, I think you made it more confusing, to be honest. So your recommendation number one is this, what we're talking about here. Are we gonna do that today? Or you're saying
I
we
would
should?
advise you do not. Since
And
you're going,
then-
since you're going the ad hoc committee route,
Mhm.
advise you simply direct staff to return with an item for the board to appoint an ad hoc committee. And then you kick all these recommendations to the ad hoc committee of the board with CDAC to discuss them in more detail.
Okay. That's fair. enough.
So, but that's still not clear enough because are we going to have CDAC continue having meetings in the meantime?
No, because
or-
your last direction was no.
Okay, so we're gonna continue with that last direction. That
yes,
they're not doing any further work. Okay, that, I just want to make it very clear because I think we had a little confusion where we're going. And then the new committee will come up with the set of recommendations.
They can discuss whether they agree with my recommendations or not and how to best move forward.
Okay,
all right.
thank
that
you
sounds
for
good.
that. Yeah.
Okay, so do I hear a motion? Is anyone willing to make a motion?
So just a point of order to county council. It is listed as
That's true.
a no board action / direction.
That's just on the protocol sheet.
Yeah, I believe the item itself indicates that the board would provide direction to staff. I think that the approach outlined by the CAO, I think it is the safest approach, frankly, to ensure that you aren't unduly exceeding the scope of your item. You're simply directing staff to return with the item to fill the appointments and to appoint the board ad hoc committee. If there was a desire for any additional recommendations to be included, I think that it might be best to just include that as part of this subsequent item coming on
The
March
7th.
7th. To make it clear to the public what action the board's is going to be taking. But I think that within the scope of the item today, again, because the Brown Act does allow you, even on an item that's not specifically listed on the agenda, to refer the item to staff to return at a later date. And so that is simply what you would be doing by directing staff to return at a later date with the appointments of the 5 vacant Board of Supervisors appointees and an item to establish a board ad hoc.
Okay, and so what you're trying to get at, Supervisor Lane, is we don't need a motion to give direction. Is that what you're trying to
Well,
get at? Or,
I think you do want that motion. I
Okay.
think, as I understood Supervisor Lane's question, it was perhaps probing the propriety of including some additional recommendations in today's discussion or today's motion, given the manner in which the item was agendized. And though I do think you have some leeway, I think that this more prudent approach would be to limit your action as the CAO recommended to simply directing staff to return with the appointment of members and with the creation of an ad hoc. I think that is, again, clearly
very
within-
simple, very
Yes.
clear. And we currently have direction that there's no work by CDAC right now. So that stands. Okay. So Kim, do you have it really clear?
No, not really. So are we going to include some of the, are we
No,
going to?
no,
include
no.
the- We're just going to include the motion. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll try to make this motion.
Okay.
So I would move that we direct staff to return to the board on March 7th for the appointment of the 5 supervisorial seats and for the creation of a board ad hoc committee.
Well said.
Nice and
that's it,
simple.
all we're doing.
Yep, that's
That's
it.
it. Good.
I will second
Okay.
that. Okay. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's unanimous, and thank you all for working with us, and we'll look forward to a productive process forward. So good discussion. Why don't we take 5 minutes before our 11 o'clock item? So we will be right back momentarily. Thank you all. All right, then we are back. Thank you for bearing with us. And the next matter will be item number 29 or 11 o'clock item. But before that, I do want to note we are, as sometimes happened, we're a little bit behind on our schedule today, and recognizing there's a lot of moving parts for the board today. We are going to be hearing item number 29 because it is 11 o'clock time allocation. And that'll probably go till 12:15 or so. The board will then break for lunch. We will have a 1 o'clock open forum. And then a really important item at 1:30 will be our CAO proclamation. And following the CAO proclamation, we will then move on to item number 26. Which will come at around 2 p.m. So just wanted to provide clarity on that. And then we'll finish item number 25 and the rest of our closed session. So item number 26 will be after our CEO proclamation around 2 o'clock. All right, so with that, we invite Kim, would you please call item number 29?
Item number 29 comes from the Probation Department and Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board engage in a discussion regarding transitional housing of clients in El Dorado County.
Good morning, Olivia. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I got a little nervous when I saw all the television cameras, but then learned it was for a different item. So that's good. I am here with some of my colleagues to talk about this item. And should you have any specific programmatic questions, I will ask them to come rescue me, as my history is a little bit shallow. We do have several programs who use hotels as temporary housing for clients. And the Navigation Center now provides us with another option. However, that resource is not always, it doesn't always apply to all of our clients. So for example, if we have a mother with children or a family member, we may need to look for other temporary housing arrangements at our hotels. Hotels are chosen by the family based on availability and proximity to supportive services like schools or daycares. We appreciate the CAO's office putting out an RFP for hotels willing to work with our programs. HHSA approved that RFP this morning. We also acknowledge and appreciate the clarification that P cards are an allowable form of payment along with invoices. And we are currently working on procedures around the use of P cards to pay for hotel stays. We want to ensure that we have a standard fiscally responsible process in place and that staff are in alignment with county policy. So I realize that this is a discussion item. And so I wanted to give you that overarching information around how we are approaching hotel use, but happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you so much for bringing this back to the board. Are there any board questions or comments at this time?
I guess I have one, if I'm the only one, and that's a letter I've received, basically an email that talks about issues related to safety at the Cameron Park Hotel. 30% of the hotel rooms have received an evacuation notice and do not occupy order. Is that something that we have somehow been involved with inspections and stuff to make sure that that facility is adequately providing a safe environment? Because first time I've read this, it takes me, a little bit off balance from the standpoint of, well, where are we with inspections, law enforcement, whatever? If we have safety issues at a given facility, how are they being addressed? And maybe you can't answer that, but I'm just wondering.
So this is the first that I've heard of that. Well, actually, it was brought to my attention about 2 minutes ago that there was.
Okay. We're on the same page.
Yeah. So I don't know how to answer that. I don't know, Brian, or if anybody else has any information around that particular. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
My understanding, Supervisor Heidel, is those inspections are coming from the fire district and it's not part of the county's enforcement efforts. That's what I was told on Friday.
Okay, strictly the fire district.
Yes, sir.
And I don't want to get into, I'm assuming the fire district is taking some kind of action, which is shutting down the rooms,
yes,
specific rooms that are not suitable. Okay.
That is my understanding.
Thank you.
Any other questions for
I got
Olivia?
a question, and it looks here you had funded total hotels and the individuals, and you had 5 were at the Quality Inn, 1 was at Firestone Lodge in South Lake Tahoe. You funded total 3 hotels for individuals in need, 2 were at the Quality Inn and 1 was at West Haven. Then also funded 3 hotel stays and individuals' needs were at the Quality Inn, and one was at the Holiday Inn. So Michael, we have a navigation center. Couldn't these people be put there?
So the Navigation Center is primarily a camp abatement program. So an encampment abatement program. So right now we're really focusing on Upper Broadway as our focus area to make sure that we have enough beds for those individuals. After we abate that particular encampment, we will possibly have room for others. And yes, as I mentioned, this is another option. It just doesn't serve all of our clients.
Okay.
All right. I don't see any more board discussion or questions right now. Thank you so much, Olivia, and we will go to public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Paul Gilchrist. I'm here representing the Greater Cameron Park Area Fire Safe Council, a board of 7 citizen activists. So at the end, I would like to make a personal note. If my time goes a little over, I just ask for that grace.
We have 3 minutes total.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank
So
you.
I'll say, dear Board of Director or Board of Supervisors, many citizens from within the Cameron Park area have expressed grave public safety concerns associated with serious fire risks brought on at current conditions at the Quality Inn and Suites in Cameron Park. This letter was approved by the board by a vote to read to you. Over 100 code enforcement cases have been registered with El Dorado County Building Code Enforcement Office. Attached are several photos, a handful of these violations. The Cameron Park Fire Marshal has done an excellent job in notifying, red tagging, and processing the violations so as to reduce risk. High fire hazard severity zone maps by CAL FIRE in the immediate areas around the location have the highest hazard designations defined by the state. I'm going to paraphrase this just to save a little bit of time. I went through there the other day and took some pictures and spoke with the owner. I think it's, for me, it's difficult. I know people make mistakes in their lives and they need help and assistance to be placed somewhere. Where I take concern with this from a safety point of view is that these people that are not as well off as others or have made some bad choices are put in an unsafe environment. And it's right in the middle of a severe fire hazard area as defined by the state by their hazard maps. So I would ask that the board consider and look at how they can hold those people if they're being compensated by the county for safety, to ensure that their safety aspects are up to speed. But I don't think we should be putting people in unsafe conditions just because they are not as well off as other people. I think that the county can do much better in ensuring that our county resources ensure that ensure that a safe environment for those people to live in is maintained. So that's where I'm going to go with that. And I'm not sure, who do I give this letter to with photos
give
of
it to the
the
clerk of the board.
violations? Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate your comments. Welcome back, Gina.
Hi, my lucky day, I get to speak twice. Gina Posey. Just for clarity, what this item is about is that currently the county is placing folks from various county agencies into hotels and are paying for their stays. And we currently have a policy in the county that, for instance, if there's an IRS lien against that hotel, it cannot be put on the approved hotel list. We're suggesting that that should be broadened to include that if you have severe fire code violations at a hotel, it should not be placed on the county's approved list for hotels. And we are using this as an egregious example of one hotel that is being used, it is on the list, that has more than 100 fire code violations. They have been inspected as recently as December and January without mitigating those fire code violations. And I'm concerned that the county is putting themselves at risk because you do pay for those stays. And That's what I'd like you to consider is whether you should have hotels that have severe fire code violations on your hotel approved list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the boardroom? Good morning, Chris.
Chris Payne, Dennis Strings. The one piece that's missing, I believe, is whether or not these types of lodging, who inspects them? Meaning we know that the fire protection district inspects them because that's a responsibility that they have. So therefore they have staff that goes around, make sure that sprinklers are working or could work, and make sure that the fire detectors, the smoke detectors are working, and they do that periodically because that's their job. Supervisor Huddle, you know that because your background being on the fire board for El Dorado Hills. So we have that happening, but like mobile home parks are not a county function. I believe it's the state that inspects mobile home parks. So I'd like to get clarity, and I assume you have the clarity or would be getting it, as to where does the responsibility for these types of buildings, where does it start, and then what responsibility? Because I think it's surprising some of you, some of the data now it's been coming out most recently just in the last few days. So that's what I want to hopefully hear you discuss, is about the regulations related to these types of buildings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. If there's anyone else in the boardroom that would like to make comment, come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kate Campbell Craven, and I just wanted to point out that nobody is being forced to stay in these motels. And the discussion as to whether we should support this, the alternative for these people is to stay outside. And it seems to me the discussion is a little bit of an undercurrent of, we don't want these people, but those are the people who are staying in those motels, whether they can scrape together enough money to stay in them. Those are the only choices they have. And so we can offer, I know I used to work for Sutter Hospital in Sacramento. We offered free Motel 6 vouchers to some families. That's not a place that a lot of them wanted to stay, but if the choice was sleeping in their car because their kid was in the hospital or staying in the Motel 6, they accepted the vouchers. And I think the same is here. We're not saying the county should spend much more money to put them up into better motels. The option is not to let them stay there at all. So these are people with children, people who can't stay in the navigation center. We're not off. If we don't have anything else to offer, I think we should look long and hard before we withdraw this offer to them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kim, I think we're ready to go online.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my call. Yes, I kind of agree. I mean, I do agree with the last speaker. Something to me just doesn't sit right, because I've been following this issue, and people in Cameron Park, a certain group of people, have just been fighting tooth and nail to not have this demographic stay at this hotel. It's a NIMBY situation, and now there's a new twist today that, gee, we're concerned about the safety of these people and the fire, regulation problems, whatever they are, that are undefined, that we all just found out about 2 minutes ago. And so I just ask that you look at it, the broader picture, what this is really all about. I think we've talked about homeless many, many, many times, and we know that there's just not one location that is going to work. The juvenile hall, old juvenile hall, is 60 beds. And like others have said, that's not for women, children, families. And also I've come to learn just recently that actually 52 of those 60 beds are reserved for those who come through the HOT team. That is their ticket in. and I'm not saying anything negative about the HOT team, you know, whatever, but there are other agencies and people who work with the homeless who do not have the ability to put people into the juvenile hall because of that quota system that's in place. So please, let's look at the bigger picture. We need places for people who would otherwise be sleeping out in the weather or in their car, as the previous speaker said. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hello, Leo. Leo, I think, can you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you.
There we go.
I did it, but I don't know why. But second time's the charm. I'm sure you guys can relate to that as you do things third and fourth times. So thank you again for all the good work you're doing. I hope this is something near and dear. I met my wife in an intentional community 40 years ago that provided services to the homeless in San Jose. And it's near and dear because it's a tough job, and our society has failed in this area, and you guys are doing awesome work, but the problem is state and national, driven by so many variables, one of which is, you know, the lack of affordable housing. And I just call your attention to the fact that you're in a beautiful building on a beautiful campus, the government center. There are so many places that don't have the same resources that, as callers have pointed out, folks go to because it's a better option than being in cars with your children. And I have worked with families that, through no fault of their own or mistakes they've made, are in these situations, and finding places where it's affordable and they'll accept that demographic is such a challenge. And it gets to be more and more of a challenge as these hotels and various affordable single room occupancy get upscaled as property values increase. And it's a challenge for the community. It's a challenge for the fire marshals. It's a challenge for your agencies. But I would urge you to maybe bring it back and get more data for the community. I've dealt with fire code violations over the years as a manager of hotels, and they range from simple things like overloaded electrical outlets to serious things. So you need the data, and you also need the demographics of the folks that are being placed there with vouchers. And then crucially, what's the alternative? We don't want to over impact one community, but we also don't want to continue to underserve the folks that your agencies are serving. So thank you for paying attention, and perhaps bring it back for a greater discussion.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Barbara.
Good morning, Barbara Rogers, Cameron Park. As most of you know, I've lived in the county a good long time and in Cameron Park since '91. I have to tell you that I am really conflicted on this issue after reading the public comments submitted late on the 17th of February, and was only at public comment was only added this morning for the public to review. I have been attending Cameron Park CSD board meetings, fire committee meetings since 2004, 2005. I've never really paid much attention to this or seen that this motel had these violations. So my thing is, if in fact there are rooms that are in violation per the fire code, then I need to ask myself and my fire department, who's responsible to make sure that these get corrected? Should it be in concert with the county also? Our fire marshal is currently on vacation, so I can't connect with him, but I definitely will when he returns. But the last thing I'm going to say is there's been a movement in Cameron Park for the past couple years to move these people out of here. There has been fear instilled, in my opinion, on people that we're a crime-ridden community. I've lived, like I said, I've lived in the county 45 years. I've lived here since 91. I go over to the Safeway Shopping Center all hours of the day when I get off work, early in the morning, in the middle of the day. I've never felt in fear of anybody there. I do know at one time, I know we have homeless here, but really I haven't seen any for a long time. I don't know if they move out in the winter or what. And as far as that motel, I go by there, I bank right there at Eldorado Savings. I have never noticed any bad things about that motel. I've never paid attention to it, really. I mean, it's just there. So, you know, I'd like to hope you guys would really think about this and look at what the violations are. And if you can find another place, fine. And people say spread the wealth. But if I'm a hotel owner and I don't want to use your program, well, you can't make business owners, you know, work with you. This Quality Inn has worked with you. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Now taking public comment from Colleen Hearn.
Hello, board. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Colleen.
I just want to address this agenda item and also address some of the comments. It's obvious that they're referring to the concerned citizens of Cameron Park. And I just want to correct one thing that we have never asked that these people be removed from our community. We were just pointing out the disproportionate use, which was confirmed by the grand jury report. Someone said we do not want to have this demographic, which is obviously not correct. We work with the food bank. We work during the holiday season to support our community. There's not an undercurrent or a movement. This information was brought to our attention. We've been working the correct way to discuss items in our community. And we appreciate people following the issues, but they need to follow them a little bit more closely because those statements are inaccurate. It's just the typical spin when somebody is looking into something and bringing information to the public. It's just not necessary or constructive. Any business would be held to the same standard and you would be looking at it if they were trying to open a business in our community. Our fire marshals all over new businesses in Cameron Park who are trying to open with every single solitary violation where they cannot get their doors open. One of our businesses is almost going bankrupt before he opens his door because of fire marshal stuff and county stuff that they're all supposed to be following. So this isn't an attack on homeless. I know that's a really sexy way to get people's attention. This is about the fact that it was brought to our attention that there's these violations and that the county has paid a significant amount of money and any other business would be held to the same standard. We received a response from the probation department to one of our inquiries about addressing spreading this out throughout the county. And that's what we've been supporting all along. That is our position. We just don't want to have disproportionate use of our facilities that can be used for tourism, the new Moonraker that's coming in, and we want to make sure that it's fair across the entire county. So all we're asking is that you take a look at this and really be clear on what the standard, does it only apply to new businesses trying to open, or does it apply to businesses who are existing, especially when the county is engaged? The fire marshal is looking into it. They are addressing it. Other people have gotten involved in addressing this from a fire safety perspective. Let's not distract from what the issue is. Nobody is screaming and yelling about removing people from the hotel. Let's just be very clear that we're asking the county to take a look at the standards they would set for anybody they would conduct business with as vendors. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. And before I bring it back to the board for any additional comments, like to ask staff or CAO's office, are any comments regarding approved vendors, requisite inspections and oversight on violations, including those identified by our fire agencies? How do we work within that framework? What does that look like?
First is we need to be told that those exist. But if it's purely just fire code violations, Karen's not here. My understanding it's within the scope of the fire district.
They handle those.
They
They
handle those.
identify them and then they handle
That's my
them.
understanding, yes.
Okay.
Now, if the fire violations are severe enough to warrant closure of the whole building, I would hope the fire district would communicate with the county to be at minimum to be aware of that this is we've talked about a lot today and it's on our board right there, collaboration that goes beyond county departments. It goes beyond all our partners and we can always try to do better at that. I don't know if the fire district knew that the county is using that hotel as a vendor, so that ongoing communication needs to take place. I heard about these on Friday.
Okay.
I was planning to follow up this week. It was my understanding that it's only specific rooms. It's not the building as a whole.
Okay.
It was also my understanding those rooms that have the violations are not being occupied.
Okay.
So from my perspective, is there an immediate health and safety risk? I was told there was not.
Okay.
That's what I know right now.
And you were told that by the fire agency, fire marshal.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And they are.
Well, the fire district.
The fire district.
So
Okay.
so can I expand
Great.
upon that? Code enforcement was mentioned. That's a county function. So is there truly like 100 violations that have been filed with code enforcement that the county's gotten engaged on? Because I've not heard that either.
I don't know, Supervisor. That's something we'd have to follow up this week as well.
Okay.
Again, I just guess it sounds like an excuse, but it came in Friday with the holiday yesterday. It's hard to chase all those down.
Understand? Okay.
Any other
I
board
just
discussion?
think, I think there's just been a lack of communication. I think more communication would be better because we had an issue that happened in El Dorado Hills when a certain business was basically shut down and stuff and they weren't collaborating very well and finally we got it worked out. And I think that's one of the big issues, communications.
I will share that when I did hear this, I did contact our planning department and it was not planning who red tagged the building. It was the fire department that had red tagged certain rooms in the building. So that's just information you should be aware of.
And we are following up with the fire district on that. Okay, great.
I just got one more other thing too, is we're talking, how many people are using that facility down there that are homeless because of the Caldor fire, the mosquito fire? Do we know that, Olivia? Any of those residents?
Actually, can you come to the podium?
Yeah,
Thank you, Olivia.
No problem. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, I was just curious on it and stuff, because I brought up this situation with the tiny homes, and that's something else we could also look into, but anyway, I was just curious about that, if anybody was there, because right now there was a lot, during the summertime, a lot of the people were staying up there in tents, in RVs and stuff like that, but it's been so cold up there, they can't even stay in their RVs. So a lot of them moved out. That's why I was asking if there was any vouchers or something, placing them in other facilities.
Okay. All right. It looks like we had some staff that has additional insights on that
Okay.
question. Come on
Okay.
down. Thank you.
All
I
right.
have a little bit of information.
Appreciate
Oh,
that.
okay, good.
Appreciate that.
Good morning, Board. Michelle Ray, Deputy Director at HHSA in the self-sufficiency programs. And I just wanted to speak to your question. We do have at least 2, possibly 3 families that I'm aware of that are Caldor fire-related families housed in the Quality Inn. As most of you in the room, we learned about this morning as well, this particular document that had come forward, but I believe it was Colleen. The question of disproportionality has come up before. So I thought I did take the liberty of bringing some numbers because we do keep pretty good data on our CalWorks families that are placed in hotels. So if you're open to that, I'd love to share that with you because it does speak a little bit to the fact that we do try to spread the wealth to the other hotels.
That'd be great, Michelle. Thank you.
So you're welcome. So in calendar year 2022, we had 50 households. So that's 50 families. That doesn't speak to how many in the household, but 50 families, 24 of which were housed at the Quality Inn in Cameron Park. So that's 48%. 26 of those families were housed in other locations in the county. So that would be Gold Trail, Motherlode, the variety of the other motels that we do tend to use. And as Olivia mentioned, these are client choice. Families choose based on a variety of reasons, including supportive services, proximity to the child's school where they may be already enrolled, proximity to a bus line, to employer. Some of our families that we've placed historically work at Safeway. They work at those gas stations. So I just wanted to add a little bit of additional context because it might help. So
Thank you,
if you have any
Michelle.
other questions, I'm happy to answer.
How many hotels do we actually use countywide? Is it half a dozen? I'm just trying to remember. We've heard some of this in the past, but I don't remember.
About 6+ South Lake Tahoe, you might.
Six on the western slope and then South Lake Tahoe
We
in
have
addition?
4 on the west slope and 3 in South Lake Tahoe.
Okay, all right.
Wonderful. Thank you, Olivia. And it's really nice to see probation staff and Health and Human Services staff here today. Thank you for being with us. So this is just an item to engage in discussion, which we've been doing, and to receive a report back to the board. Is there any formal action on this? No action is required. So is there any further
I would like to
discussion?
ask probation, since they haven't spoken yet, what insight they can provide us on the kinds of services that are provided there locally and the need for continued participation, involvement with probationary individuals, et cetera, et cetera. Is the value of this particular facility highly important to the probation department? The quality and be specific, yeah.
So I will answer that question specifically, but give you some general context first. As a reminder, the primary place that we use for providing service for those that are housing challenged are at our Bridge House. So of the folks that are coming back from state prison, being released from jail, finding themselves in a situation where their housing is becoming tentative, while on formal supervision, we use the Bridge first and foremost, unless there's a reason not to use it.
Okay.
So our use of the Quality Inn in Cameron Park specifically has been reduced since 2021 when the Bridge opened by about 85%. We only housed, I think, a grand total of 8 people at the Quality Inn in Cameron Park over the last year. And the majority of those were because there was conflict with them being in the Bridge House for one reason or another. As Olivia said, I think we have agreements with 3 different West Slope hotels, and we haven't had a situation where we've needed to use housing in South Lake Tahoe in the recent past. But we have 3 agreements on the West Slope, and we've utilized all 3 of them. The lion's share still go to the Quality Inn in Cameron Park. By lion's share, I mean 6 of the 8 over the last year. And the reason that we use that, first and foremost, to your question, Supervisor, is that the proximity to our office is such that we can be to the Quality Inn within 4 minutes. Our response time there is better than in any other location. And we are doing regular supervision at the facility on a weekly basis. So if a probation officer has a client housed at the Quality Inn, then they do anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 checks weekly with both the hotel management and the client we have placed there to ensure that we aren't having any issues, which we haven't had any issues at the hotel, well, since we started using it.
So thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for that clarity. All right.
Oh, I got a follow-up question. I wasn't going to go there, but you brought it up. The Bridge, it's in a residential neighborhood. It's a 6-bed facility. How's that going? Because we hear a lot of stuff, you know, and there's a lot of, what's the right word? Anyway, a lot of statements are made sometimes that I don't know if they're accurate. So what's really going on here at the Bridge? It's only been there for what, over a year now?
February of 21.
Okay. So
Yeah.
how's it going? Are there concerns with the neighbors and all that stuff?
So no concerns that have been brought to my attention at all. We have staff on site at the Bridge during a lot of hours during the day. I don't want to say all hours of every day. And the clients that we place there, we obviously are fairly selective of the people that we place there. We have had what I would term pretty solid success, because not only are they housed there, but they're also receiving supportive services. So everybody is involved in some type of programming, whether it's substance use disorder treatment programming, workforce development programming, but they're receiving regular support from both their probation officer and our professional staff that are on site in making sure that they're connected with resources and services. but for all intents and purposes, it's been going great.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So important to support folks in all areas of their journey through life. Yeah, it's really important. So, all right. Any further discussion then? I'd like to thank our staff for bringing this back to the board. Really appreciate you clarifying what's going on in our communities and for serving our community. All right. So with that, it's 12:06, it's actually almost 20. We're going to break for lunch at this point, and then we'll be back for our 1 o'clock open forum, our 1:30 proclamation, and then we will address item number 26 following the proclamation. So see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you all for Oh, I'm sorry.
There.
Are we okay? All right, good. Good afternoon, El Dorado County. It is 1 o'clock and we are back from lunch. All right. So with that, we move to open forum. Kim?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Ruth.
Hello, Ruth Michelson, District 4. I'm here to talk some more today about Human Rights Commission. I kind of got off track last week and didn't finish what I wanted to say. So I just feel like it was just a very hasty decision that was made. And I ask that you maybe pause. I know that the ordinance is to come back to disband Human Rights Commission. I think it's probably, I've heard, going to come back probably mid-March, but it's in County Council's hands. But I still ask that you just slow things down. I know that day you made a suggestion of some marriage between Human Rights Commission and a nonprofit, but neither party had been asked. And I've looked into that nonprofit, and as good of work as that they are planning to do and are doing, I don't see the match. I really don't. I mean, there's some overlap, but a lot of the work that the Human Rights Commission has done and could do doesn't really fall under the scope of what the Bridge Divide, something like that, nonprofit. So I'm not sure why things got so heated and had to be dealt with so quickly. I so enjoyed listening to the very long conversation this morning. I know I'm not going to go into that because this is for non-agenda items, but I thought that that was such a model of consideration of what the issues were and how a commission could be brought back into line with what you would like. And I really do not think that anything, from my perspective, that the Human Rights Commission has done has been so out of line or so heinous that they should be treated in this manner. I think Susan Simpkin, who is their chair, is very, very thoughtful, very even-handed. She was reappointed by Lori Parlin for yet a second term. So I think that was a vote of confidence. And I would just like, again, for us to slow things down and consider how maybe this very important commission that does work that is obviously still needed would continue. So thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Good afternoon, Melody.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. Last Wednesday, I had a conversation with the driver of a white county SUV parked in front of my property, license plate number 1544271. I explained to the individual wearing dark sunglasses that 10 vehicles had set off my security alarm on Sunday. So I inquired whether DOT could put up additional signage at the base of Mount Murphy Road to deter traffic and annoying intrusions while road repairs were being completed. When I asked him to please identify himself, he responded mockingly, "I'm surprised you don't recognize me from the photo you took. I'm the notorious Brian Mullins." Brian was driving the same vehicle on February 1st that led a caravan of vehicles to view the landslide area. They ignored signage and trespassed using my driveway to turn around, setting off the alarm. Meanwhile, Brian disrespectfully laughed as he drove by, taking photos of me with his cell phone. Since Rafael Martinez and Lori Parlin refused to respond to my phone calls or emails, it necessitated that I submit this PRA, which still remains largely unanswered, as do other related concerns about Mount Murphy Road. When I brought up the issue of the PRA and my email obstruction ordered by CAO CEO Don Ashton, Brian Mullins arrogantly replied, "You have to deal with the CAO and county council about that." Obtaining an appropriate response from public officials has been like getting blood out of a turnip. Although I appreciated that DOT put up signage on Friday to deter traffic, I do not appreciate the harassment, obstructionism, and disrespectful attitude of Brian Mullins and other county staff. It is apparent that Mr. Mullins needs an attitude adjustment and would benefit from a refresher course in good governance and EDC personnel policy, specifically the Code of Ethics. Treat all individuals encountered in the performance of your duties in a respectful, courteous, and professional manner. Faithfully comply with the laws and regulations applicable to the county and impartially apply them to everyone. Promote the public interest through a responsive application of public duties. Demonstrate the highest standards of personal integrity, truthfulness, and honesty in all public activities. Uphold these principles, being ever conscious that public office is a public trust. It is my right and my duty to demand transparency and accountability for these egregious violations of the public trust that emanate from the very top. The consistent silence of this board demonstrates your disdain for constituents, your oaths of office, and the supreme law of the land. Madam Clerk, please enter these into the public record and note that your silence is your consent.
Thank you, Melody. Is there anyone else in the board chamber that would like to speak? Come on down, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Jackie Phillips. I live in Deer Park, Diamond Springs. I have two things that I want to bring up. My New Year's resolution was I was going to do one positive thing every day, at least. So here's the positive one. You guys get it, okay? There's a gentleman that lives in Deer Park, and he walks up and down Patterson Drive, God bless him. And there's a lady I've seen also sometimes doing it, and they're picking up garbage and they're putting it alongside the road in piles in the hopes that someone's going to haul it off. Okay. And I've been putting as much as I can in my garbage cans, but I'm not going to get a bigger garbage can to pick that garbage up. I can't afford it for one reason. So, but in any event, at least that's what positive thing I feel anyway, that, people should know about. If you're going to the dump, I flagged one guy down and said, "You going to the dump?" He said yes. And I asked him if he would take it, and he did.
Nice.
So anyhow, okay. Secondly, I'd like to request that the county do a vehicle count in the specific areas, and basically from South Shingle Road to Sly Park, Highway 50 to the county line. The traffic there is, you need to know what's going on with the traffic there. I don't really think you do understand what and how bad it truly is. It's dangerous. I can't even sometimes get out of my driveway. I decided I was going to turn around and maybe go around and come around that way and then back into my garage. Can't do that because you got to get a permit, and it's another, all the baloney. Anyhow, so, I'd like to see you do that for two reasons. Number one, we need to know. And number two, you need it for future planning.
Thank you, Jackie. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon. Before I start, I understand this is Mr. Ashton's last board meeting, and I want to congratulate him for his service to the state of California and Delaware County, and I wish you well in retirement. Send us a postcard from wherever you end up. I'm here today to talk about board protocols and policy based on my last interaction with you when I was interrupted by the clerk of the board and the county council stating a policy that they believed was in effect that prevented me from speaking. As you know, because I submitted it to you, I researched if such a policy or protocol exists, and it does not. And so I want to reinforce that issue that you as board chair are you're the standard bearer for all of those protocols and policies. And what I saw was that you either don't know them or you don't care to follow them, because on that day you said, we need to stick with our protocol on that. Yes. It should not be up to me to go and research on my own what those protocols are and if they do in fact exist. And in this case, they didn't. I'm not blaming you alone. You have an entire county staff that should be available to help point out those issues that you're not familiar with. But in this case, there was no such policy and protocol. And I will come back and address that. The launching pad for that, the one to come back and speak about, is you do have a board protocol and policy in your governor's handbook, and it's called Handling Complaints from the Community. And I'm here to ask you today, before I leave the podium, to answer the question of how and when you're going to respond to my formal complaint about Commissioner Linda Grimaldi. I submitted that 9 months ago in writing in very great detail, and I've submitted multiple other submissions to the county council and to you without any response whatsoever. The protocol says that the rationale for handling complaints is that the Board of Supervisors is accessible and responsive to community concerns and issues. The board strives to be consistent and fair in dealings with complaints and concerns expressed from the community. The board values open communication and timely resolution of issues, but you haven't done anything in response to my complaint, and I've asked about it repeatedly. Your protocol says it is important that the board have a clear and consistent process when considering and responding to constituent concerns. An approach with concerns or complaints, board members will, and there's several examples, but one of them is to strive to ensure community members understand the appropriate steps in the complaint process. As far as I understand, there is no complaint process, and I've asked what that is, and I'm waiting for an answer. And in the past, when I've asked questions, they have been ignored by other preceding board chairs. So I'm not intending to leave the podium unless you answer a simple question. How and when are you going to respond to my complaint? Just give me a response,
Thank you,
please.
Joseph. This is public comment time. I will get back to you. Thank you for your comments.
When will you do that?
I will contact you later this week.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
All right, wonderful. Okay.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo.
Hi again. Shout out to Don. When I moved up here and went first to the meeting, I so appreciated his public service attitude, his orientating me to the differences of El Dorado County. You're losing a great diamond, and I'm sure you're going to find another one, but thank you, Don. And of course, thanks for Kim catching my late raising of hand. You've got a great team. I also would like to comment concerning the Human Rights Commission. And in terms of process, you had a great example today, and many items came to you that you handled well. And it's always about collaboration. I've heard that many, many times. And it's also about being data-driven and having sufficient information. From my perspective, in the context of the Human Rights Commission, Supervisor Heidel is the only member that has deep and up-to-date information as your member that has been attending the meetings, because Supervisor Novosel turned out. I have watched some of the tapes. I appreciate his analysis of group dynamics, how the group's going through norming and storming and et cetera. I'd urge you to consider this as an opportunity, as you showed with other commissions, to do renorming. And again, from my perspective, you need the information, and I'd urge you on an agenda item before you bring back the ordinance, you allow Bridging Divides to come and give you an informational presentation, as well as the Human Rights Commission concerning their work plan and where they're at. I know you had them given a report back in November, but it's my assumption that all the concerns you're addressing hadn't crystallized. And to me, this is a great opportunity for you to all get up to date and allow all the public with great transparency to understand the different directions you're considering and ultimately have better public support for whatever you decide. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Calvin Phelps.
Good afternoon, and I'll keep my comment very brief. My comment is to wish El Dorado County Chief Administrative Officer Don Ashton an excellent retirement and to thank him for his service to the community. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin.
And there's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, so Dawn's official proclamation is at 1:30. Let's see. Can we, what's the recommendation by staff? Can we fit item 25 in?
I think that might be a little quick, but perhaps we could convene to closed session. And
do
handle
number
33. Mhm.
All right,
We can do that.
great. Let's
Okay.
recess to closed session, item number 33. We will be back shortly.
Madam Chair, in
Yes.
regards to closed session, I just heard from our IT director that she has a medical appointment today. So I'd like to request that that item be continued to March 7th.
Okay, great. I mean, sorry, she has a medical appointment, but we will continue that to March 7th. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So with that, we will finish item number 33. Take public comment. No, we already did that. Okay. And come back and see you shortly.
Yeah, you took it.
All right, we're back. All right, thank you everyone for your patience. And County Council, do we have anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard item number 33. There's no action to report out. And as noted previously, item number 32 will be continued to March 7th.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So with that, we move to the 1:30 time allocation. Sorry. This is a tough one. Happy? Tough. And I see you've moved seats, Don. This is our time to celebrate and say goodbye to our beloved CAO, Don Ashton. And I know the board will have comments, and thank you all for being here. We truly appreciate it. And I think I'd start off with a proclamation, Don. So invite you to come front and center.
Can I go ahead and read the?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Kim.
Item number 30 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, recognize Don Ashton, El Dorado County Chief Administrative Officer on his retirement after 12 years of service in El Dorado County and a public service career spanning 30 years. And 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Don's dedication to public service and congratulate him on his retirement.
I know this is out of your wheelhouse, but thank you for humoring us. It's important to celebrate your accomplishments and your legacy in this county. So, a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition of Don Ashton for his outstanding public service. Whereas Don Ashton's long and distinguished career in public service began in Los Angeles County, where immediately after graduation from Cal State Northridge, he was a health inspector, checking restaurants for sanitation compliance, and occasionally making his way, for safety reasons, into Academy Award dinners to ensure that crab legs and champagne were held at proper temperatures. And whereas after 17 years and numerous promotions in Los Angeles, Don attained the position of Deputy Executive Officer for the county's Board of Supervisors. And whereas it was the love of a childhood friend that led Don to make a geographic detour from a promising career in Los Angeles to a new one in El Dorado County. And whereas Don began work in El Dorado County only a few days after his wedding in January 2011 as fiscal officer for the Sheriff's Department. And whereas Don moved to the Chief Administrative Office as an analyst, and then to the Health and Human Services Agency, which he served first as Director of Administration and Finance, and later as department head, ultimately becoming El Dorado County's Chief Administrative Officer in May 2016. And whereas Don has, during his tenure in El Dorado County, cultivated productive relationships among departments between the county and external agencies and with constituents. And whereas Don has encouraged his subordinates to develop their career skills and pursue advancement opportunities, even when their advancement meant inconveniences to himself or to his office. And whereas Don has throughout his career displayed the highest levels of professionalism, kindness, and personal integrity. And whereas Don's devotion to his job was rarely more apparent than after a mountain biking accident that left him with multiple broken bones, after which he took only a single sick day and then returned to work, ignoring supervisors' pleas to go home. And whereas Don's dedication to the betterment of his community has extended far beyond the scope of his county employment, including volunteer service on nonprofit boards. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does, with deep appreciation and gratitude, recognize Don Ashton for his long and significant contribution to the county and for a career throughout which he has exemplified the gold standard in public service, passed and adopted by the board this 21st day of February 2023. Please join me in a round of applause. Don, have enough, you've been sat through enough of these that like to, invite you to speak, and then we'll have public comment, and then we want a photo op because we have something to present to you as well. So, hi, Don, welcome.
Well, thank you. This is one of those times I'd rather be sitting up there than down here. CAOs rarely get to retire and leave on their own terms. CAOs, city managers, the circumstances usually dictate a change. Many times through no one's fault. It's just time for a change. So this is truly an honor. I can't thank you enough. And it's only possible because of the support this board, prior boards have had, but more importantly, the support of our department heads, our county employees, our external partners, the cities, the fire districts, special districts. All of them helped me be successful and made me, let me survive for almost 7 years in this role, which is a long time. And it's just time now for a new set of eyes, new energy to come in and continue to build on what I believe are the successes this county has had the past few years, especially. It's been an interesting ride. I wanted to be the CAO because I enjoy the strategic long-term thinking and planning and problem solving that goes with that. And for the first few years, that's what it was. And then it changed with COVID, and then Caldor and mosquito and the storms. And that's consumed all of our lives. And we got away from that strategic long-term thinking, and it's turned into, it seems like more of a crisis management position, which was exhausting. And I think quite frankly, it burned a lot of county executives out of their jobs. But now it's time to get back to that strategic thinking. And I hope that's what you will do. And I know your interim CAO will do everything in her power to get you to do that. Because we need that. It's important for our community here. It's been a pleasure to work with you, with this board. I've lost track of how many board members I've worked with since I've been going back 10 years to when I was the HHSA director. It's somewhere between 12 and 14, I think. And so the turnover there creates an interesting dynamic here as well that we have to navigate. And it's people always, what's unique about El Dorado County that I've seen, it's the incumbents don't win here like they do in other counties. Incumbents get unseated all the time. And that's another variable that's unique to us because that creates more turnover even though we have term limits. I want to, as I said, thank the department heads, the staff. They've been great. It's been an honor to work with the staff. You have probably the most committed staff that any organization could have. They work so hard for you. And I don't see it all. You don't see it all. But the hours, you get more than one FTE out of many of your employees in this organization. And that's a good thing for their commitment because they want to serve. They want to make their community better. And we should be proud of that. But we also need to not take advantage of that and be realistic in the expectations we can have of them. Then I need to thank my family. Anne is here. She's the statement about giving back to the community beyond my role, that comes from her. She's the most generous person in the world. And she drags me along with her in that regard. But just the fact of her and the kids, the parents putting up with the job with me on bad days, things like that, it takes that partnership to make it successful. And I had that. So she's back there sitting in the back row. So thank you, Anne, and thank you, everyone. And thank you. And hopefully we will cross paths. I'm confident we will. And we're not going far. So I'm only a phone call away.
We're going to hold you to that.
You got it. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Don. Thank you. He's actually getting closer to you. As is our protocol, we like to take public comment on proclamations first, and then we'll bring it back to the board for board comments and then to pass the proclamation. So Kim, would you like to open us up?
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I told him I wasn't going to talk. I lied. He came at the right time of our history. I'm a historian of county government, having worked here myself. So I was well aware of some of the things that were happening and how out of control it seemed. And I think there was a majority of people that felt that way. He steps in with all of this big city experience, including public health inspection. And he starts to lead in his own way with the job that he was given, the job that he asked to be given. Recruitment goes on, he takes the role. Something else comes up, he talks to his friends, he talks to the people that he works with, and he kept coming higher and higher, eventually assuming the role that he has been here now with us. He will be missed, not because Tiffany's not a good person, but it's that corporate knowledge, the knowledge of how much we learn every day. The Board of Supervisors meetings are an educational experience. Today's no exception. But I wanted to say to him that I respect him completely, and the proclamation was perfect. The word choices were perfect. And I believe it's going to be hard for us to not have him here. So therefore, I take him at his word that he's just a phone call away. And I believe him. I believe that he would be there. And he knows the importance of not engaging too much. He's got to allow things to evolve. People like Tiffany now in her role, she needs a chance to be able to mature and kind of nurture with her experience. So I'm going to miss him, not seeing him every meeting, but thank you for the opportunity to at least start. Hopefully others will come up and speak to him and maybe roast him more than I did. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors, Chair. Tiffany, congratulations. Acting, I believe, is the appropriate word right now, and County Council. And more importantly, Don Ashton. My pleasure to represent a few people today. I hoping Shiva was going to be here, but I haven't seen her yet. Maybe she got hung up, but I currently sit as LAFCO chair. John's done a great job, but I've now moved into that seat as well as chair of the El Dorado Irrigation District Board. Also sitting on Marshall Hospital Board, El Dorado Community Foundation Board, and Kiwanis Club Placerville. I mention all those because Don has personally touched every one of those in many, many ways, whether it's through county-related business, whether it's through personal touch, whether it's through a community member. And you usually don't get that in too many administrative officials such as Don, or such as Don's position. I've personally, obviously, as a past Board of Supervisors, worked very close with Don. We did a lot of that governance planning and so forth that I think is very important to the key of success for El Dorado County, and many of the people in the room here also were the keys of success. So I couldn't let this go today without getting here and saying to Don, congratulations, Godspeed, Annie as well. I'm hoping maybe now workouts are about 7 a.m. up on Mosquito Union Ridge. So if you kick him out, I'll make sure he goes, Annie. Because there's the wheelbarrow races coming up this year in the spring. You know, we'll keep him going, but I know where he lives. I know when he says I'm only a phone call away, that he will be just that. And now we can get him in a whole bunch more commissions, committees, and so forth, being a free community member. But Don, again, Godspeed. You're great. Love you, man. And I really appreciate all your hard work, and the board as well for working with Don. So thank you very much for this opportunity. We'll catch you later.
Thank you, Brian. Hello, Clay.
I'm Clay Russell, District 3. And I'm going to repeat something I said in the office when I changed jobs not long ago. When I entered the workforce, Don was 10. And since then, I've had a lot of bosses, really good ones, really awful ones. But Don is the best boss I ever had. He is a great, great boss. Ask him, he'll tell you. He's a great boss, not because he knows his stuff, not just because he's expert at navigating the politics of relationships with his bosses, with his subordinates, with the community. To me, he's a great boss because he makes everybody who works for him feel that their work matters and feel valuable. He not only listens to, but invites contributions from even the lowest ranking members of his office. He accepts challenges and to what he's suggesting. If he doesn't go with your way, he still respects your participation. So I'll miss him. I'll miss his being here, but I'll always be grateful for the time that I worked for him, and I wish him well.
And Clay, thank you for your hand in the proclamation. Hello, Kira.
Hello. Kira Scharfenberg, clerk of the board. Hi, Dawn. I think that Dawn is an amazing person. And I remember when I first started, one of the first things I noticed about him was I would see him walking in the halls or outside, and he always says, "Hi, how are you?" to whoever he sees, county employees. And I really noticed that because he is such an amazing CAO, and he could be, arrogant and think that he's great, you're not like that at all. And it's just, you're very humble and kind. And for a long time, I was really nervous when I'd see you come in the office, and I felt like, oh my gosh, the principal's here. But getting to know you more and hearing you rush down the hallway, I got to know you, that you have a really kind, warm heart, and you can be silly. And so we're all really going to miss you, and sad to see you go, but really happy for you and your wife, Ann, and expect lots of photography. So that's all.
Thank you, Kira. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. I'm Neil Noblock. I'm with IT, but I did not start with IT. I actually started in the elections department, as you all know, Lori. We go back a ways. The first time that I met Don, we were shorthanded in the elections department during a crucial election. And this guy was sitting across from me, working on ballots and working in the elections department. I was really impressed by his other departments heads hadn't shown up. Other people hadn't shown up, but you were there working with us hand in hand, hours in, hours out, trying to get this stuff certified and making sure that this stuff was done. I was impressed. Then when I got an opportunity to work with you, it was good. What a good man. I really appreciate it. It has been an honor and a privilege to work with them. And I can see some guitar lessons in your future. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
Congratulations.
Welcome back, Brian.
It's at about this moment that Dawn's getting very nervous. Understandably so. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Brian Richard. I'm your county's chief probation officer. And as a department head in this county, work very, very closely with Dawn. In fact, I've worked with about 10 CAOs in my career through 3 different counties. And I can say with 100% certainty, Dawn was one of them. As the chair pointed out, Dawn has a very difficult time keeping a job. He's been through how many? Dozens? This is my longest job. Yeah, this is kept you all in the dark long enough to keep himself employed for an extended period of time, which is good because it happens to coincide a lot with the period of time that I've been here employed with the county. And as a result, I can share with you in all seriousness of all of the CAOs with whom I have worked over my career, Dawn has easily outperformed any of them relative to being a team member with his department heads. Dawn calls out the department heads as part of the reason that he's been successful in the county, but the reciprocal is true as well. Part of the reason that we have been able to be so successful is because Dawn has been a good teammate. I've watched CAOs operate in a variety of ways, some of them not so great when it comes to meeting the county's objectives and really being an advocate for what it is that the experts in their field know to do to provide the best services to the county. And Dawn is an advocate at helping us get to yes, helping us find a way to get through to achieve those things that we're trying to achieve on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County. And he's consistent in that. And I would say as a foundation to all of that, I trust him. I have been able to trust him the entire time that I've been here. And I know that what he says he's going to do, and I know that what we shared together in trying to accomplish things, he will use in the way that he sees fit. And I always trust that that will be in the best way possible. So with that foundation of trust, with that relationship, you're able to move forward in a positive way. And I think all of the department heads would probably share that same sentiment with you. I'm upset to see him go, only because I appreciate our friendship. I appreciate our professional relationship. Not because I don't think that there will be an amazing successor that comes as a result of all of the work that he has put in up to this point, but I will miss him. I wish you all the best in the future, and hopefully we'll get a chance to see each other. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Is there anyone else in the boardroom who'd like to speak at this time? Hello, Melody.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. It is my duty to demand that Don Ashton and other government officials uphold their oaths to the constitutions and abide by all constitutionally imposed mandates of their oaths. When public officers take oaths yet are ignorant of the constitutional positions and mandates to which they are bound by those oaths, then fail to abide by those positions and mandates in the performance of their official duties, this suggests that you may have had no intention of ever honoring your oaths, and your signature upon the oath documents constitutes fraud. Fraud vitiates any action. Any deceptive, obstructive enterprise undertaken by any public official that tends to weaken public confidence and undermines the sense of security for individual rights is against public policy and against the supreme law of the land and any other laws which comply with the national constitution. On August 18, 2018, Don Ashton distributed an email announcing that he ordered the former IT director to block and filter my communications with staff, including with Clay Russell. The current IT director, Tanya DiGiorno, has maintained Don's unlawful order, and in so doing, she violated my First Amendment rights and her oaths of office. Don's filtering of my communications with county staff has also unlawfully hindered proper and timely responses to Public Record Act requests for information. There has never been anything inappropriate about my communications with any county staff. And based upon strong prima facie evidence contained in unrebutted affidavits, it is reasonable to deduce that Don's fraudulent accusations about inappropriate emails are libelous, slanderous, defamatory, and retaliatory in nature for my exposure of his role in government corruption and unlawful censorship. The upcoming Cheryl Blychester case against the county should ring some bells. By conspiring with other county officials, including directors of the Taxpayers Association, to deprive me of public services and the ability to petition government for redress of grievances, further demonstrates a flagrant violation of your oaths, the constitutions, my secured inherent First Amendment rights and due process of law. In so doing, you acted in sedition and insurrection against the national and state constitutions and in treason against me and the people of El Dorado County. Instead of honoring Don Ashton's retirement today, he should be indicted for Title 18 federal crimes of conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law. Madam Clerk, you'll be receiving the affidavits as proof to enter into the public record as well.
Is there anyone else in the board chambers who'd like to come forward and speak? Good afternoon, Mike.
Hello, how are you? My name is Mike Sproul, and I wasn't going to speak today, but that just made me get up. Don's done huge work in the community. Do we always agree with him? No, but I watched him put himself, the people of El Dorado County in front of himself. I think that's the key to success. If we actually put the cause that we're working on in front of ourselves, I think we'll be successful with helping everybody. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Mike.
I'd like to just say a couple things.
Absolutely, Kim.
Thanks, Kim Dawson. So I'm not going to go up to the mic because that makes me nervous.
Actually, we can't see you though.
I know, that's fine.
You would like it for the recording.
Come on, Cam, come on. In front of the mic.
I wanted to thank Don for being just an outstanding leader, mentor. He made me believe in myself when I really didn't believe in myself, and gave me opportunities to grow within the county that not everybody would have done. And so I'd like to thank you. Don also has a way of making you do things you don't want to do. He can be very persuasive. And speaking for myself and kind of piggybacking with Kira, as I've gone through the county, starting at my original position, he's always treated everybody the same, wherever you are in the hierarchy. And that's such a rare quality that you find in somebody. And you are going to be missed. And I just hope you know what an impact you've made, not only on people's careers, but in their personal life too.
Thank you, Kim. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Hi, Lisa.
Lisa Blake, County Council. This is the first time I've come up here ever. So you are special. Don's an amazing individual. I've had the opportunity to work with him in other departments, and I've literally watched you change things wherever you've gone. You're not the reason I came over to this part of the county, but I'm super impressed with you. I've developed a friendship with you. I respect you. You're a good man. You're committed. I am blessed to have Don pass by my office like multiple times during the week, probably to go see you guys. And one of the favorite things, and I'm going to miss it so much, is that fast-paced focus walk. And I'm like, hey, Don. And he'll like, hey, Lisa. So you are my friend. I respect you. I would love to emulate everything that you've done here, and I will miss you greatly. And congratulations. You're a good man.
Hi, Raphael.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Oh, that's funny. I'm not used to having a time limit.
3 minutes, Raphael, 3 minutes.
Wow. It's probably a really good thing for both me and Brian, because we'll go on forever. So
you better start talking.
yeah, I know, no kidding. But I'm learning, Brian. Don, I'm getting better. So I just want to echo everything everyone's said up here. First and foremost, I want to thank Don for giving me a chance and bestowing me with the huge responsibility of the responsibility of the Department of Transportation. I want to thank him profusely for the support he's given, not just me and the mentoring he's given me, but the support he's giving my staff. Every storm, every incident, every fire, he's calling me up saying, what do you need from us? What's going on out there? How can we help? You don't hear that from every CEO. And I want to specifically thank him for his leadership. It's easy to take the low road, fly under the radar, not cause waves, just get your 3 to 5 years in and leave. But Don does what, as Kim said, makes us do the hard thing. He makes us take the high road. He makes us acknowledge. He makes us be transparent, open up, get the word out. It's hard. It's much more difficult to do all the legwork that needs to be taken to be a public official and be accountable. And he convinces us to do that. And because of that, I thank him. My only regret, and I think the regret that departments have as well, is that we're not going to have another 7 years to take on those challenges, to take the high road with him. But fortunately for us, he set us on really good foundation. And with a board that is diplomatic and cooperative. And I know that when we take those challenges, we're going to take cues from all the lessons we learned from Don. So I look forward to taking on those challenges with all of you, and knowing that I have his phone number on my phone, on my cell phone, that I can call him up and make sure that we're on the same page. So thank you, Don. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael.
Thanks, Raphael.
All right, last call in the boardroom. Thank you for your comments. Let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board, and good afternoon, Don. Andy Nevis. I was president of the Taxpayers Association up until the end of December, and had a lot of chances to work with Don. And I think presidents of the taxpayers associations and county CAOs or city managers, et cetera, don't usually have the greatest of relationships. But I can honestly say that the relationship with Don was extremely professional and frankly personally enriching as well. He was always available to us, recognized the value of communicating transparently with not just our members, but the public at large. And he really made himself available to help answer our questions, even on really short notice. For those of you that don't know, Taxpayers meets at 7:30 in the morning on Mondays. So not exactly the most convenient time for a meeting, but I would call Don up on a Saturday or a Sunday and say, hey, would you mind stopping by and answering a few questions? And he always did it without question. So I just really appreciate that. In fact, I think maybe one of the few times that Don got frustrated with me, it was because we had an item that came up in Taxpayers and I didn't call him about it over the weekend because I just didn't think it was that big a deal. But from then on, I knew that, even if it was the weekend, I had to make sure to give him a call first and just give him that opportunity to provide us with the best information that we needed to evaluate what was in the best interest of taxpayers. A couple other things that I really admire about Don is he always makes you feel like your issue is the most important thing to him. And that is just really hard for any individual to do. I always knew that Don had so much else going on, but when I was talking to him about something that was important to taxpayers, it was solely focused on that. He gave his full attention and was extremely engaged, always followed up. And that is just such a rare quality in leaders these days. And I also just want to thank him for his guidance and helping me learn how to work with government leaders. When I was first president of the taxpayers, I hadn't had a whole lot of experience working with folks, certainly in higher up governmental positions. And Don has really helped me to learn kind of what kind of pressures they're under and how to interact with them and how to ultimately to get results. So Don, thank you so much. And I wish you a great retirement. But I do hope you'll stay involved in the community. Your voice will be really valuable. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Hello, Don.
Hi, I'm Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. And I guess you guys have no intention of duct taping Mr. Ashton to his chair and making him stay. Therefore, I thank him for his public service and his calm demeanor, his thoroughness, his professionalism, and everything else that everybody has already said. And I wish him the best in his next endeavor, even if that ends up being go-kart racing. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Hello, Tracy.
Hello. Hi, guys. It's kind of interesting to hear all these different perspectives on Don. The Don is how I've called him for the last 3 years. Seemed that for a while you guys thought you worked for him and not the other way around. I'm curious about a rumor going around that he's getting $500,000 to leave. So maybe someone could address that. I think the public has a right to know if that's going on. I can't believe the situation that we're in with Dr. Blychester. It's disgusting how that woman was treated under Don's direction. I personally did a PRA file within the last couple of years to find out what's being said about me. And Don Ashton, there was quite the file between you and Nancy Williams with your FYI, what Tracy's talking about emails. Maybe I'll publish them one day. But it's flattering to think you believe I have so much influence in the community that you need to have her prepped for the meetings to respond to what I had to present. We've also gotten several of us have gotten lots of Facebook messages from Mr. Ashton. He has had quite an amount of time to spend doing spin doctor control, reaching out to people when he didn't like what we were exposing. The Caldor fire, that's a gross mismanagement of the emergency. We still have unhoused people that aren't welcome or being serviced at this navigation center that cost us millions of dollars and is serving 26 people, not even the 60 that we were told it would. We've had 100 service calls already to that navigation center and an overdose. The encouragement of the partnership with Tahoe Coalition, which is being investigated by the Department of Justice, that's one of Ashton's pet projects too. As a victim of the flood, not one person in the community, in the government, has reached out to help any of us. No one brought us, we wanted dumpsters. But no, you guys will get millions of dollars with your cash grabs for all your different little emergencies you declare, but people aren't being served. So I'm glad that everyone likes working with Don, but it would be nice if he would have actually done more for the people who actually live here and pay his salary. So good riddance, Don. Bye. That's all I got.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hello, Leo.
Hi. I already did my shout out on how I experienced Don as a citizen, but I wanted to add to that that my academic training is in public administration. And as I listened to all the comments, especially the last one, hats off to you, but keep your helmet on, Don, because that was the image. Is Don's the consummate whitewater rafter. And he has his shout out to his wife, department heads, all those folks that are working the oars. But all of us that's done whitewater rafting knows it's the person that's moving the piece in the back. I'm losing the name right now, but the long steering oar. that's the critical person. And I just ask that all the citizens that call in, that we reflect that we don't need to be the rocks, and we don't have to move everything to class 10 in terms of the rapids. We're all in this together. And I know you're going to take the best of all these comments, Dawn, but I think that's what we all need, is to return to the civility that allows us all to live together, because we all have our families and our personal lives, and there's a time and a place. And this is the time to say thank you, Dawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, at this time, we'll bring it back to the board
I'm
and
sorry, Barbara just raised her hand.
okay.
Not taking public comment from Barbara.
Hello, Barbara.
Hi there. Don, I wish you the best of luck. I only had a few dealings with you, but you were always forthcoming and very kind to answer the questions I had. And I just want to tell all of you, the negative comments, those people are irrelevant. And the more they keep acting the way they do and saying the horrible things they do, they became more irrelevant. Do not let these naysayers get under your skin. Ignore them. So I'm ashamed that people would take this event to bash anybody that's leaving public service. So anyway, I wish you all the best of luck. And Dawn, if you need a part-time job, come see me. I could probably hook you up at mine. So bye.
Thank you, Barbara.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. And we'll bring it back to the board. But before we do, Tiffany, would you like to offer a few comments?
I would love to. Thinking about this, obviously, as this day was coming, and wondering what can I say that everyone else isn't going to say. Everyone would touch on his leadership and his commitment and his dedication. And so then I just started reflecting on what Don has been in my world. And so I started, quick story time, but not long. I started with the county in 2014, and I was a principal planner. So I was embedded in the planning and building department. And prior to that, I'd worked for the state. So I didn't really have a good grasp of what local government really was. And it wasn't long after I started that I realized that the county was not such a good place. And I saw the turnover in the leadership, and despite just being embedded in the organization and staff, and I still felt that, to the point where I was actually getting ready to go back to the state. I had already had conversations with my previous employer, and I was getting ready to jump ship. And right around that time, the board appointed Don as CAO. And I didn't know, who Don was. And honestly, I thought that might just be another cycle, and maybe that's how things go in local government. So a short while after that, the facilities started remodeling the board chambers. So the board of supervisors were moved down to hold their meetings in the planning commission hearing room, which is down in building C. Planners spend a lot of time there. So I was one day going into what was the board chambers down in the planning commission hearing room, and typical me, had my arms full, and I was preparing to present to the board a planning item. I don't recall what it was. And there's the dais, a small dais, and there's a couple of tables. And Don was, and those tables are typically where staff would sit. And Don sees me, and he stands up and offers me his seat. And I'm like, oh my gosh, oh no, absolutely not. It's the CAO, you're the boss, I'll stand. And he insisted. And so I, humbly sat down, and he went and found a seat in the audience somewhere. And I was that was this pivotal moment for me, because I was like, wow, here's this guy who's head of this county, right? And they're like the principal, they're the boss, they're kind of these untouchable people. And I was just like, okay, maybe this can be different. Maybe he's different. Maybe this county can be different. So wasn't fully convinced to stay though. Talk about the persuasion. So I think, maybe another month or so went by. I was still finalizing my plans to leave. And I get my phone rings in my office and it's on the office line. So it shows you who's calling. And it says Dawn Ashton. And I said, oh, shoot, which if you know me, that's probably another word that I said at the time. It's like, oh my gosh, what did I do? I must have done something wrong. And Dawn says, hi, it's Dawn Ashton. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I see that. And he disarms me and says, probably wouldn't expect a call from the CAO. I said, no, absolutely not. What's going on? And he said, what do you think about coming up and working for the CAO's office to help the county take a fresh look at economic development? And I was like, kind of where are you going with this? I'm a planner. Didn't really grasp it. He explained it to me through that persuasion. it was like that week, he just talked me off the ledge. And I was like, before I knew it, thinking that this was a great idea, that, I would go up to the CAO's office, I would work with him on econ dev. And so it was, and I did. And I certainly don't regret that. And kind of the rest is history with my career. But I point it out because it's just such a unique quality in Dawn. And Kim said it, Raphael said it, he does, he makes you believe in yourself. He sees something in you that you don't even see. So thank you for that. Sometimes. Sometimes I say other things to him too, but I truly just wish you all the best and happiness and retirement. And Anne, so wonderful. You guys deserve it. So
Thank you, Tiffany. Which board member would like to start? All right.
Everybody's looking down here. I'm like, what?
We're all looking
Okay,
at you.
fine.
Lori. Go ahead.
I have a similar story. So, remember community activists back in the day, general plan was being updated. I was here a lot as a member of the public at the podium. It's true. And I was down there in those meetings in Building C. And that's actually, Dawn, you were a new CAO. And I just remember the prior CAOs and a lot of the department heads actually did not appreciate members of the public being so interested in what was going on at the county. And they were very discouraging and not very welcoming. It's just the way it felt. And then Don gets appointed as CAO. And he came over one day, was down in Building C when they were down there temporarily, the Board of Supervisors, talking about the general plan update and all that. And he says, hey, you. And he was talking to me and Sue Taylor. And he's like, you guys seem to really have a lot of concerns about what's going on here at the county. Would you like to meet with me? I did not know what to think. It was kind of like that being called to the principal's office. I thought, does he want me just to disappear? What is happening? He was truly wanting to understand our angst about what was going on in the county and why I was there all the time. It was so refreshing because, like I said, I mean, come on. I think some of you remember we had a former department head call me and my friends flat earthers. That's just not how you treat the public. So I just really appreciated you got our relationship off to a good start back then, John, building trust, got on the board. And that transition from a community activist to a board supervisor is really hard. It truly is. And when you get here, you do not realize all the things that the county has to deal with. So thank you, Dawn, for helping me with that transition, looking at things bigger picture, the trust because it was hard trusting. And I felt it was a two-way street. And so I feel that I've been fairly effective, not always, but fairly, because I've trusted you and your guidance. And thank you.
Well said. Supervisor Heidel.
Yes, I'm going to focus on what I'm going to call the 4 C's, because I think that's what Don stands for. The first one is commitment, tireless commitment, service before self. You can use any phrase you want. Your talents, your dedication to answer the phone, to respond to people, to get engaged with the community far exceeds anybody I've known in my career. So thank you for your commitment. The second one is collaboration. Don is always emphasizing we need to listen and hear one another, and our opinions are going to be different. But when it's all said and done, can we find a common place to come together and collaborate on something we can all agree is going to advance the opportunities within the county? Whether that's programs, whether that's handling a particular situation, it's very stressful. Collaboration and Don go together, and it happens to be the first on our list over there, so I'll just emphasize that. The third C is culture change. And likewise, in my professional career, I went through a lot of culture change environments, was a change manager at one point in time. But the thing I really appreciate about Don was his receptiveness and ideas related to continuous improvement. We don't just talk about the laurels of what we did last year, and yeah, it was great, and everybody's doing well, and forget about this year and next year and the year beyond that. He was always looking at how do we change our culture within the county to be more communicative, to reach higher levels of performance, to meet the needs of the community, whatever they may be, even in disasters. So again, culture change, and thank you for all the things we've been able to accomplish in the many years, the 6 years I've been on the board. I think they're significant, and I think it'll be remembered, in the future in terms of things that we've been able to implement. Things like 360 reviews and those kinds of things that were somewhat revolutionary in the county, but I think were fundamental. The fourth and final C, and this is the one that's most difficult to talk about, is COVID. And Don's leadership through the most stressful period I've ever seen from the standpoint of emotional stress that everybody was going through on this discovery of what is this pandemic all about? What are we supposed to do as elected officials to try to help guide the public health and safety aspects of it? What is our need to let everybody communicate openly about their feelings with it, right? And there was a lot of things going on, mandatory masks, kids in school had to do things they didn't want to do. It was just an extremely emotional period. And throughout that period, he was a leader. That doesn't mean he didn't have a target on his back, because unfortunately, anybody, whether an elected official or an active member of the community, when you lead and you lead by example, somebody's going to target you. And I think that just goes with the territory. Despite all of that, he was able to continue on, find the good points that were coming out of things, listen intently to what people were asking him to do. And I think we survived it probably better than a lot of other counties did. But that's because of your commitment and everybody else that was involved with trying to bring us back together in the divisiveness, bring us back together. And you were dedicated to do that. So personal appreciation and thanks for all that you've done.
Thank you, John. Supervisor.
Okay,
Chaput.
I don't know where to start. But anyway, coming from a private sector, for 47 years, it was really hard to adjust because I'm used to getting something done now. And the county moves way too damn slow for me. And that's some of the issues and the hurdles that we have, that I had to overcome. I sit back and look at all the big picture of it. But Don has been he's always been there when I advise. He would always call me, you got a minute? Yeah, I got a minute. So sneaking around and stuff, and he ends up in my office because he's just sneaking around, like on Friday when nobody else was here. But anyway, Don has always been the first one here, the county. I've noticed his car. I think there was one time I beat you, and then you even asked me if I spent the night. But his commitment to this county is really, really blessed. And I want to thank you for all the guiding me, and there's been some differences we've had, but we've always worked through them. And I really appreciate it. I got to tell you one particular instance that was pretty funny though, because I always make him laugh when he's in my office. And Candace Flaming came in and Don was in the office. And you know this, Don. Anyway, she said, you know, she was asking questions. She had a foul mouth and everything like that. She didn't know it was Don that was the CAO of the county. So she said, well, I just thought he was some dumb smut that was in your office. I didn't know who he was. And she felt really bad about it. But anyway, now she calls him her favorite smuck is what she does every time she comes in. So it's just, Don, has been a blessing. Thank you for everything and guiding me. And, you know, there's been some things that I put on the agenda that you didn't think was going to work, like the no mask mandate, especially for children. And it went statewide and also in the parts of Nevada. So, so you never know what might happen, you know, and I remember you saying that it never worked, but it did. So that was one of the things that that I pushed, and also the no mask vaccine mandate too, especially when it comes to our children, because they're the most important thing. So the Caldor fire was a big issue. Gosh, it was unbelievable with all the stuff that was going on there, and working with Grizzly Flat, especially with the CSD, and making sure they can get the water back up to that community. It's been a big challenge, but Don has been very supportive of it to help us through that process. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done and helping me. Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Lane?
Well, you and I have talked about this actually. I think you came on when COVID was a thing. And I went through the most wonderful orientation with Mr. Ashton. He took hours out of multiple days. I think we spent like 6 days going around to different departments where I knew he was super busy. He wouldn't, you know, really look at his phone. He didn't really seem distracted. He was very engaging and really helped me get my footing. And so I really want to thank you for that. I learned right away not to wear heels when you go around the community with Don, because you can't keep up. I had to wear my tennis shoes, ditch the heels, but I just really wanted to thank you for that. Also want to thank you for the relationship you forged with the city of South Lake Tahoe that had been missing for a very long time. And I think it was two special people that came together at the same time. Because I also think the city manager that we brought on board and yourself, you both have similar styles, and you were both willing to give something to get something, and here we are. So thank you for your leadership. You're going to be really missed. And having only been with you for a couple of months, I can already feel that void. So the good news is the county's loss is Tahoe's gain. You'll be in our backyard, not in the district, but you'll be right around the corner. So we look forward to having your input in our basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. All right, so I get to bring this home. So Don, I have always had, from the time I met you, a deep and abiding respect and admiration of you. I got to know you a little bit when I was on the city council, and you were serving as the director of Health and Human Services, and we were working on what else? Homelessness. And really admired the way that how open you were to the people around you, and how accessible you were with your knowledge and your collaboration. And as everyone has expressed, you made me feel valued, and that my ideas and contributions had value. And that's a rare quality for people to innately value other people's worth. And you do that. And that made a difference in my life. And so when I was elected to this board a couple of years ago, it's been a tremendous privilege to now work with you as a colleague. And I have really valued that. I've valued the ability, as Supervisor Parlin articulated on this board, we wrestle with really hard, entrenched issues that have a lot of ramifications to the decisions we make. And just being able to sit down with you and to explore those ideas and options from a larger perspective, looking at all sides of an issue, and then coming to a conclusion about the best course forward. I've really valued our ability to do that. And I know you've done that with each and every one of us, as well as our department heads and our collaboration. And you have a rare gift of being able to collaborate. And as has been articulated, to make the issues that are important to us important to you, and help us find a way through. And that's really hard when you have 5 people that maybe have different ideas of where we need to go. And yet your great skills have brought us together in ways that we can come together on issues, agree to disagree, and yet walk away with mutual respect. And I'm really proud of our ability to do that. It's taken us a while to get there. And that's, I think, a direct reflection of your skills and talents. And that is blessing us and will continue to bless this county. And I will always be grateful to you for that. Additionally, you have walked our county through one of our darkest chapters with the Caldor fire and the floods and the Big C. And these are waters that we have never walked through. And yet your calm, steady leadership helped us all remain calm and take a step back and trust each of our individual skills and abilities to come together for the greater good. And not only have we been able to walk successfully through probably more than just about any other county in California, COVID, our response to the disasters, which have just kept coming time and time again, we've been able to weather those storms too, to the very best of our abilities. And we will always be grateful to that. And you are leading us with a strong, solid foundation. We are fiscally sound. We have come together, I think, in a new way, and you have mentored our organization so that we're in a really good place because of who you are and what you've given this county. Additionally, personally, I thank you for helping us resolve, at least get to some conclusion regarding our response to homelessness, recognizing it will be ongoing and fluid, but you've helped tie a bow on that for now and lead us forward. I will also be grateful to you for your great skill in helping us stand up the Office of Wildfire Prevention and Resiliency. That was a response to the Caldor fire. And you took our board's direction and the fluid direction we gave you, and you implemented it. And I'm so proud of that fact that it is a standard in the state of California, and it will really be a blessing to our county, going forward. And it was your skill in helping bring the right players to the table to establish it, not just for the moment, but for the future. So I just wish you and Ann all the best. And Ann, thank you for loaning him to us, because I know you haven't seen him much these last 7 years, and it's been our fault. And you've been very gracious and generous. Your whole family has, and we're happy that you're getting him back. But we won't be strangers either. So we'll give you a rest and a break. But we know we'll continue to be friends and lean on his wisdom. It's leaving a lasting contribution and legacy. So with that, I invite you to stand and giving him a standing ovation, and we'll present him with a proclamation. So thank you, Don. So. Take action, but first, I move the proclamation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, with that, let's take a picture. And come on down too. I want you to come down.
Chance to say anything, right? That's true.
We do.
More relaxed about it.
Yeah, we do.
With that, we present this to you, Don. So.
Yeah, I better hold that one.
Okay, yeah, you should. There we go.
Thank you, Carla.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, get your staff up there.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Come on.
Stand in the back.
Yeah.
Okay.
She should be in the damn picture. Carla, Carla.
One, I know, right?
Yes.
So we're- Okay, good. Okay. All right, well. Thank you all. That was wonderful. I wish we'd ended there, but we have a few more business. You're not done yet, Dawn. All right, so Kim, let's tackle item number 26, please.
Item number 26 comes from Supervisors Parlin and Thomas, recommending the board remove the implicit bias training requirement for board appointed members of all committees, commission, boards.
All right, thank you, Kim. Supervisor Parlin, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I'm trying to remember. So I helped draft the background discussion in here. In case people don't read the background. February 9th, 2021, Supervisors Novosel and Turnbull recommended that the board implement a requirement for board appointed members to all committees, commissions, and boards to participate in an implicit bias training. Since that time, the board has seen unintended consequences from that action, such as resignation of appointees and difficulty in recruiting new appointees due to the implicit bias training. Additionally, and this is the part that I think is the bigger challenge, and so when we've been having updates on from the clerk's office on the implicit bias training and the compliance, and we updated the committee, commission, and board handbook in December. The clerk pointed out that we basically have stalled at 67% compliance with this new requirement. And I kind of asked around and really gave it some thought about what's going on there. And when we updated the handbook, I think we changed it so that we're asking, the concern was that we're asking the clerk's office to spend a lot of time and resources on something that just isn't going to happen. We're not ever going to get to 100% compliance. And then that brings us to the reality of where we are. It's like, how much time do we really want to have staff spend on this, chasing, down people that just aren't going to take it? And then what are the consequences? And we've kind of set ourselves up for some inconsistencies in requiring this training, because I do recall at one of our conversations, different board members had different reactions to, are you willing to actually remove people from the commission if they don't want to take this training? And that seems really, to me at least, kind of extreme. There was also a notion floated around just in conversation that what we could do is we've actually changed the training, I think, twice now. I think we're on our third iteration of what the training is, because we've had a hard time figuring it out. And then one of those conversations, we realized we had a 3-hour training and went, oh dear, that was not our intention. So now it's down to a half an hour, I believe, training. But again, if the clerk's office determines that someone is not doing the training, there's this notion out there that we could just say, well, it's now we're down to an honor system. And we could just tell people, hey, just say you did it. And it's like, what's the point of that? So I really think that we need to take a step back and not make this a requirement anymore. It will still always be available for folks. It was the module that we're currently using is recorded because at the workshop we had for Brown Act training, roll of the chair, the clerk's office did record it so that anyone that wants to can watch this. But I don't think that we should have something that's truly not enforceable or could be enforced inequitably. That's not our goal. I sure don't want to encourage people to kind of falsify that they did it either. That's not where we're headed. So, and I'm going to back it up even a step further to say, in my mind, when I look back on how we got to where we are, this requirement, it was a negotiated compromise to get us through some tough times we were having back here in early 2021. And we negotiated and it was very reactionary. And I think that if you look at all the other commissions and committees and things that we're taking a deep dive at, that's just not how we want to create requirements or policies or anything. I think that this board has recognized that we like to do research and know what we're getting into and look at options and come up with really thoughtful recommendations. And my remembrance of this particular issue is it was a knee-jerk reaction that we did. And I think we need to stop for now, give things a pause, and maybe when we get through some transitions that we're going through, we take a look at it again. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And Supervisor Thomas, I know that we co-sponsored and wrote this. If you had some other or different thoughts on the whole matter.
Sure, thank you. And I'd like to piggyback on what you said and, ask my fellow board members to don't make this item what it's not. I think it's so important that, we're not saying that implicit bias training or conscious bias training doesn't have value, because it does. I think we've all been through it, and it's helpful to look at ways that we perhaps bring any of our personal biases or stereotypes into our respective roles. It does have value. That's not what I'm saying here on this. I'm saying that there's several challenges with the way we implemented this. Let me just reiterate what Commissioner Parlin or Supervisor Parlin said. Our committee members are volunteers, and we have a lot of wonderful people that have volunteered for our various committees and commissions. The board is not aligned in our response to this. Currently, we have stated that it's a requirement, and that if someone doesn't follow through with that, then they can be kicked off the board and the committee and commission. Our county clerk has said we've stalled at a 67% compliance rate. So that brings us to are we willing to kick members off the boards and commissions when this is the only requirement that they have for their service? I mean, for example, we don't require Brown Act training, we require this. And when we revisited that requirement, our response to this, I think it was at a good governance or a handbook discussion, we were not aligned. Some of us felt more strongly that they would ask someone to step down. Others of us said, we're not going to kick a volunteer off a committee if they haven't fulfilled this requirement. And so that creates a consistency problem and confusion. And so what this item before us is, it's saying, let's keep it as a recommendation, just like we have Brown Act training recommendation. Currently, it's listed on our county's website as a resource, and we recommend that our committee members take Brown Act training that's on there, take implicit bias training on there, but not make it a requirement. And that's what the action before us is today. That way, I feel very uncomfortable requiring our county clerk staff to keep reaching out to all of our various members, that's an unfair burden on them when we are not aligned in our response. So let's just take the requirement portion off and leave it as a recommendation and a resource on our county's website. And that's what's before us today. Any other questions or dialogue? Supervisor Heidel.
I'm going to be a little bit in opposition to this because I think there are key commissions that we need to make sure they understand the concept of implicit bias. The one that stands out to me the most is the Planning Commission. They are authorized to make decisions on our behalf that in some cases for land use purposes and stuff that don't come to the board unless it's an appeal process. And so they have powers that exceed all the other committees and commissions. To me, there's a middle ground here. I think there are a few select commissions, maybe some committees that I think we should continue to require it, but not across the board.
Okay.
I think we strongly encourage it. But the other part of this I want to address that I didn't realize that there's a perspective out there that says that implicit bias training and critical race theory are directly linked. That makes it political. If that's the sentiment of certain people, then I think we have an issue in not addressing what's really going on here. If it's a political issue, because people have been told implicit bias is just a form of critical race theory, then I think we're off base. I actually had one of my commissioners mention to me that when he asked the question, what's the relationship between implicit bias and critical race theory? Presumably the trainer said, oh, they're directly related. Now, I've never heard that before, but if that's what's going on and that's what's causing the sentiment, it's a political rift. And I never want to see that separate us from the standpoint of doing what's right. So I don't know how to respond to that. I wasn't in that training session, but if that kind of a comment was actually made by a trainer, we got off on the wrong foot because I never saw a direct association. And I can go and read any number of definitions of what implicit bias is all about in critical race theory. And to me, they're unrelated, totally unrelated. But maybe that's just my perspective. And I don't see it from a lens that people aggregate and think they're the same. They're just related, directly related. And one is just a confirmation or an affirmation of something else, because I don't see that. So that's my biggest concern with it is what are the people who have said, I'm not going to take the training? What are they objecting to? What is it that they think could be changed that would allow them to want to participate in something? Because I think the value of understanding we all have built-in biases and we don't necessarily know what they are until you go through some more detailed screenings of what your feelings are relative to things, and then they start to surface. So I think it's helpful overall for anyone who's in government service to be exposed to that, but not to the extent that we mandate it for every commission or committee. That's kind of where I am with it.
Actually, I'd like to respond to you because you bring up a really good point. I think early on, we had live trainings and they were, group trainings and with a facilitator, and they were long and they were a little challenging to fit into your schedule.
Yep.
And the challenge with that is it would depend on the trainer that was in that particular session. So there wasn't a consistency perhaps regarding that. I really take my hat off to our county clerk and her staff for going through several iterations and coming upon this 30-minute training, which is now consistent and it's linked to on our resources. So I think we've solved that problem as far as different messaging, because that's a really good
Once
point.
that word gets out there, there are certain people of
Perhaps,
political opinion that are not going to have anything to do with it.
Perhaps. As to your point is, what's the hesitancy, or I think it's different. And for a lot of the members that I've talked to, it boils down to very simply I don't want to be biased, but I'm going to just take this. But there are perhaps some people that have challenges with computers, with their computer skills, with linking, that live in remote areas that have challenging with connectivity.
We have libraries.
Well, I know, but then it's someone that doesn't get around all that much, but is an active volunteer because they have a certain skill set and an interest in one particular thing. I think having widespread mandatory requirement has made it problematic for some members of our committees and commissions. And we certainly don't want to discourage folks, especially if they have a particular passion and an ability to serve. We want to encourage that. So I like your idea of perhaps making it a requirement of the Planning Commission, because they do have a different level of authority and then making it a recommendation for other boards and committees. I kind of like that idea.
Is that the only one perhaps?
That's the only one that I can recognize at first blush that has that level of
Authority.
of decision-making authority vested in them.
I like
So
that.
that's the one I have the primary concern with, because we need to make sure that our representatives, when we appoint our planning commissioners, are on the same page we are relative to things that can happen where a given proponent comes forward and your mind is already turned off because
Yeah.
of some position they've taken, right? So what we've talked about is you either need to abstain from voting if you feel that you're in that middle ground, we are heavily biased, or maybe recuse yourself
Yeah.
if it comes down to the fact that it's such a significant proposal is being made with the connections or affiliations you've had in the past. And that almost gets into the conflict of economic interest of Form 700. And that is one of the things that we require, I think, of all committees and commissions.
Right.
So in addition to implicit, so
Mhm.
Form 700, and a lot of people object to that as well, because they don't want to disclose. So we're already losing some volunteer workforce that doesn't want to have to disclose their financial investment within the county. So we already have some criteria similar to this. I'm not saying this is the only one, but we need to recognize that if it is driven by things that are politically based, we need to make sure that gets corrected and fixed, because I don't see it politically based.
Yeah. Okay, good. Any other further discussion on this before we open it up to public comment?
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I have just a couple questions of clarification. Again, just trying to catch up to an issue. If anybody on the board can answer this for me, why was this originally recommended? What was the circumstance that caused this to be recommended in the first place?
I think that our CAO may be able to help with that.
Good question.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. Yes, my recollection, and I pulled some minutes from prior meetings just to make sure I remember pretty much correctly. There was a concern with a member that was being appointed to a county commission. That person had been recommended by a board member. It was being considered by the board. It was a controversial appointment, and there was pretty vocal advocacy on both sides. One, to appoint this person, two, to not appoint to the commission. That then was then continued for a few weeks to allow time for board members to further, excuse me, to further vet that appointment. It was during that time frame that this concept of implicit bias training was being talked about. And that was in the context of the Human Rights Commission, because around the same time, the Human Rights Commission was struggling to find their way. But implicit bias came up all the time in those conversations. And the concerns some members of the community had with that commissioner appointment lended itself to a discussion about implicit bias. And we all have biases and everything, and how to recognize that and be aware of that as you make your decision-making process. And if I remember correctly, it was the fact that by making this a mandatory requirement for commission members, it garnered the support of enough board members to approve the appointment of that person to the commission. That makes sense.
But it was not unanimous.
It was not unanimous. That's correct.
So another question then, maybe Madam Clerk can answer this. How many people quit due to this requirement?
So when the requirement was instituted by the board, there was a lot of pushback. I asked many people to just embrace it with an open mind. Many did. I think overall, there were maybe 2 or 3 that resigned. And I think it was partially due to the implicit bias requirement, but there could have been other factors involved also.
So that's like 2 or 3 out of like 150 vacancies that we appoint to, right? So, I mean, if I'm guessing 30 bodies, 5 people each. I mean, that's a to be expected when you require something, midstream, but I don't think it's a really high number. 67% in my mind is good compliance. That would pass a tax measure by the voters, and that's a high bar to get to. So we're at 67%. I don't think that that should just, that's a failure. I think that that's success. I'm wondering legally, is having this training beneficial to the county? Does it demonstrate, that we are working together to come to better solutions and better representation by having this training?
Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer in general terms, but I think what I could say is when there is a line of cases that establish county liability if as a civil rights type claim when the county might be deliberately indifferent to a known issue and failing to train its employees in order to address that issue, and it leads to some sort of harm. So I think from that standpoint, training of this sort is always beneficial. These types of things are always helpful. And if we were ever faced with a claim based upon some illegal conduct of a particular commissioner, and it was based upon some racial criteria, some other impermissible activity, having a training such as this could certainly be used to assist the county in its defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to answer it any more specifically than that, but my office does find that trainings in very general terms are always beneficial to both mitigating risk and then using as a potential defense to claims for damages for particular issues.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then also, Madam Chair, you mentioned that this is really just taking away the requirement, right, piece of it. I thought that I read in the handbook, which I forgot to bring with me, that it says that this was strongly encouraged. It doesn't require it in the handbook, my recollection of the handbook. So when I initially read this item, I read it as we're getting rid of. So I think that's something that we probably should verify. I think it's surprising that we don't require Brown Act training, but it's all in the same sentence and it says strongly encourage. So I think this training is really important, and along with the Brown Act. I think it demonstrates that we are putting important investments into our volunteers and our commissioners and committee members that represent the whole community. And I think it's important when you decide to make that decision to help move this county forward and you agree to serve on a body, even if it's only advisory, it's important that you're aware of your biases. We do that as parents, right? You're having a child and everybody wants to be included in what the name is going to be. And people will say to you, well, I think that George is a great name. I think you should name him George. And I think, oh man, I knew a George. I don't know if I'd go that far. But I mean, it's that simplistic. It's not, and it's important that we are aware. It's important for all five of us to be aware of what our inherent biases are so that we can address them in our mind when we're trying to address a larger community problem. I think this is important. I think the language, if it currently states.
Is anybody
strongly
looking that up
encouraged,
for us by any chance? County Council, are you looking it
yep,
up? Anybody looking it up?
I have the handbook up.
Yeah, me too.
I can share my screen.
Because if it just says strongly recommended, then we don't need to track it anymore, correct?
It said, the handbook says all members shall complete an orientation coordinated by the clerk of the board covering topics such as implicit bias, Brown Act, meeting protocols, board goals and strategic objectives, and other responsibilities. Board members will be notified when members within their sphere are not in compliance with the training requirements.
It's a requirement.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there another document that's similar to this that I was reading? Is it written anywhere else in another document about taking this training?
I'm going to speculate here, Kim. We updated this. The original draft of the committee handbook didn't have the requirement. Am I right?
So it did have it as a requirement, then we shifted it to strongly encouraged.
Nice.
And then the board found this as like the happy medium between the two.
Okay, I must have
taking
been
some
reading
of-
an old version.
Taking some of the responsibility.
Yes,
off
that's
the-
right. We did try to go to strongly encouraged and we couldn't get unanimously there. That's right. We have worked on this quite a bit, just, trying to
I like
find
strongly encouraged.
I saw it right in the
happy,
strongly
you're right.
encouraged.
That was the previous version that, yes.
Okay.
And we couldn't get the board to adopt that. So the current one makes the requirement.
Okay, thank you. That was just an example, George. Do not take that. personally. I just happened to be looking at you.
And additionally, so that they also, part of member orientation, they also need to receive ethics training regarding AB 1, 2, 3, 4. And so, there's a lot of demands on our volunteers. So
Yeah, let me just add something coming from the state, right? There's been a lot of legislation proposed and other things that say that these bills would require training on unconscious bias for law enforcement officers, medical professionals, judges, and attorneys. So they're being very selective. The proposed new laws collectively seek to minimize unconscious bias in potentially life-altering situations and seek to identify proactive strategies to reduce or eliminate biased decision-making by these professionals. So
yeah,
clearly, they're not saying everybody who works in the state of California has to go through this, but there are select few who are in that life-altering decision-making process. And we don't have to get to the life-altering, but I think a more focused look at, are there other committees or commissions beyond the planning commission that this should really apply to?
decision-making
Might get us to
bodies,
that
right?
point of these are the decision-making bodies that could influence the outcome of somebody's future that might not be as favorable if people who do have a bias would acknowledge they have their bias and just not vote on it, right?
Well, and I
So-
would point out that I believe all of our employees take this training. It's part of their orientation packet. Correct?
Find out from the HR director. I don't believe let me check. I don't.
Yeah.
And the reason why I mention that is because whether or not I was supposed to or not, I took the orientation training and it was about 10 hours of modules, including driving, which I was like, oh, interesting. Okay. But the unconscious bias was part of it. And it was the exact one that you sent me a link to when I asked.
You just went
yesterday.
through it. So yes,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure that's
So
correct.
I just, I really think that when we're talking about the community and people's involvement in the outcomes of our community, this is important training. And I think it shows that we care enough to invest in them as well. And I think the Brown Act absolutely should be required.
Well, I agree with that. The Brown Act needs to be required because we've had so many commissions and committees actually violate it and get us in hot water.
Yeah.
And that's the law. That's not an option. So I agree with that. The Brown Act. And then you kind of just get to this point though of how much, and I will say we had a recent presentation where this implicit bias training was called anti-bias training. And again, if we're not careful and we're not accurate, the anti-bias makes it sound like we're getting rid of people's bias. And so that's misinformation. And it was by a commission that's highly respected. So, anyway, it's just concerning that, like you said, Supervisor Heidel, I think the first iterations of the training were very different.
Yes,
And I
they
did
are.
one of the early ones.
Yeah.
And I think you're right that there was a lot of subjectivity because it was live on Zoom and whoever was doing the training.
Yes.
And I think you're right that the word did probably get out to a lot of our volunteers that, whoa, depending on, like your trainer or the trainer you heard about connected those two very different ideas. And so that probably did get us off to a bad start. I still am concerned about making it a requirement. I wish it could just be a few minutes in another module. That's really what I was hoping for, so that it's not its own focus. Because I really don't think it takes that long to, like our current one is half an hour. if it could just be included in AB 1234 someday or something like that, I think it'd be better. And I appreciate Supervisor Lane that you found our previous version where we said strongly recommend, because that's really where I wanted to go originally. So,
And that would clear up the inconsistencies on
yeah,
our current enforcement policy.
yeah. And is that a wise thing to do, county council, to choose to have different trainings for the planning commission versus others? Is that really a big deal?
No, I don't think it is. In fact,
Okay.
I was just looking at the board's policy E7 concerning AB 1234 training. And consistent with that law, that training is only mandated for those commissions that, at the time of the policy at least, were eligible to receive stipends or other reimbursement for expenses.
There we go.
So
Well, maybe that's where you limit it. Same.
yeah, that- I mean, just
If they have to
There
do
you go.
that,
options for you, that is certainly an option. And just for your benefit, if you would like me to, I can just read you the commissions that are identified currently in that policy.
That would be helpful.
yeah.
So Agricultural Commission, Assessment Appeals Board, Civil Service Commission, Clean Tahoe Program Board of Directors, Commission on Aging, El Dorado County Child Abuse Prevention Council, El Dorado County Water Agency, Fair Association Board of Directors, Fish and Wildlife Commission, Happy Homestead and Kelsey Cemetery Districts, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, and the Veterans Affairs Commission.
And those all have to do AB 1234, you said?
Correct.
Okay.
So what is the purpose of, refresh my memory on the policy of E7?
That institutes or the AB 1234 ethics training.
Okay, that just is provision for that.
Correct. It also makes reference to county employees, and it specifies that those county employees that are subject to a Form 700 filing also must take that same training.
Okay, so the boards and commissions outside of that don't need to file the Form 700?
Likely not. Yeah, I mean, that is a more defined group of commissions
Yes.
that end up filing a Form 700, and oftentimes it's on a more limited capacity because of their particular disclosure category.
And the boards and commissions that you identified there are often the ones that have a very direct working relationship with the community.
That seems to be a fair characterization, though it appears that they were identified on this list not because of that reason, but rather because they are again eligible to receive reimbursement for certain expenses, which is that is the hook for the
Got it.
AB 1234 ethics training.
Okay, got it.
Would it be possible to get a matrix of by the commissions and committees, whether Brown Act training is a requirement or whether it's voluntary? Whether or not AB 1234, as you just stipulated, applies, whether or not we intended Form 700 to apply. I mean, those categories we already know. So if we had a matrix that says, here's where we've decided boards or the current board have decided in the past, these things apply. Maybe that gives us a better understanding of where implicit bias fits in that realm. Is it below it? Is it above it? Is it in the middle?
I don't think it would be terribly difficult to identify. We have our conflict of interest code. It specifies those commissions that are subject to Form
Right.
700 filing. I just read you the list that is the
Yep.
AB 1234. I don't believe, other than outside of the commission handbook that Kim displayed earlier, I don't believe there is any requirement for Brown Act training. So I don't believe that is located elsewhere, but I could certainly work with Kim to try to create that matrix.
And I'd just like to provide some clarification. Kaylee, our senior deputy clerk in charge of our committees and commissions, because you're a sitting board member and your assistant, in the past, we've required the clerk's office, assistants, and board members to participate in the unconscious or implicit bias class. So that's why it was assigned to you. I don't believe it's assigned to all county employees. You were selected specifically because of your role with the board and then your assistant.
And our Madam Chair, our HR director just confirmed to me they do require ethics training. They do cover ethics training during new employee orientation, but they do not cover implicit bias during their
During their in-person,
yes.
this was assigned to me. I did it all on, yeah.
Probably
So it's more
yes.
like
Yeah.
what Ms. Dawson was saying, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Hmm.
Any other further discussion on this before we go to public comment? Okay, good discussion. All right, Kim?
Now-
Public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, also Planning Commissioner, District 2. I wrote down a few notes as you were discussing it, a couple of key ones, I feel. On February 9th, 2021, the Board of Supervisors passed a requirement that all board-appointed members to all committees, commissions, and boards participate in implicit bias training. What that is a form of bias that occurs automatically and unintentional that nevertheless affects judgment, decisions, and behavior. I'm compliant. I took the training, but I took the long training, which when I heard there was going to be a shorter training, I thought, well, you know, since I've already taken it, you can't give it up. You can't have already. But here's what my impressions were. It's modular in nature. And so there's case discussion. And then kind of not a quiz, but kind of a refresh at the end, where you're asked to make decisions or match up particular circumstances with an answer. I thought when I was taking it, this isn't me. It's not the way I act. So every time somebody said something about, no, you are this way, I just got upset internally because no, I'm not that way. So I took it as a form of indoctrination. Essentially, if you get enough of these case studies, by the end, I'm implicitly biased if I believe what people had said as they're trying to train me into not being that way. Does that make sense? I hope so. The purpose of this training is to improve outcomes around diversity and inclusion. I'm trying to see how that fits with the Planning Commission. I can see it a little bit, but it would be a small part of our discussion. Usually it's general plan oriented or related to land development and the history. So, and then let's see if there was one more thing. Risk aversion drives us to do a lot of things that I don't think we would do otherwise. Risk aversion is if you're at risk for doing something and it could be financially against you, that's called risk aversion. When you make that something up. Okay, thanks for the time.
Anyone else in the boardroom like to speak on this item? Good afternoon, Kirk.
Good afternoon, Kirk Smith. I was listening to it on Zoom and was shocked when I heard the reasons for getting rid of the program or proposing to get rid of the program. If you had because my answer is get rid of them. They're a substantial risk of litigation for you. If you had employees that had a lousy driving record, would you let them continue to be employed using dangerous county vehicles? No. Why? Because you get sued. Every single one of us in this room knows that the county's school, locally, the high school, was sued for a large amount of money on racial discrimination. And we know that lawsuits are just a collection of allegations and that they very rarely go to trial. But it doesn't matter. We know that this school is going to lose money. Why? They're going to have to hire a private law firm. So we've already talking about six-figure bills for 2 years, lots of depositions. They're not going to look very pretty. So you're substantially risks. So it's a very conservative reason to have this, reducing liability. Secondly, all of us, just as I've heard a couple of you say, we all have biases. The object is to be aware of them, to become knowledgeable about them. An example, years ago, I was at a reception in Washington, met an attractive Black woman in her 30s who said she worked for United Airlines. The woman I was with said, "Oh, you're a stewardess?" No, she's a pilot. She flies 747s. How many times do you hear that kind of stuff happen?
biases are within us. And there's nothing wrong in learning about it. And by the way, it's also part of the heritage of this community. I don't care if you're a Waldron, a Puthoff, a Turnbull, Skinners, Callens. People in this early day knew that there was a lot of diversity and we needed it. That's how we learned. How'd you learn about trichinosis and all the other diseases? You weren't going to get it at the library. You weren't going to get it on the internet. You learned it from talking to other people. Ask George. George has got me walking his family. He remembers what it was like when this county had a bounty on killing Indians. Okay, so that's part of the heritage of this town. We learn from diversity. We learn from getting together. Your reputation in this county is not doing very good lately. Not just that kind of lawsuit. I was down at Coloma for the 175th anniversary. I told him proudly I was from Placerville, and the guy said, "Oh, Hangtown. That gets its name because of all the hangings you did there," which is not true, by the way. So it's smart to keep it. It's cost effective. It's very conservative. It's consistent with our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Anyone else like to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. I would like to urge a member of the board to make a main or substitute motion to postpone this action. I think you need additional conversations. As pointed out by Supervisor Thomas, complex issues require collaboration and discussion. As Chris pointed out, this first came up all the way back in 2021, where it was passed on the consent agenda without discussion unanimously. Then many iterations, all of which generated different results. If I'm understanding Kim correctly, 2 or 3 members in those 3-hour trainings chose to resign. But the current iteration has only been your formal policy since the end of December, and it was really just implemented in January from my perspective with the big training. I watched the current iteration, the 36-minute video, which is so benign. And I mean, it's just like, I think Supervisor Heidel is correct. That there's a degree of politicization and moral panic confounding this term because it is, on the national level, subject to so much criticism. I think we need the facts. So when I look online, there's only 6 vacancies posted. I'm sorry, 12. Only 6 are posted in 2023 when this new policy iteration came into effect. And of those 6, only 2 of them are district specific. You read the policy and it's all members. So if you remove a requirement for district specific members, it's still there for the other members. And we're focusing, for some reason, I think too much on implicit bias, because the policy is that you shall complete, doesn't say must, it's interpretation, and then a whole list: implicit bias, Brown Act, protocols, goals, objectives, other responsibilities. Do we have the data on all the other modules? I don't think we do. And then you could just remove the phrase, which is the accountability phrase of reporting back to board members, if that's a compromise. And then this is just your handbook. I don't know where it goes in your hierarchy of policies, but number 2 says members, implying all members, will receive ethics training. So I think this is a good beginning, but I do hope to
Thank
postpone.
you, Leo. Appreciate your comments.
Now taking public comment from Don Wilson.
Hello, Don.
Hi there. Interesting discussion. I'm speaking as a private citizen, by the way. I mean, I've spoken to people who thought the training was good, and then I hear the gentleman who felt like he had views pushed on him that were indoctrination. maybe there's a better training out there. And then this is political. I mean, the people who are refusing to take it, it's almost certainly pushback. There are wrong ideas out there. I've seen on social media people associating this with CRT, which it isn't. And then I'm kind of concerned with the fact that a couple of board members aren't enforcing it. I get that it's a pain in the neck, but I mean, if a board makes a decision, even if it's 3-2, isn't that the board decision and you're all supposed to abide by it? Or isn't this kind of like the wild, wild west? And then to Kirk Smith's point, you might be opening yourself for lawsuits. So maybe you do want to consider making it mandatory only for certain boards and optional for others. I don't know what the decision is, but definitely at least you still need to offer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello, Mandy. Mandy, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just think this is hilarious. I just love it so much. I mean, a guy brought some presents to a Toys for Tots, and here we are. I mean, it's really actually sad how many hours we have wasted and energy and fighting and all this. And it's like, is it really worth it? But you know, in the words of Ibram Kendi, the only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. And the only remedy past discrimination is present discrimination. And the only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. So, you know, you guys got to be doing the work, right? And I don't see you guys doing the work. In fact, I mean, between this and the Human Rights Commission, you know, I've been called a white supremacist for the last 2 years, but I haven't done anything as white supremacists as you guys have done in the last month. I mean, between the Human Rights Commission and this, I mean, I just I don't understand why there's not riots in the streets. This is hilarious. But on a serious note, let's really talk about this bias training. Is there actually any proof that this is useful training, that it works? I mean, you can say all you want that people have biases and stuff, but are people actually leaving this training thinking they're going to do a better job and that they're going to be able to remedy these biases that are internally in us? Like, I like oranges over apples, right? I prefer skiing over snowboarding. These are biases that we just can't, yeah, of course we should recognize them, but is there any actual proof to confirm the benefits that implicit bias training and diversity training works? You would have to actually have two groups to compare it to, a group that has done bias training and a group that hasn't, and compare them the way that you would you know, any kind of drug study. So I just think it's a waste of time. And just as the Human Rights Commission, part of me feels that you guys should just have to suffer through this, you know. But the other thing you guys could do is just all resign, because you're too damn white, all of you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion and action. County Council, do you have that? I'm sorry, the committees on the fall under the board, E7 again? Sorry to
Yeah, no
put you on
problem.
the spot.
I do have that up, and also perhaps in response to a question posed by Supervisor Heidel earlier, I did also look at the county's conflict of interest code. So I can tell you that those committees and commissions that are required, whose members are required to file a Form 700 are as follows: the Assessment Appeals Board, the Agricultural Commission, the Civil Service Commission, the Child Abuse Prevention Council, and the Planning Commission.
Okay,
Much shorter list.
yeah,
Correct. And some of those are in our broadest disclosure category. Some are in our category 2, which is a slightly narrower disclosure category.
okay.
And that smaller list is what?
So that was that is the list in the county's conflict of interest code of those
Okay.
commission members who are required to file Form 700s.
Okay.
Okay.
Just code, all right. Ag Commission, Civil Service, okay. And then the larger category per board policy E7,
Yes. So the designated commissions in board policy E7. Thank you, Kim. Save me the trouble of
Oh,
reading that.
thank you, thank you
Ah, there
so
it is.
much. Okay, so did everyone see that? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll read it for the public that maybe can't see that. It's the Ag Commission, the Assessment Appeals Board, the Civil Service Commission, Clean Tahoe Program, Board of Directors, Commission on Aging, El Dorado County Child Abuse Prevention Council, El Dorado County Water Agency, Fair Association Board of Directors, Fish and Wildlife Commission, Happy Homestead and Kelsey Cemetery Districts, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, Park and Recs Commission, Planning Commission, Sierra Nevada Conservancy Board, and Veterans Affairs Commission. The challenge I have with that is there are several autonomous agencies, like the El Dorado County Water Agency, the Fair Board. I think it's not fair for us to impose, make a requirement on them. That's for their board and their staff to make that determination. So I'm thinking that it might make sense for us to keep the requirement for the implicit bias training to those committees and commissions that fall under our conflict of interest codes, and strongly recommend the training to the rest of our boards and commissions.
So you're saying that's the Form 700 group?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think that's the
Yeah.
right group as a minimum. I think we ought to encourage
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
commissioners and committee members to take the implicit, it's only a 30.
Strongly encouraged.
Right, strongly
Absolutely.
encouraged, but not
Yeah.
required on all of them, because it just doesn't seem to be at a level that requiring of all, if we lose good volunteers to
Right.
participate in the committees and commissions, that's not the best answer for the county. We want good volunteers. And if this is something that prevents them to serve because they just can't get there, although I've been looking at Harvest Business Review, and they said there's a right way and a wrong way to teach unconscious bias training.
Of
And they have
course.
suggestions on how you do it.
Right.
So I think if we get this right, we can find the right kind of training. And maybe we already have it. I've not been through the 30-minute process. I was through the 3-hour interactive, totally different experience, I'm sure, than the 30, but if the 30-minute training really does hit these things consistent with what the recommendations are for effectiveness in unconscious bias or implicit bias, then I think we should strongly encourage that for all, but required of a few that truly are in that decision-making category consistent with the Form 700 requirements.
All right, so I'd like to go ahead and make a formal motion.
Can I ask a quick question?
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
If we're going to require it of anybody, it comes back to the whole idea of everyone has to consistently implement it. So if you have an appointee who does not complete the requirement within, I would say, the 6 months of their first being appointed, that their seat will they will have to automatically give up their seat. Maybe we take it out of the supervisor's hands and we just make that part of it. Because if we're implementing it inconsistently from district to district, we're not solving this problem.
That's a good point. And this is 5 boards and commissions, and that definitely cuts down on our staff time,
Right,
even if we kept our current process where our clerk staff reached out to them 3 times and then notified this appointing supervisor.
I think the appointing supervisor needs to know the first time the clerk of the board reaches out.
Absolutely.
That's
We
a
need to be
flag.
notified.
They're on there.
Yeah.
And we haven't been in party to that. So I think that's helpful because it takes the onus off the clerk of the board.
Right.
But we can start working with that commissioner to determine whether or not they're going to stay, and maybe get a heads up and started looking for replacement. That's what it comes down to. Because lead time is important to try to find the right people to serve on some of these commissions and committees. You can't just take somebody who's an applicant and say, okay, I've only got 1 application, so that's what I'm going to go with. That doesn't necessarily work well. So
Right. I would agree. I think that if the clerk of the board notifies a commissioner that after being in office for 30 days, they have not completed their training, they send, that communication, you yet completed your training, you have 5 more months. Otherwise, you have to vacate your seat. Copy the supervisor on that, so we know that that process is going, not put the burden of, I mean, we're adults here and we're volunteered to do the job. So most people are going to comply, in my opinion. But we not put the clerk of the board in a position where they're having to make contact 3 separate times. Rather, we give a maximum amount of time they have to get it done, and they get that 1 warning and the supervisor gets copied.
We'd probably have to revisit if we wanted a different
Yeah.
direction in a different board.
But there are some committees and commissions that don't report to a supervisor.
Right.
So that would
Right.
have to go to the board chair or somebody that we designate to make sure that that person knows, you know, the clock is running and please step up and take the training. It's only 30 minutes. But if they refuse, then I think that's just a heads up. We may have to look at a replacement there as an appointing body, not just an individual
Gotcha. Okay.
commissioner or the individual supervisor. So.
Yeah.
County council wants to weigh in on this.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Dean.
Well, I see Kim diligently taking notes over there as far as some of this process goes. And from what I'm hearing, I think maybe the most prudent course of action would be, and this is because this particular requirement is a function of your committees and commissions handbook that the board previously adopted. So I think if this is the direction that the board's choosing to go, by limiting the number of commissions that would be subject to this requirement and making it strongly encouraged for others, perhaps what the board can do is provide that direction to the clerk's office to make those revisions to the commission handbook to reflect the board's desire that only those Form 700 filing commissions be subject to a requirement for implicit bias training, and that it is strongly encouraged for all others, and to include language in the commission handbook of that process that Supervisor Lane just described for notifying board members of compliance. It's getting a little bit too much, I
Right, I
think,
like
to do
that.
today. And I think that it would be beneficial to take some time to ensure that it's properly memorialized. Assuming it's 100% in line with your direction today, I could envision that as a consent item on a
Absolutely,
future
yeah.
agenda.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do think that some direction to staff to bring that back would be prudent.
I like that, county council. Thank you. Kim, do you need any further direction other than that? I mean, no, okay. So I move county council's recommendation as noted.
I'll go ahead and second that.
I want to make a comment.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I strongly recommend that all of us, because I haven't had time to take the new one. I took the very first iteration, which was
I did.
interesting. And I'm glad that we aren't doing that one anymore. But I didn't do the second one, and I certainly haven't done the third one. But I think that we all need to do the current one and make sure that we feel that it's well done. Because if we find that it's not, we need to search for something else.
Mhm.
I'm really concerned about the comments that Chris Payne made, but I think he took a different iteration also. We certainly don't want people taking training that's supposed to help everybody see that we all have perspectives in life. That makes you feel bad. That's not well done. So let's really be thoughtful about this. I don't want to require things that don't make sense. And I think only one of us has done the 30-minute one. So
Took it again this morning over coffee.
yeah,
Just to refresh your
yeah.
memory.
So I think that would be really good for us to do. Yeah.
Good idea.
With that.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor state aye.
Aye.
I'm still a no.
Okay. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Thank you all for the discussion. Appreciate it.
Kim, just for reflection, is that training available on the clerk of the board's website? Where do I go find it quickly if I want to see the 30 minutes worth?
Sure. So just for the public's view too, let me share my screen.
It's pretty easy to find.
If you look at the sidebar and on either the Board of Supervisors or on the clerks, if
Yep.
you go here to your boards, committees and commissions link.
Yep.
Click there.
The public might not think to go there. to find
True,
this, right?
true.
And our search engine's not the best. let me tell
No,
you.
it's not.
No, I would say go to Google and you just put El Dorado County Commissions and Committees, and it takes you to this page, and then you can click on the member resources. It'll
Got
take you
And then
right
if you go
there.
to member resources, you click this link and it has our handbook.
Right.
It has the committee chair video training, it has the implicit bias training, and also has our Brown Act.
I
Excellent.
like all those
Thank you.
resources right there. I
Yep,
think,
yep.
including your born to chair, Poncho, and the Brown Act. That's excellent, Kim. Thank you so much for the discussion. All right, last item number 25, Kim.
Item number 25 comes from the Planning and Building Department Code Enforcement Division, recommending the board, one, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance to amend chapter 9.01 of the El Dorado County Code of Ordinances related to code enforcement activities, and two, waive full reading, read by title only, and continue this matter to March 21st, 2023 for final passage, second reading.
Welcome back, Chris.
Hello, good afternoon. I had good morning in my notes, but good afternoon. Chris Perry, Assistant Director, Planning and Building. Roger Runkle from County Council is also here. You'll probably recall on October 11th of last year, we had a good discussion with the board about ordinance amendments to chapter 9.02, which governs code enforcement activities. That was obviously to address the need for additional enforcement abilities on building, zoning, health, and safety related issues. In that context, we also spoke about the need for streamlining the notification and order process. This is our administrative process that we use to actually give notice of violation, recorded notices to correct. That process is a little bit cumbersome compared to other jurisdictions. We've looked at what other jurisdictions have been doing. We are outside the industry standard on this. And we have been looking at ways to streamline that process while maintaining the ability to still have flexibility with all of our code cases. And what you see before you is a result of that process. So we call this now notice and order to streamline the process. This, I should note, is actually under discussion as part of the Ranch Marketing Winery Ordinance update, in addition to the Vegetation Management and Defensible Space Ordinance updates. A lot of this language is also being copied into those ordinances. So as a best practice, of course, we'd like to get ahead of that and make sure that chapter 9.02 has all the base language that's needed, excuse me, so that we do not need to continually go back and we can just cite 9.02 going forward in our ordinances. So again, there's probably a little bit of wonkiness in that language, but it's a lot of good work that I know Roger worked really hard on to make sure that we were in compliance and we're giving everyone a fair shake when it comes to these code cases. I assure you, this does not take away anyone's ability to come to settlement, hold code cases in advance. But what it does do is it gives us the ability to get to penalties, mostly fines, in a quicker manner for some of our most egregious cases, of which each district has, a handful of those. So I'll go ahead and just open it up, and Roger and I can answer any questions that you guys might have, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments on board?
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin.
And again, this is partly because we didn't have Monday to get a hold of staff, to be honest. Makes it difficult. So my understanding, Chris, was that, this is to streamline and get rid of a couple of the appeals that are, extra that other places don't have. So I went through, I like red lines, and I appreciate you. Thank you for putting the red line here. But then when I was going through the red line, I couldn't figure out, we're supposed to be getting rid of some hearings, and I couldn't figure out what got struck out. I really struggled with this red line.
Yeah, so I'll take a stab at this, and Roger may correct some of this because he's the expert in these matters. But right now, as it sits, you have a notice of violation and notice to correct. Each of those is appealable all the way up to a court setting. By doing a streamlined notice and order, it combines those efforts into one notice and order, so that the number of appeals is not just appeals on notice of violation and notice to correct and then administrative hearing. It consolidates them into one consolidated notice and order. So it limits it down to 2, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Roger? Yeah.
Oh, so the original code had a notice of correction and then a notice of violation separately, is what you're saying. And then now it's one big note. Got it. That's the part I was not figuring out when I read through this. So
There's a lot of strike through there. So
well, there's a lot of strike through, and then there's some new, and I was like going, and I couldn't get it to jive. So thank you. That really helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the board?
Yeah, this doesn't change the intent. It's really just combining the process, streamlining things, right? It doesn't change the overall process. And in terms of making the notifications, that stays the same, correct?
That's correct. I feel Roger wants to say something, but no, that is correct. again, all the ability to communicate with the property owner, make sure that they're making forward progress on code cases, that still exists. It just takes away the vast number of appeals that currently exists on the notice of violation, notice to correct administrative hearing. There will still be appealability. We're not getting rid of that. The administrative remedy still exists. It just exists now at a level of 2 as opposed to what it was previously.
Very good. Thank
Got
you.
it.
Sure.
That makes sense.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Sure. So
Yes.
there is one correction that I just want to make. There's a typo in your new ordinance at 9.02.380A. The time for an appeal is stated as 30 days when previous in the new edition, it's 20 days. It's supposed to be 20 at both places.
Okay.
So there's simply a typo at the second one that says 30 days instead of 20.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. We will sit down and have about an hour of public comment on this, I'm sure. Thank you, Chris. All right, Kim, we're ready for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, we're going online.
See no public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Great. We'll bring it back to the board for action or further discussion.
I'll move staff's recommendation. First reading, we come back in second, right? For the final.
Okay, I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we come to the end of our agenda. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And all we have left are twos and crumbs. So anyone ready to start us off? Supervisor Hardall, District 1.
Yeah, so it was a short week, obviously, with the
was.
holiday and everything else.
Yeah.
This is gonna be really short. Wednesday, the 15th, Lori and I participated in another chili bar ad hoc meeting, and I'll let her report on it. Great progress. Later that evening, I participated in the Bridging Divides webinar. They got into talking about some of the things that were previously discussed in the Cameron Park session, but it brought in another organization that's been working with Bridging Divides to try to make sure that the political aspects of these things are properly considered, and it's a diverse set of representation. So I was encouraged by the way they're bringing other people on board, but a little disappointed it didn't get into some new space that I hadn't experienced yet, but I'm sure that's coming. Then on Thursday, I completed my interview with Robert Bendorf relative to our strategic planning session coming up. Very well conducted, and I got to compliment Don for selecting that organization and Robert in particular. He's really dialed in my opinion. I think we're going to get some great results from it. So later in that day, I did attend the Pioneer Community Energy monthly meeting. I went over to Rockland to participate in that, recognizing that next month, assuming that the governor is going to close and end the special provisions relative to the Brown Act, where you can do remote participation via Zoom without having to have all the justifications in place, the postings, et cetera. And so what we've done with Pioneer Community Energy is we've agreed that we will have multiple sites, but they all have to be on the agenda. So any member of the public can attend any one of those multiple sites. So this next meeting in March, we will have two, one here in El Dorado County. And Kim, help remind me what conference room we're using for that. Isn't it conference room A?
Correct.
Conference room A.
Okay.
So it's readily available to the public, not inside. Originally, we talked about the closed session room, and when they looked, they said, this is a little too remote for the public. So we all agreed. So it's going to be conference room A. So we'll be connected there. Likewise, Placer County is working on it, having some kind of a board related connection. And that really just provides the impetus for future expansion. If Nevada County comes on board, because we now have 2 cities in Nevada that want to join Pioneer, they're moving ahead of Nevada County in doing that. But as we bring on more and more participation, it's just a way consistent with the Brown Act that we think by making it part of the announced meetings and how you can participate and where you can participate is completely compliant without all the other hoops you have to jump through. So I guess we're kind of testing that, but I think that's a great format for particularly regional organizations, things like JPAs that we got people from all over the area, and to think that they're all going to come together and you're going to get a quorum at a given meeting, extremely difficult to do in today's environment. So I think all those things are positive steps forward. And then later in the evening, I attended a legislative reception held down in the city of Folsom. And it had a lot to do with the U.S. corridor and economic development and how we're all working together with the newly electeds to try to make sure that happens. So for instance, Senator Dolly was there, and there were other representatives there that basically supported the activities, but it's just a way to get connected with our legislators and make sure that they hear our voices, and particularly when it comes to economic development along the 50 corridor, which I think is huge.
Great.
If we really, leverage off the things that are available today to make that happen. So those are all I had.
Great, thank you. And thank you for letting us know how Pioneer Energy is looking to pivot with these new regulations that are
Yep.
very challenging.
right.
So appreciate that. Supervisor Turnbull, you ready?
Yeah, not very much going. I had just met with a lot of department heads and a lot of constituents about our concerns, especially the flooding issues in Cameron Park. So it's been took a tour with some of the constituents down there, and they showed me some of the things that we could work on. And I explained to them that the water agency we're working on certain things that help them. So, and then I attended luncheon, chamber luncheon. It was 11:30 on Wednesday, and basically Jeff Lakoff did the sheriff's presentation, very informative. It was really good. I commend him for that. And then on Saturday, I attended the Battle of the Badges. So it was really good, all the chili and cook-off and stuff. And it was just amazing how many people there. You couldn't even walk through it. That's John. It was just shoulder to shoulder. You couldn't even move. So that was a great turnout, a beautiful turnout. So it was really fantastic. So anyway. And they gave a presentation to John DeAugustini. So
Wonderful. Oh,
Yeah.
Thanks for going. I was supposed to judge that, and I had to be in Florida for a conference. So I was
Yeah.
sorry to have missed it. I'm glad
Yeah.
it was well attended.
yeah, well intended. Yeah.
Great. All right, Supervisor Lane or Harlan?
Sure. Very briefly, I will be going down to Sacramento and attending the Supervisors Institute this Thursday and Friday.
Those are great.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot. It's really a great program that they put on, and I'm glad that you all encouraged me to jump in, and we're going to be studying county budgets. So exciting.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Hey, good time for that.
Yes.
I do want to mention one thing to this group that's going on up in the basin, and unintended consequences of our success in kind of pivoting our tourism, not so much focused on gambling, but more on recreation. And what we're struggling with right now are our locals utilize recreation year round.
Mhm.
And with the amount of snow that we've had,
Wow.
there's so much that it has limited where people can park to access federal lands. And, we've got our Department of Transportation, which they can be cleaning up after a big snowstorm like the one we had in January. They're still cleaning up, still blowing things back, still preparing for the next onslaught. A lot of locals were ticketed, accessing their favorite places. They can sometimes be gone all day. They can sometimes just be doing this recreational for a couple hours, but if the plows are coming through and there's cars parked on the road that are going to inhibit their ability to do their job, they contact the sheriff's department, and the sheriff, only on contact from DOT, went out and find a lot of cars. So we had a meeting. Mr. Moody from the Department of Transportation up in the basin, and Lieutenant Lensing from the Sheriff's Department. I can't say enough of how proud I am of how they took on this problem. We had a private meeting to say, well, this is what happened, what can we do? And then we invited a few members of the public in for a second meeting. And we came up with some really good solutions that are interesting. One is that we're going to do a better job communicating where plows are going to be, so that people can plan their recreation spot around, hey, don't go in this area for this week or for a couple days. But also the sheriff's department is willing to, if the vehicle driver puts like an index card on their dashboard that says, this is my name, this is my contact number, and this is when I intend to be gone. The sheriff can actually go see, oh, this car is going to be gone way before the plows get here, and they don't have to take action. They also don't have to spend a lot of time trying to track down the owner, because it does say on the citation that the sheriff attempted to contact the owner, and we don't think that that's physically always possible. So this was a way that the public said, we can help you. And this is the way that the sheriff's department and DOT said, and this is how we can help you. And it was just a great compromise. We'll see if it works. But communication will be key to that as well. But I thought I would just mention that to you. It's an interesting dilemma.
That is a really creative, common sense
Awesome.
solution. I
Great.
love it.
Yeah,
With an index
that's
card
great.
and some communication. Wow, well, keep us posted. Thank you for filling us in on that. That's
When there's 3
really
inches of
creative.
snow on the windshield, you can't see the index card.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that, see, this is the other part of it. The sheriff now will clean off your windshield for you.
Oh, wow. That's a free service. Okay.
Right.
All right.
It's a good one.
Yeah, that is too
was
funny.
fascinating. You ready, Supervisor Parlin?
Sure.
All right.
So normally I have my tune from all typed up and everything, but with an 8 o'clock start time, I
Well,
didn't
you
do
know.
that. So I'm gonna wing it. Be ready. Supervisor Huddle, yeah, thank you for that. Last Wednesday, you and I as the Rubicon, oh my gosh, not Rubicon, sorry. Chili Bar, Chili Bar ad hoc, met with staff and our applicant. Can I say is just Mr. Smith? That works, right? Mr. Smith. He was our request for information applicant of the 3 that really closely matched what the board had been directing. So we had a great meeting with him, talked about just ideas of what he's thinking, what we're thinking, and how we think. Because remember, this is a first kind of time that the county's done anything like this. So we're figuring it out together. I think it's going really well. It's very exciting. They were out there today, I believe. Vicki Sanders was out there walking the property with Mr. Smith. And I think Supervisor Heidel, you and I were going to talk next about some deal points for negotiation. So, and we actually advised him, Mr. Smith, that we'll be doing some vetting process that we normally do with vendors, financial, that's kind of important. So everybody left there, I think, really hopeful that we might have something, it's going to be a phased project, definitely, because there's the store, there's actual RV sites, and then the house that could house, we don't know what, but it's got a lot of neat ideas. So it'll be a phased approach. There's a lot to do there, but it's just really neat to see something that's been sitting there for so long. Actually, it's coming to life, and we have the Fish and Game Commission members are very excited too, because the fishing there can be fabulous.
Awesome.
So there's a lot, and so I'm tickled pink.
Let me just add, the deal
yeah.
points are related to a contract. We want
Yeah.
to make sure the contract language is clear, that we're getting out of from the county perspective, that the concessionaire that was involved is going to get what he wants out of it. So it's that negotiation part to come up with a contract, an agreement, if you will, that we can all move forward without having to go through an RFP formal cycle and
Right.
evaluations.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit different than what we've done in the county, but with county council's support, I think we're going to get there. So very, very.
And I did remind Mr.
fortunate.
Smith that the ad hoc is working through this, but we have to bring the whole thing to the full board.
Yes.
So that's always, always there, just because this is where we think we're going in a good direction and stuff, but it's always coming to full board. So that's why we're letting you know what we're working on. And then that same evening, I also participated in the Bridging Divide Zoom meeting. I didn't go to the Cameron Park one, so to me this was new. And we had a breakout session done by the Braver Angels, and they talked about my Zoom actually kicked me out for a bit, so I missed a little bit of it, but it was recorded. I'll go back and see what I missed. But there's ways to engage and be active listeners and supportive when you're in listening situations. So that was really good training that I think it'd be neat to have that available for folks to take.
Let's make it a requirement.
Let's make it a requirement.
Sorry.
Pause and think about it before we do that.
Just had to go there, didn't we?
I did.
And then on Thursday, there was a follow-up meeting with RCRC and PG&E. I wouldn't say executives, but high management about communication. So there's about 12 or 13, I think, counties there. PG&E, it's really interesting. Some counties think they have a great relationship with PG&E, and then others, it's really not good. And we're kind of somewhere in the middle, I think. So, but they're trying really hard. I try to be fair, with them. It's such a huge company, but at the same time, again, back to communication, everything boils down to communication. They've got to do better. And that's been a big ask. And I think they're getting it. Although I did ask for a follow-up meeting and I haven't heard back. So that concerns me a little bit. And then just so you all know, I think you all were copied on the email string about the airports and the Georgetown and Scott Herring and stuff.
Yeah.
And I did have a nice phone call meeting with him and he's good to go. We're working through things, but I just want to let you know, I did follow up on that. That's in my district. And he gets it. These things are tough. And then I think the only other thing that you might be wanting to know about is I went to the Save the Graves mixer on Saturday. It was over at the Sequoia House. Where am I? I'm in Placerville right now. Sequoia, like, where am I? Sequoia House. And then they went across the street. I had to go run errands, but it was really very informative. They had someone there that's on the, don't quote me, I can't remember the organization, but they basically work on a big Sacramento City cemetery. And they talked about how they got organized and do their maintenance and fundraisers and all that kind of stuff. And I think the Save the Graves really did well last year. And I think they're in this building mode and, you know, getting momentum. So they're a great partner with the county as we move forward and try to, you know, promote and also maintain our cemetery. So, and it was a beautiful day out. It was like, oh, it's at the cemetery. It's lovely. But I just really appreciate the board's support for, you know, protecting and preserving those cemeteries. They're our history. And when they're gone, it's just so sad. And I love going to the cemetery sometimes and just looking at those historic names there. It's amazing. And some of them, I don't know their stories, but you'll walk around and you see like, oh, there's a street name you recognize. So you know that they were a big deal at that time back then. And that's the connection that I hope we keep. So I think that's all you guys are interested in. Thank you.
We've actually talked about QRC codes on certain grave sites.
would
and
be
stuff,
great.
So you can really get the history if you would just want.
Oh,
walk
yeah.
That
through.
would be great.
Yeah.
As a future endeavor, but yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, that would be really kind of cool, especially the history of our cemetery. So,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, be very brief. Following, Lori talked about airport users, and I met with a group of airport users this last week who'd reached out to me. It was a pretty broad group that came to me to express their concerns, as well as their strong desire and their commitment to continue to explore additional revenue opportunities with the Placerville Airport. And I am following up with our staff to see where we are on, you know, the board directed an economic, I'm sorry, it's been a long day,
It has.
but economic analysis. Well, yeah, and to look at the opportunities. And I know that's coming. So I've been in contact with our staff and we'll be following up on that. And I also reached out to Supervisor Parlin because members of the Georgetown Airport also came to that meeting. So having good dialogue with staff and just wanted the board to know that. And then last Wednesday, was sorry I wasn't able to attend the Bridging the Divide because I had a behavioral health commission meeting that night. The really good presentation by our staff. I believe it was Nathan, on all the ways behavioral health has supported our disasters and recovery efforts in the past couple of years. And our staff did an excellent job in informing the commission. And the commission was very appreciative and engaged in that discussion in understanding, you know, how we have responded from a behavioral health standpoint. So really appreciate efforts by our staff, and the Behavioral Health Commission is having a very intentional focus on education this year in spreading the word on, you know, because behavioral health is very complex, and yet we all know the behavioral health needs in our community are also very, you know, there's a lot of needs out there. And so we're really focused on education and understanding what the resources are and what our responses are at the county level. So we're working our way through that, and appreciated the dialogue. So that's really all I have that's of
Chair, I
concern.
forgot something
Yes.
that it wasn't on my calendar, which is why I forgot about it,
Sure.
but I really wanted to reach out and thank our CAO. Had a little crisis come up late last week with GDPUD, which is the water district up there on the Divide. And I got some frantic phone calls as I was driving down to Sacramento for RCRC. And there was a bit of a miscommunication, I think, about them and their FEMA, I don't know, some money to help with the storm damage and all that stuff. And It was really confusing, to be quite honest. I was so confused about what really was happening and what wasn't. And I panicked phone called Dawn, and after it took us 2 days almost to get it straightened out, but I think we were able to support GPUD in this application for funding that's much needed to do the repair work. So again, that collaboration and communication is just so important. And I just really sincerely, Dawn, thank you, because the residents up there need that water. So
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
thank
have
you.
I have to go back. I forgot this. I drove on Highway 49 the other day, and the S turns down there going towards Plymouth has been a big concern. You would not believe all the arrows pointing in all the different slowdown in the corners, and the
Right.
amount 50 miles an hour. So, especially when it gets really foggy
Oh, I
in
bet,
that
yeah.
particular
Mhm.
area and stuff like that, it's really hard to judge the turns in that area. And there's been several accidents, which, we brought up before. So I think I want to thank them for their hard work and fixing the shoulders and making sure that, safety comes first. It really does.
Caltrans
So
was
thank
very
you.
responsive
Yeah.
on that.
Thank you for that. So.
Excellent. All right. Well, Dawn, you want to give your last CAO update, and then we'll turn it over to Tiffany for any final comments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to highlight and bring to your attention, I signed the grant application on behalf of GPUD last week. So board policy allows department heads or the CAO to apply for grants. But then the board has to officially accept them. And the conditions for applying, it has to be consistent with the county's mission. And it's typically in the context of county departments applying for the grant. So this was outside that scope, but I felt it was in the mission of the county to ensure the residents up there have water. It was no one's fault, but applying for these grants, they had to be part of the local hazard mitigation plan, and it came up. GPUD had been working with Cal OES and FEMA for like 3 months on this, and then Tuesday or Wednesday last week, they were told they couldn't apply. And so rather than potentially lose, and the application was due Friday at like midnight, 11:59 p.m. Rather than lose a potential for $4 million, I signed the grant application, but it is clearly documented in writing that if the grant is awarded and the board chooses to accept it, there will need to be an MOU discussed between the county and GPUD in regards to how that money will transition from pass through the county to GPUD, who will be, for lack of a better way of saying it, on the hook if GPUD doesn't comply with the grant requirements, all the way to recovering our administrative share of costs. And GPUD agreed to negotiate all those. But that will be coming to your board. I think they said it'd take 4 or 5 months before they'll even know if it's awarded. But I want you to be aware, I did do that for those reasons. And then the last thing, I just want to thank you all. You guys have been great to work with. It's been a great place to work. Next week, I will be out of state with 2 board members going to DC to help with some advocacy efforts with the water agency there. But I will definitely see you all around. So thank you.
Thank you, Don. And thank you so much for your work on that GPUD application. The water agency received a presentation last week or whatever that last meeting was, and critical situation up there. So really appreciate your facilitation of that.
Just quickly want to make sure that the board saw the communication that went out on Friday that the county has officially been included in the president's major disaster declaration related to the 22-23 winter storms. So that makes us eligible for public assistance going forward.
Wonderful. That was good news.
And that'll be good, especially for the issues that's going on in County.
So the thing I
Clerk as
didn't,
well.
does that qualify us for individual assistance? or
just public
Is
assistance.
there a level we could get the individual assistance for people who are severely impacted by flooding? Or is that beyond our ability to request?
No, that's been requested. It's still being considered, but my opinion, it's a long shot.
Okay.
Especially since we didn't get it for Caldor.
Right, but we asked. I just want to make sure we
Yes,
did.
we did.
That's good. I was wondering the same thing.
So
Thank
we're-
you for that.
So
All right.
Okay.
Well, it is 4:13. And with
We're done.
that, we are adjourned. Thank you, El Dorado County.
okay.
All right.